Crime does not pay.
Nothing doing, Dutch, period.
What?
Listen, Fatty. What I've got, I keep until I know it's safe to turn it over.
You are saying the Dutch Ziner, he isn't safe?
I'm saying you're not so bright if you don't know when the heat's on.
I know. No stupid Yankee tells Dutch when there is trouble. Just so. You give to me the diamonds. They will be safe.
Keep your pants on, Dutch boy. I'm making no deliveries till Ollie knows what's cooking. So, Smarty, you want your share of this delivery? You get on a train and come to Joe with me.
All the way I should go from Cape Town to Johannesburg. Somebody is crazy.
Yeah, crazy I am. Crazy like a fox. You want to keep your deal? You know what to do. Come to Joe and you'll find Ollie there and Runner and me. And the Sparklers. That's the story, period.
In the interest of good citizenship and law enforcement, we present Crime Does Not Pay, based on the famous Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer series of short subjects. In just a moment, you will hear Diamonds Trumped, starring Ralph Meeker. Now, Crime Does Not Pay, starring Ralph Meeker as Yank Sadburn in Diamonds Trumped. The story begins in South Africa. Up in the Transvaal, a good many miles from Cape Town and the sea, is Johannesburg, the city that's an odd combination of the modern and the frontier, where native and Boer and British mingle. There in a district which looked more than a little like the towns of our own West in the days of the bad men was Keeper's Bar. This was a rendezvous for certain gentlemen of roughish exterior, but decidedly slick and sophisticated ideas on the subject of making a living. One of these gentlemen was Ollie Carstairs. To him, at his table, came another, known merely as Runner.
Ollie, okay to talk?
Why not?
Just wanted to be sure.
So talk.
Went so smooth it almost scared me.
You scared?
Oh, I don't care if there's a hitch once in a while, see, but when everything works perfect, I always think of that vacation I took stateside on account of that stoolie. That job went easy like two.
This one I planned, so it went good.
Perfect. How that dumb donkey ever got the rocks out of that mine, I'll never figure. Everybody gets searched on the way out and all that.
Yeah, I've been there, I know. And that monkey ain't so dumb.
Yeah. So, he turns a corner on a button of 7, see?
Yeah.
I gives him the high sign. He walks past like he don't know 1 from 2, see? I figures maybe it's the wrong character. Then, boop, right in front of me, this.
You opened it?
Natch. There's 5 big stones in there. They're gonna be buttes after they've been cut and polished.
Okay. The fella said 4, he gives us 5. We pay for 5 next time he does better. What's wrong, Runner?
Big ears. Next table.
So?
Yeah. So?
Think he caught anything?
He's practically crawling on your back.
Okay. Look, I'll take the bag. Finish your drink. Get up. Walk around behind him. When you got him between us, whistle. I'll take it from there. We know he's there?
I think so, but he ain't budging.
Okay. Let's do it.
Here I go.
Okay, big ears, what do you think you're listening to?
Yeah, Snoopy, speak up.
You're crowding me, fellas.
Cool customer, ain't you?
You want I should take care of him?
I doubt if that'll be necessary.
I'll be the judge of that.
No doubt you will. Where do you want to hold court? It's a trifle noisy in here.
Yeah, he's asking for it.
You sure are, big ears. Start walking.
Which way?
The back way. Get moving, step it up.
I'm not too familiar with this place. Just a stranger in town, you know.
You follow Runner.
Hiya, Runner.
This way, Snoopy.
Check.
Okay. Now, who are you?
Why? You want to identify my body?
Answer the question.
The name is Sadburn. My pals call me Yank. And tell Runner to stop shoving that piece into my ribs. I have no intention of making trouble.
Shut up. Speak when you're spoken to.
You heard the man, Sadburn. Now then, what did you hear back in there?
Only what I heard down below in Cape Town. You're in the diamond business. Your name is Ollie Carstairs. This is your boy, Runner.
Shall I give it to him now, Ollie?
Keep talking, Sadburn.
Well, there's not much else to talk about. It's obvious to anyone who knows that Runner has just delivered some goods, as the British say, from Kimberley. that you're getting a shipment ready, and I could be useful to you.
Yeah? Which way? Dead or alive?
Well, from my point of view, the answer to that one is obvious.
Look, so far you've been talking about me. Let me hear about you.
Ollie, you gonna let him...
Shut up, runner. Let the man talk.
Ancient American custom, for which many thanks, I got out of the States on a freighter. And with a tip that someone was operating on this end in the business which I've had some small experience.
Small?
Well, I did 5 years for it when some stoolie tipped the dock boys and picked up the usual reward.
You know better now?
Better than to trust a stoolie? Yeah. Or anyone who might be a stoolie. Also, my cellmate was an old geezer who knew all the tricks. He taught me the best of them.
Why my business? Why not something else?
I'm interested in a big deal. I want real dough. Diamonds are big dough, but small enough to make easy handling.
Ollie, how long are you gonna let this bum talk?
Look, this guy is his fellow American, runner. Least we can do is let him talk a while with all the news from home. In fact, we might even buy him a drink.
I think I'd like that. It's much better talking in the light than out here in a filthy alley. But the drinks are on me, gentlemen. Shall we go back inside?
So the dumb monkey is happy with the dough I give him, and we get a beautiful deal.
Good enough, runner.
When do I get to go to Kimberly, Ollie?
You don't. That's my part of the operation.
Runner knows the mine country, Yank. And our contacts know him.
Well, what happens if anything happens to Runner? Nobody lasts forever.
We'll cross that bridge when we get there.
Yeah, and I ain't washed up yet, you know.
Okay, sorry. Just asking.
Yeah, you asked too much too many times.
Yeah, I noticed that too, Yank. Aren't you satisfied working here with me?
I want to do something. I want a decent share when the payoff comes.
You are an eager beaver.
Well, how about it, Ollie? Do I get something to do?
What do you know about Cape Town, Yank?
I can find my way around any place where they talk English.
Fair enough.
Ollie, you ain't gonna send it...
I'm running this end, remember? And I think we need a new face in Cape Town. The place is lousy with stoolies. Now, Yank here's had some experience with stoolies, huh?
You can say that again. When do I go, Ollie?
Next couple of days, no rush. Now, Smitty's due in there tonight. He won't show up at the contact point for a day or two.
What do I do with Smitty? Give him the sack?
Not exactly. Smitty is one of the boys who operates over here. He's our contact with Dutch Ziner.
I don't like it, Ollie. You're giving this character the whole
Stick
layout.
to your knitting, runner. I said I'm running this end.
Okay.
Well, where does this Dutchman fit in?
He's second mate on a ship between the Cape and the State. Catch.
I catch. What's he look like?
Oh, so fat he has to have his belts made order. But he's smart and tough. He doesn't touch a thing unless Smitty okays it first. The day after tomorrow, you grab the train for the Cape, see? And find Smitty. You can't miss him either.
This joint changed management?
Not in 10 years.
New bouncer?
Obviously. Another drink?
Yeah, might as well. Fill her up again.
Right.
Heard a lot about the other bouncer.
That's so?
Yeah. Heard he was a little guy. Knew all the tricks.
He knew a few. Drink, mister.
What, you rushing me?
You ask too many questions.
I never asked the little guy's name.
I never noticed.
Heard it was Smitty.
You hear a lot. Where?
Up in Joe.
Smitty's gone.
That I never heard.
Few days ago, he had visitors. They came to call for Smitty. He won't be back for quite a while, if you know what I mean. Oh, it's you again, eh?
Yeah. Thanks. Am I seeing double on one drink?
Well, I'd say no.
Then all of that down at the other end of the bar is just one man?
Just one man.
How does he get around? By trailer truck?
By ship. All the way to the United States and back. Several times a year.
Oh. Smitty had a friend like that.
I know. The fat fellow is interested in Smitty's other friends.
Would you care to bring us together?
We are together, my friend.
So I see.
It is very foolish. You ask about me, I ask about you. Because we both missed Schmitty. So we take a table and talk together, yeah?
We take a table and talk together? Yeah.
So that is the story, my friend. In your country, we make a delivery. The government agents, they pick it up. Also the delivery boy. They pick him up. Over here, Schmitty, he has gone away. Now I think it is time we make a new system. 9?
If you want to stay in business, we do.
So. Good. I know exactly how it will be done. You will give to me the little sack with the little stones. I will take care of everything.
Nothing doing, Dutch.
Huh? But this is stupid. Ridiculous. Ollie will not like this.
Nothing doing, Dutch, period.
What?
Listen, fatty. What I've got, I keep until I know it's safe to turn it over.
You are saying that Dutch Ziner, he is not safe?
I'm saying you're not so bright if you don't know when the heat's on.
I know. No stupid Yankee tells Dutch when there is trouble. Just so. You give to me the diamonds, they will be safe.
I'm making no deliveries till Allie knows what's cooking. So, Smarty, you want your share of this delivery? You get on a train and come to Joe with me.
All the day I should go from Cape Town to Johannesburg. Somebody is crazy.
Yeah, crazy I am. Crazy like a fox. You want to keep your deal, you know what to do. Come to Joe. You'll find Ollie there and Runner and me and the Sparklers. That's the story, period.
Okay, Dutch, stop beefing.
Yeah.
Yank was right. We need a meet. Smitty's in the cab. The last load is knocked off on the other side. For all we know, you tipped off the government boys for the percentage.
Me? Oh, you're crazy.
Hey, Ollie, the fat boy's sore.
All right, easy does it. We fight, nobody makes a dime. Easy now.
Yeah. Sorry.
The big job is getting the stuff into the States.
This is news.
Save it. What's on your mind, Yank?
Anybody here know anything about medicine?
Not me.
First aid, yeah. Also, once I fixed a broken leg at sea.
How about you, Runner?
Shut your trap.
I take it that means no.
You can take it and
Keep
do it.
talking, Yank.
Well, I don't know very much, but I do know this, that a heavy layer of fat can be a good hiding place.
This is an insult. You accuse me of...
Not accuse you, Dutch. Just use you.
Wait a minute. I don't get this.
It's a cinch and beautiful. We send this shipment into the States in Dutch.
But you want me to swallow...
Who said swallow? See? Razor sharp and sterilized before I came over here. We boil the stones, see? No infection that way. We make a little slit. In they go. We patch it up. Dutch takes them out himself.
9! This is impossible.
Impossible? Nuts. Why, this is the neatest idea since the racket began. Nobody will think of touching that big fat belly of yours. Yank, it's great.
Great. It's not his belly.
I gotta hand it to you, Yank. It's perfect.
9. I get out of here.
You stay till Ollie says you go, or I'll blow your belly off.
Use your head, Dutch. You want your dough, don't you? And I guarantee it won't hurt any more than a scratch. Ollie?
Take off your shirt, Dutch, and lie down. Shall we go in, Doctor?
In just a moment, Crime Does Not Pay will continue with Diamonds Trumped. Now we continue with Crime Does Not Pay, starring Ralph Meeker as Yank Sadburn in Diamonds Trumped. Much to his own surprise, Dutch found that the business of using his person as a repository for uncut diamonds was barely painful. In fact, he made a few jokes about the sudden increase in value of himself on the hoof, so to speak, and then proceeded on his way back to Cape Town and his ship. Up in Johannesburg, the three conspirators at that end, Ollie, Runner, and of course Yank, waited anxiously for word of the result. It came in the customary form of the yellow cablegram.
It's here, Yank, Runner.
So what's he say?
Everything's copacetic, I assume.
Get this. Lost weight last night. Reduced but gained in other aspects. Large amount. Returning 4 weeks. Signed, Dutchman.
Yippee, we're in. How can we miss?
Unless Dutch takes a 9-day diet.
Don't even think that.
It was a great idea, Yank. You're solid.
Thanks, boss.
But, well, it's the same old question. We flood the market stateside with these stones. We'll not only knock down the price, the federal boys won't stop at anything.
Not even Dutch's belly?
Not even his belly. Yeah. But it's a new twist at any rate.
Want some other ideas?
Shoot.
All right. I figure it this way. There are two ways of getting at things like this. Either you find something new, or you go back to something so old that everybody figures it's so corny nobody would dare to use it.
I don't get it.
I do. Keep talking, Yank.
Look, we just pulled a good deal with Dutch. It was new. All right. Now the switch. The oldest gag in the world.
Now I get it. New to old. Nobody figured.
Check. How about, shoes?
That one?
He like stashing the stones under rubber heels and walking in on $1 million?
Exactly. And 3 or 4 other angles like that. We go to work now. Then when Dutch gets in, we're all set to ship him right back.
Hey, what you taking the soles off of them things for?
Nothing to it. A switch, to use your expression, on the rubber heels. The hollow part of a woman's wedgie.
Holds a lot more than the heels, too, huh?
Check. There. It's off. Now load it up. Only be careful not to mark the outside of the shoe. We'll have to seal the covering of the upper back, the edge of the sole, as if the shoe was new.
What's funny, Runner?
I was just thinking, can you picture Dutch waddling into port wearing shoes like this? Oh, brother.
Let's get the floor of this plane up, Runner.
It's coming.
Now, watch your nails. We'll have to keep them straight so as we can get the board back in the floor, see?
Yeah. It'd be great if they switched planes on us. This one stays in Africa.
I covered that. This is the only plane at the airport that'll fly in the morning.
Yeah? How you so sure?
You'll be surprised to know how much engine trouble the mechanics are going to find when they test the other planes tomorrow.
What? Boy, oh boy, you sure think of everything.
Something is rotten, and not in Denmark, my friends. Something is very rotten.
Stop sputtering, Dutch, and talk straight.
What went wrong?
Every one of the stones from the belly, picked up from the dealers. Every one found. For what I take them in, eh? For what?
Something or someone is wrong someplace.
Maybe Dutch drinks too much. You've got a loose tongue when you drink, fat boy.
I do nothing. I get the stones where they must go. It's enough. Anybody says I am stool pigeon is liar. And I make him pay with knife. Understand? With knife.
There they are, fellas. See? Biggest lot yet.
Not bad. Not bad at all.
It's too many. No one can get in so many.
Why not? You're reducing Dutch?
9. It's just too many.
Maybe not.
Oh. Another idea, Yank?
Could be.
Ideas. And all the stones they are picked up.
Yeah, but not until after they get into the States. I think somebody's tipping the job on the other end.
What's the idea, Yank?
Look, we buy a car. A little English car.
And drive it home?
We ship it home.
9. Seat cushions is no good. This they know about.
All right. How about the bumpers?
What you mean, bumpers?
Tape to the inside of the bumpers, maybe?
No. Really inside the bumper. We hollow them out, cachet the stones, seal up the outside, and we even pay duty on the car.
It's crazy. Who'd we ship it to?
We take it ourselves.
Ourselves?
Yeah. A Dutch ship. 3 Americans come home with a car they picked up in Africa. Simple and neat.
I couldn't go.
Trouble, Ollie?
Check. A small heist job some time ago. I broke out. I got away, but I go back, they grab me. No thanks.
Well, then Runner and I could go. 2 Americans return home and so forth and so on. How's about it? Want to go to the States again, Runner?
Why not? With all the dough we got waiting for us?
Okay, Ollie?
It's all right with me.
Yeah, maybe this one, it works.
Good enough. Look, we'll buy a car tomorrow, then we'll drive it around a while and dirty it up so it looks like it's been in darkest Africa, and then all aboard for home.
Here they are. My 2 passengers for their car, which in the hold has been...
Very good, Mr. Signer. This way, gentlemen.
Do many people bring cars back with them, officer?
We don't have to clear too many through. Lots of people still think American cars are the best.
And they're sure slick-looking American cars.
But this little one gets 30 miles to the gallon. More sometimes.
Not bad, but wait till it breaks down. Here we are. This is it, isn't it?
This is it. She's a beauty, you can believe me.
Every man to his own choice, I always say. Let's fill out the papers. How much does the car weigh?
Runner, do you know?
Nah, how should I know?
How about you, Signer? Don't you check weight when you load a cargo like this?
9, only cubic footage. That's alles.
Then we'll have to weigh the thing.
Oh, where? Is this going to hold us up?
Scales at the end of the pier. Is the jalopy in shape to be driven?
Why not? Keys in the lock and all.
Yeah, the engine sounds nice, doesn't it?
Yeah, I suppose. Careful, watch those dollies.
Duck?
Why you weigh this, sir?
Drive right onto that platform if you don't mind.
You bet.
Cut the engine, please. Dave, check this baby jalopy, will you?
Right. Can't weigh much, half a pound, maybe.
Electric scales?
Could be. What do you get, Dave?
This I don't like. Not at all I don't like.
They're in the bumper, Marty.
Stand where you are, gentlemen.
Hey, what's the big idea?
This is foolishness. What do you mean by this?
You're under arrest and you're covered, so don't move, either of you.
Quite a shipment in that bumper, Marty. The X-ray shows them clear as a bell.
X-rays? You said you'd weigh the car.
Yeah, we gave it a complete physical examination. That's no scale. It's a setup for an X-ray machine. The car's impounded as evidence, and you 2 are under arrest. Glad to see you back home, Sadburn. Nice work. Very nice indeed.
A stool pigeon. A stool pigeon he was all the time.
So that's why the stones got picked up inside the country. You dirty double-crossing. Wait till Ollie hears. He'll have you taken care of.
No stool pigeon, gentlemen. Just an agent of the United States Customs.
What?
You'd better come quietly, both of you, as your friend Ollie did.
Ollie?
This you do not make me believe.
The police and Joe picked him up the day after we left. He held out some of the shipment on us, but they found the stones on him. He'll spend quite some time in South Africa, and then he'll finish out his term back here. You tried hard, gentlemen, but you didn't really think you'd get away with it now, did you?
Crime does not pay. Ralph Meeker, who was starred as Yank Sadburn in Diamonds Trumped, will be back with you in just a moment. Now here in person is Ralph Meeker.
For the kind of crime we've outlined in this story, greed is a great motive. But of course, it's not only organized smugglers who involve themselves with beating the customs. This law-breaking practice is considered fair sport by many otherwise highly respectable citizens. And they are caught, almost inevitably. Caught through the same kind of clever operations, the use of the same kind of scientific detection you heard about a few minutes ago. So whether it's an old label sewed into a new fur coat, a bottle of perfume wrapped in a stocking and pushed into the toe of a shoe, or the kind of methods employed by Ollie, Dutch, and Runner, it'll be well to think twice. In fact, it will be necessary to think only once if what you think is the simple phrase, crime does not pay.
Thank you, Mr. Meeker. Crime Does Not Pay is written by Ira Marion and directed by Marks V. Loeb, with music composed and conducted by John Gart. Technical advisor is Burton B. Turkis. The events, characters, and names used in the story you have just heard are fictitious. Any similarity is purely coincidental. This is Bob Williams speaking.
The story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes. Best of all, king-size cigarettes brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to homicide detail. An unidentified woman is found murdered in a hotel room. Cause of death, strangulation. There's no lead to the identity of the killer. Your job, find him.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Tuesday, October 27th. It was cold in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of Homicide. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Thad Brown, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. It was 1:35 p.m. when we got to the old Central Jail building, 3rd floor, the crime lab.
How you doing, Lee? Hi, Ben. Joe?
How's it going? Did you check the stuff yet?
Yeah, most of it. Come on back here.
Okay.
Well, this is all of it.
Did you find anything we can get a lead out of?
Nothing too good, no. I don't think you could identify it from what we've got here. The morgue post the body yet?
Yeah, just this morning. How about fingerprints, Lee? They find any in that hotel?
No foreign prints, no. Dead end there.
What about the woman's purse? Did it show anything?
No chance. You can see the fabric here. Won't take a print.
Yeah.
Contents of the purse here, usual stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Comb, lipstick, keychain, 1 key on it, half pack of chewing gum, coin purse, a dime, 2 nickels in it. That's all of it.
Yeah. According to the room clerk at the hotel, she had a wallet with her when she checked in. There's no sign of that, was there?
Nope. No sign of it in the hotel room either. Checked everything.
Is that the only piece of jewelry found on the body, that wedding ring there?
Yeah, it's a cheap ring. No markings on it. No way of tracing it. About the only thing I can tell you, she was pretty well dressed. That's an expensive bag there.
Yeah.
Sure not a cheap dress either. Same for a coat and shoes. They cost some money, too.
How about labels on any of that stuff?
One on the coat.
Yeah?
You can see right here. Benwick Department Store, Los Angeles. Coat's fairly new. They might be able to give you something on it.
Maybe.
The people at the hotel, get anything there?
Well, it could have been better, Lee. The woman checked in last night around 8 o'clock. She registered as John Ross and wife, L.A.
Anyone see the man with her?
No, nobody. Room clerk says the woman came in alone. She said her husband was out parking the car, so she registered for both of them.
Mm-hmm.
Clerk said he left the desk a few minutes after that. Figures the man must have come in sometime while he was gone. Nobody on duty at the desk after midnight. He could have left the hotel any time after that without being seen.
She registered at 8 p.m. The coroner says she died about 10:30.
You're not even sure there was a man with her, are you?
Yeah, the woman who was registered next door to the murder room, she told us she heard a man and a woman arguing. It was about 10 o'clock. Said it got pretty loud.
No idea who the woman really was, huh? I suppose that John Ross and wife business doesn't mean anything.
That's pretty doubtful. About all we got to go on is the physical description from the coroner. She was a small woman, 5'1", 99.25 pounds, wasn't that it, Ben?
Yeah.
Brown hair, blue eyes, about 31, 32 years old. We got her prints off to Washington.
Got any ideas?
We figured maybe it could be a psycho killer.
How'd you figure?
The coroner's report listed strangulation as the cause of death.
Yeah?
Whoever did it made sure her neck was broken. At approximately 6 o'clock that morning in a second-floor room of a downtown hotel, the body of an unidentified woman was found murdered. Preliminary investigation failed to reveal the true identity of the victim or the killer. As far as physical evidence was concerned, there wasn't much to go on. The deep bruises on her neck and throat, along with the crushed vertebrae at the base of her skull, indicated a savage attack. 1:55 p.m. Through the label on the dead woman's coat, we traced the garment to a department store where it had been purchased, but they had no record on it. It was a cash purchase, and the salesgirl couldn't remember the customer. Investigation during the next 2 days failed to turn up any leads. We showed a morgue picture of the victim to bartenders, waitresses, parking lot attendants in the vicinity of the hotel. They couldn't identify her. We rechecked tenants and employees at the hotel. That got us nothing. Thursday, 5:48 p.m.
One answer I'd sure like to find.
Yeah?
The victim was a nice-looking woman, well-dressed, nice clothes. How come she'd stay in a cheap hotel down the neighborhood like that? It doesn't jibe for my money.
Well, that's hard to say.
Sure got me stopped. 2 days leg work and we're no place.
Well, we might be in better shape when we get that kickback from Washington.
I sure hope so.
Go ahead.
Hey, excuse me?
Well, yes, sir. Can we help you?
Well, no, I don't know. Guess that all depends. I'm waiting for a couple of detectives here.
Who is it you wanted to see?
A couple of detectives.
Who are they?
It's pretty confidential, you know. I have to talk to them. Told me to see Friday and Romero. Ben Friday and Joe Romero, detectives handling the case.
Yes, sir. I'm Joe Friday. This is my partner, Ben Romero. We're handling the case. What do you want to see us about?
You said you were working on that murder case? That woman they found in the hotel?
Yes, sir. That's right.
That's so? I see your badges?
Yes, sir. Here's our identification.
Mm-hmm. Read about that murder in the paper, you know. You better come over here.
Yeah.
You're going to thank me for this. I got all you want to know about that murder.
You mind telling us your name, sir?
I don't mind. Al P. Morgan. I was a good friend of hers, you know. Used to work with her.
You mean the dead woman?
It's the same one. I never forget her face, Maud McLeod. Saw that picture in the paper and I said to myself, there's old Maud.
You're pretty sure of that, are you, Mr. Morgan?
Sure, I'm sure. Maud McLeod. Used to work together in the circus. Maud was a bareback girl, you know, best in the country, real trooper.
What makes you so sure it's the same woman, Mr. Morgan? When was the last time you saw this friend of yours, this Maud McLeod?
Well, I used to see her all the time. Worked the old cells photo together. Got a photo of her.
You mind if we take a look at it, sir?
So I came down here. I want to help out. She's got to be identified. Well, let's see. Got it here somewhere. It's old Maud in a circus costume. Yeah, here it is. Take a look at that. It's Maud, ain't it?
Well, I don't know, sir. Doesn't seem to be too much resemblance here.
Is that right?
Afraid you've made a mistake, Mr. Morgan. Thanks for your cooperation anyhow. Appreciate you coming in.
Well, sure, it was Maud.
I get it. Homicide Friday. Oh, yeah, Frank. Uh-huh. Is that right? What'd it say? Huh? Yeah. Okay, fine. No, we'll pick it up. Yeah, thanks.
Anything?
Communications. They got the kickback from Washington on the dead woman's fingerprints.
Any luck?
They got her identified. She worked at an aircraft plant during the war. Name's Doris Frazier.
I can't help but think you fellas are missing a bet. I knew that dead woman.
Well, she's already been identified, Mr. Morgan. We know who she is. Her name's Doris Frazier.
That's so.
Yes, sir, that's right.
Well, what do you think of that? Old Maud. She went and changed her name.
Thursday, 6:35 p.m. Ben and I went down the hall to communications and got a copy of the kickback from Washington. The murder victim was identified as Doris Eileen Frazier. She applied for a position as a typist at the Eagle Aircraft Plant in Burbank in 1942. Next morning, we checked the personnel office at the plant, and we found that Doris Frazier had been employed as a typist from 1942 to 1944. In going over her application, we found her last known address listed as 7346 Oakdale Avenue. Her application stated she was single, with no previous employment, with no known relatives. We could uncover no further information on the girl. We drove across town to the Oakdale Avenue address, a large apartment building in a better-than-average neighborhood. The manager told us that Doris Frazier had lived there up to 8 months before. He said that a few weeks before she moved, she was married to a tall, dark-haired man, but he was unable to remember his name. The manager also told us that the newly married couple apparently began having trouble from the day that they were married. We checked the next forwarding address, a boarding house for women in the south end of the city. Ben and I interviewed the woman in charge, Mrs. Frances Watson. We talked to her back in the kitchen of the boarding house while she polished a set of silverware.
I saw that picture in the paper. I didn't connect it with Doris, though. She was a much prettier girl when she lived here.
You say she left here about 18 months ago, Miss Watson?
Yes, maybe a little more. Might be closer to 2 years. I'd have to check my rent receipts to be sure.
Did you happen to know anything about the Frazier girl, Miss Watson? I mean, did you know much about her personal life at all?
Well, of course, I always insist on references. Any good boarding house does, you know. Doris was a nice girl in many ways. Of course, she had her shortcomings. I suppose we all do. When she first came here, she seemed like such a nice girl, and then she started to go downhill. I just don't know what got into her.
Well, how do you mean, ma'am? Was she in some kind of trouble?
Well, of course, when she first came here, we didn't know it, but she was married. This is a home for single girls, and we have our rules and regulations just like any other respectable place.
Yes, ma'am, I understand.
Well, as we came to find out later, Doris wasn't only married, but she was fighting with her husband. I understand he wasn't much at all. She was thinking of getting a divorce, as a matter of fact.
Well, did you ever meet her husband, Miss Watson?
No, I never did. I suppose it's just as well I didn't. I understand that Doris left him after they'd been married only a few months.
Do you know what his name is, ma'am?
No, I have no idea. Or Doris always used her maiden name when she was with me.
Then you never saw this man, Miss Watson? He never came to the house here?
No, I didn't say I never saw him. I said I didn't meet him. Yes, there was once when he came to the house to see Doris.
And what was the occasion? You mind telling us about it?
Oh, it was most unpleasant, I can tell you that. Let me see now. Yes, Doris had been here about 6 months. Even by that time, I was beginning to see the real side of the girl. No character, Sergeant. No character at all. It shows up every time.
Yes, ma'am. Wonder if you'd go on, please.
Well, as I was saying, it was after about 6 months when this man brought Doris home late one night, about 1:45, I'd say. Upset the whole house.
How was that, ma'am?
The two of them, this man and Doris, they stood right out there in the hall, had a terrible quarrel. The language, it was dreadful. The top of their lungs, too. My husband went out to quiet them down, but the man left before he had a chance to calm him down. He upset the whole house.
Now, this man that the Fraser woman was arguing with, you're sure that was her husband?
Well, as sure as I can be. That's what Doris told me, anyway, the day after. I called her in and told her I just couldn't tolerate behavior like that. It upset her quite a bit, I remember. She cried, said it wouldn't happen again. That's when she told me she was trying to get a divorce.
Is that what the big argument was about? Would you know that?
Yes, she said she wanted a divorce, and her husband didn't. He wanted her back with him. Certainly is sad the way some people mix up their lives.
Yes, ma'am. By any chance did you get a good look at this man, husband, I mean?
Well, he was tall and had dark hair. That's about all I remember. He was well-dressed, too.
I see. When Doris Fraser left here, Mrs. Watson, did she leave a forwarding address with you?
No, she didn't. I haven't any idea where she moved.
What kind of work was she doing while she was living here? Do you have any idea where she was employed?
Yes, that was one of the references she gave me. Furniture company. Down on Venice Boulevard, if I remember correctly. I have the address in my record book. Certainly is unfortunate, the whole thing.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
He even tried to talk to her before she left. Sat her down and talked to her for a whole afternoon. I guess it was just a waste of time.
How's that, ma'am?
And trouble with her husband. Terrible thing. He seemed to treat her so badly, two of them fighting all the time. I believe she was actually afraid of him. She told me he was very jealous. He drank, ran around. That's why I couldn't understand it.
You couldn't understand what, ma'am?
Doris, when she moved away from here.
Yes, ma'am?
She said she was going back with her husband.
The landlady, Frances Watson, gave us the address of the furniture store where the murder victim had been employed, and we drove down to check with the personnel manager, a Mr. Collins. He said that Doris Fraser had been fired from her job 10 months before. He said she'd been let go because she was constantly late for work and that she got into the habit of asking for salary advances too often. Collins also told us that he'd heard about the trouble between the Fraser woman and her husband. He said he'd seen the husband in the store several times when he came to call for his wife. He identified the husband as Stephen Arnold. The description was approximately the same, a tall, well-dressed man, dark hair, heavy build. The personnel manager gave us the last known address they had on the victim. The following morning, we checked it out, an apartment hotel in the East Wilshire area. She was still registered there, together with her husband, Stephen Arnold, but the desk clerk told us that Arnold hadn't been living there for the past 3 months. He had no idea where Arnold had moved. He didn't know where he worked. While the desk clerk stood by, Ben and I went upstairs and checked the apartment.
Anything, Joe?
No, nothing.
Nothing in the bedroom. Like Lee says, she goes in for nice clothes, about all I can figure. Well, what you got there?
See it lying on the desk here. Looks like she started a letter and didn't get to finish it.
What's it say there?
Well, it's dated October 23rd. That's over a week ago. Says, Dear George, I've been meaning to write to you before, but... And that's all. That's as far as she got.
George. First time we've run into that name on this deal. Makes more than one man in her life.
Yeah, there's a couple of more letters here. They're all addressed to her, unopened.
Let's see.
All we can go by are the return addresses. Telephone bill, ad from a woman's store, postcard, another ad. Here's something. Santa Monica postmark.
Yeah. Check the name on that return.
Yeah. Stephen Arnold. 12:35 p.m. We called the office and checked Stephen Arnold through R&I. He had no criminal record. The return address, which he'd listed on the envelope of the letter to his wife, was 10826 Pacific Front Boulevard. We located it on the beach just below Santa Monica. It was a small hamburger stand owned and operated by the dead woman's husband.
No, I haven't seen Doris for a couple months anyway. Why?
I understand you had an apartment with your wife in the East Wilshire neighborhood. Is that right, Mr. Arnold?
Yeah, that's right.
Mind telling us why you left?
No, I don't mind. Want to move closer to my work, that's all. The place is way too far out.
Well, how is it your wife didn't move with you, sir?
She wanted to stay close to town. Doesn't care for the beach much. Bad for his sinus, I guess.
Well, did you have an argument with your wife, Arnold? Some kind of a disagreement? Is that one of the reasons you moved?
Yeah, you might call it that. We're getting a divorce.
That's so?
Yeah, it was the best thing all the way around. Been nothing but fighting and scrapping the last year anyway. We decided to call it quits. Will you excuse me a minute? I got to put some cold drinks in this cooler here.
Yeah, go right ahead.
Would either of you care for a cold drink?
No, no thanks.
Coke, maybe?
No thanks.
Did you get the divorce from your wife, Mr. Arnold?
Yeah, that's right. I'm divorcing her. Why do you want to know?
You remember that last time you saw your wife, the exact date, I mean?
No, I don't think I remember that. Been at least 3 months, I'll say that much.
You spend most of your time down here at the beach, do you, Mr. Arnold?
Yeah, that's right. I get into town once or twice a month. They sure you would like a Coke?
No,
thanks.
I think I'll have one myself if you don't mind. Sure, I get a cold one here. Water sure is cold.
How about last Tuesday night, sir? You happened to be in town that night?
Oh, last time was 2-3 weeks ago anyway. Went in to see a show. I was working here last Tuesday night. Work every night except Monday. It's the only night I'm closed up.
Uh-huh. Is there anyone who can vouch for that?
I don't think I get this. Why do you want to know?
Well, is there anybody who can vouch for you?
Well, sure. Half a dozen people anyway. A fellow runs a place next door. The guys in the rest of the stalls up and down the way here, they can all vouch for me. I work till 1 a.m., same as usual. Hey, just a minute. Hey, Vic! Vic!
Yeah, Steve?
Hop over here for a minute. Something I want to talk to you about.
Yeah, just a minute.
Okay, Vic, thanks. He'll be right over. Hey, you fellas want a cup of coffee or anything?
No, I wouldn't. Like to have change for that cigarette machine, though, if you don't mind.
Oh, sure. There you are.
Oh, thanks.
Yes, Steve? Hey, these fellows are detectives, Vic. Guess about some kind of jam my wife got into. They want to know where I was last Tuesday night.
Yeah?
They want somebody to vouch for me.
Sure.
Did you see Mr. Arnold last Tuesday night?
I was working next door. Steve was here all night.
You are listening to Dragnet, authentic stories of your police force in action.
Saturday, October 31st, 2 p.m. Ben and I checked with a dozen different concession operators in the neighborhood of Stephen Arnold's eating place. They all corroborated the fact that on the night his wife had met her death in a downtown hotel, Arnold had been working at his stand until 1 a.m. Despite all the previous indications that he might have been responsible for the murder of his wife, we had to eliminate him as a possible suspect. 2:20 p.m. On the way back into town, we stopped by the apartment hotel where Doris Frazier was living at the time of her murder. After checking further with the tenants and with the help in the building, we found out that the victim had been in the habit of eating most of her meals at restaurants in the immediate neighborhood. After some 2 hours of checking and running into 6 restaurants, we found a small coffee shop 4 blocks from the apartment building where one of the waitresses identified Doris Frazier's picture.
Yeah, that's her, officer. Terrible picture, though. She looks so much older.
About how often would you say Miss Frazier came in here, ma'am?
Well, 3 or 4 times a week, I'd say. The bus stop's right out there on the corner. She'd usually have breakfast, then grab the bus and go to work. Some nights coming home from work, she'd stop in here for dinner. Nice girl, quiet.
Did you get to know her at all, miss? I mean, did you happen to know any of her friends here in the neighborhood?
No, as I say, she was a quiet person, not very talkative. She usually read while she was eating, book or magazine.
Uh-huh. Did she ever come in here with anyone else? Do you know that?
Yeah, quite a few times. She seemed to have a boyfriend. Of course, she was attractive, small, you know, but real cute looking.
Uh-huh. Do you happen to know any of these men?
No, I'm sorry I don't.
Any one of them in particular she came in with very often?
Let's see. I think there was one. Blonde, good dresser, kind of tall, good looking. They usually came in together for breakfast.
How long ago was this, miss? Do you recall?
Oh, say up until a couple of weeks ago. I usually waited on him in the morning. That's how I happen to remember.
I see. Did you ever happen to hear this man's name?
Let me see. George, I think that was it, yeah.
Uh-huh. Would you happen to know if he lives in the neighborhood?
No, sorry, I don't.
Has this man been in here during the past week, do you know?
Yes, he has. He came in for breakfast.
What day was that?
This morning.
Before we left the coffee shop, we questioned the cashier who came up with the information that the man known as George usually left his car parked at the service station across the street. We left our card and asked the cashier to call us in case the suspect returned. At the service station, they also remembered the man known as George, but they told us he hadn't been in for the past month. They'd done some work on his car for him in the past, so they had a record of his license number. We called our DMV and found that the car was registered to a Carl Lucy in East Hollywood. 4:45 p.m. We drove out and interviewed Lucy at his home, but he came nowhere near the description of the suspect. He told us that he had purchased the car 6 weeks before from a man known as George Crane. He described Crane as tall, blond, and well-dressed. From the bill of sale, we got Crane's address, a motel on East Manchester. The manager there told us that George Crane had moved a week before. He said that Crane had left no forwarding address, but he did remember where he worked. He was a driller in one of the oil fields down in Long Beach. We checked the oil company's personnel office downtown, but they were closed for the day. 6:18 p.m. We went back to the office and pulled the package on George Crane from R&I.
Get anything on him?
Yeah, he's got a record. Here's the package here.
Yeah.
Nothing very heavy. Drunk charge 2 years ago, another one last year, disorderly conduct. resisting arrest. That's about all.
Let's see. Yeah, description checks out all the way.
You called the night office of that oil company, did you?
Yeah, they couldn't tell us anything. Said call back first thing in the morning. Want to reach you?
I got it, yeah. Homicide, Friday. Who? How's that? Oh, yeah, sure. Yes, sir. No, sir, I'm afraid not. Yeah, thanks anyway. You bet. Yeah, goodbye. Well, that does it.
Who was it?
That guy who was in here the other day. You remember that Alfred P. Morgan or whatever it was?
Oh, what did he want?
Wanted to buy us a drink. He's celebrating.
Huh?
His old friend Maud. He just found her. 8 a.m. the next morning, we checked with the personnel department of the oil company's downtown offices. They told us that George Crane was employed as a driller, that he'd been working for the company for the past 5 years, and that he had a good employment record. They told us he was on the day shift and that he was scheduled to report for work on Rig 619 at the Long Beach field at 8 o'clock that morning. Ben and I got in the car, drove down to Long Beach, where we located the murder suspect, George Crane, at work in the field.
Doris Frazier? No, I'm sorry, Sergeant. I don't think I know anybody by that name.
How about Doris Arnold, Mr. Crane? Would you know anybody by that name?
Arnold? No, I'm afraid not. What's it all about?
You own a car, do you, sir?
Yeah, that's it right over there, that dark sedan.
Yeah. Have you had it long?
Oh, I've had it a couple of weeks. Last one I had was giving me a lot of trouble.
Did you trade it in?
No, I sold it to a private party. Fell out in Hollywood.
You mind taking a look at this picture, Mr. Crane?
Yeah. Doesn't look like anybody I know. Why, am I supposed to?
We think you should, yes, sir.
I don't think I follow you.
Do you spend any time around the East Wilshire district, Crane?
East Wilshire, you said?
Yeah.
No, I've probably been over there a couple of times. Not lately, though.
How about the coffee shop on the corner of Gramercy and Marengo? You ever been in there?
Not that I remember, no.
Well, a waitress in that coffee shop and the cashier, too. They say they've got a pretty regular customer. He fits your description exactly. You sure you've never been in there?
Well, I'm not positive. I wouldn't swear I've never been in the place. What's the difference, anyway?
Well, how about that service station across the street from the coffee shop? You ever parked your car there? They ever do any work on it for you?
Oh, say, I bet I know the place you're talking about. Yeah, I've been there quite a few times. Good station. They've done some good jobs on the car for me. I remember it now.
Well, then I guess you remember the coffee shop. Crane?
Yeah, I think I do now. Right across the street from the station, that is?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, what do you want to know about it?
When's the last time you were in there, Crane?
Well, tell you the truth, I couldn't be sure.
Well, we talked to a waitress in there yesterday. She said you were in that morning for breakfast. Do you remember that?
She's way off the track on that one, I can tell you that. I wasn't near the place yesterday morning.
Well, the cashier remembers you, too. She says you were in. How about it, Crane?
Look, what difference does it make? What's this thing all about, anyway?
You want to take another look at this picture?
Well, I told you once, I don't know the woman. I never saw her before in my life.
Why don't you give it some thought?
Huh?
I said, why don't you give it some thought? You remembered East Wilshire. You remembered the service station. You finally remembered the coffee shop. Maybe you can remember her if you try.
I tell you, I don't know her. I never saw her in my... Look, let's go in the shed where we can hear each other, huh?
All right.
Yeah, that's a little better, huh?
The waitress in the place says you were in there quite a few times with a woman. You usually came in for breakfast. You stopped going there about 2 weeks ago.
I don't know her.
What's the matter, Crane? You figure you got something to hide?
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know her. What do you figure she's got to do with me, anyway?
We checked her apartment, mister. We found a letter she was writing to you. You about ready to tell us?
What's a letter? That doesn't mean anything. Can't prove anything about a letter. What are you thinking, anyway?
We think you're lying, Crane. We think you got a reason for it. What do you say?
Doesn't prove anything. Maybe I knew her. That doesn't mean anything at all.
We think it does.
Yeah?
We think you killed her.
That the way it looks to you?
That's the way it looks.
I don't think you can prove it.
We're going to try. Now, how about it?
Will it go any easier for me if I admit it?
That's not up to us.
I don't know why I did it. What am I going to give for a reason? I don't know why I killed her.
I wouldn't know, Crane.
Didn't really have any reason. That sounds funny, doesn't it? No reason at all. I just killed her. What am I going to tell him? If I don't have a reason, how can I ask him to let me off easy? How can I ask him?
I don't know, but they'll have an answer.
The story you have just heard was true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On February 8th, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 92, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
And now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you. Friends, all of us on Dragnet sincerely hope that all of you enjoyed a happy Thanksgiving.
George Martin Crane was tried and convicted in Superior Court of murder in the first degree. He is now serving a life term in the state penitentiary. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all king-size cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles.
Stay tuned to NBC.
Rogers speaking.
Rogers, listen carefully.
Go ahead.
The syndicate has waited long enough. Stanley Hayes must die.
Stanley Hayes?
Yes. You will find him before tomorrow night.
But
When you find him, you will kill him.
That isn't much time.
If Stanley Hayes is not dead by midnight tomorrow, you will be.
Presenting The Whisperer, starring Carlton Young. The Whisperer, a brilliant man who, losing his voice in an accident which crushed his vocal cords, worked his way deep within the crime syndicate to help destroy it from within. To the underworld, his familiar rattling hiss is the voice of authority, to be obeyed without question. Then, a miracle of surgery performed by Dr. Benjamin Lee restored his natural voice, enabling him to resume his real identity. Now, as Philip Gault, aggressive young attorney, he skirts the thin edges of death, living his dual role. For as the Whisperer, he sets in motion the forces of the syndicate in Central City. Then, as Philip Gault, uses his knowledge to fight the organized network of crime which seeks to control the fate of millions in cities and towns across the nation. The only person besides Dr. Lee who knows the real identity of the Whisperer is the doctor's nurse, Ellen Norris. Now in Philip Gault's oak-paneled office, she listens as, in his Whisperer's voice, he reports to the syndicate.
Circle 1798.
Instructions passed on to Rogers.
Stay on top of this, Central City. This is Rogers' first job for the syndicate and may require supervision.
Where can I contact Rogers?
Find Stanley Hayes and keep him under observation. If Hayes is alive at noon tomorrow, report back and we will give you full particulars on Rogers.
Oh, Phil, that horrible voice.
It was the only voice I had until Dr. Lee operated on my vocal cords.
I know it, but I hate the sound of it. I hate the terrible things you set in motion each time you use it.
We've been over all that, Ellen. I'm only the voice of the syndicate. I pass along their instructions to their killers, and if I didn't, someone else would. Then we wouldn't know what they were planning.
And you couldn't risk your life to stop them. I know all this, Phil. I know you're actually fighting them from the inside, but I still don't like it. Well, who is this Stanley Hayes, and why does he have to die?
I don't know. I've never heard of Stanley Hayes.
Well, then who's Rogers?
They never tell me that. The less any member of the syndicate knows about the other, the less chance the law enforcement agencies have of getting the evidence necessary to smash the syndicate.
An imported killer slips into tow. You tell him who to kill and then risk your life to stop the murder.
This is the first time I've ever told a trigger man that he'd be taken care of if he failed in his mission. I wonder what it's all about.
Well, let's start with the victim, Stanley Hayes. Can't be very well known in Central City, but he's probably in the city directory or the phone book. You take the phone book.
Right.
I'll look in the directory. How do you spell it?
I don't know whether it's with an E or not.
I'm looking under Hays.
You started from the back of the book.
I always do.
Oh, I'm more methodical. I'm in the Hayes with an E,
It isn't under Hayes without an E.
nor under Hayes with an E.
Let's try the reverse order now.
Okay. Have you seen the name in the papers lately?
Not that I can remember.
Well, in the phone book, it isn't under Hayes without an E.
I'm getting sick-tongued on this with an E, without an E business. But it isn't in the directory.
Well, let's go down and check with Lieutenant Denvers. Maybe he can help.
He'll be suspicious of any questions you ask. I think he sometimes thinks that you're connected with the syndicate.
Well, I've got to keep him away from that suspicion, Ellen. Because the day he can prove anything on me, I'll lose my freedom. And I'm just old-fashioned enough to cherish that heritage of my American forefathers. Good morning, Sergeant Potts.
Huh? Oh, hi, Mr. Galt, Miss Norris.
What happened to the good Lieutenant Denvers?
Somebody did something and he's chasing him. Be back Wednesday. What can I do for you?
I have a legal matter to take up with a man named Stanley Hayes.
Hayes? Hayes? How do you spell it?
Without an E.
Well, make up your mind.
The spelling isn't important.
All right, try the city directory.
I did. From Aardvark to Zoix.
Got a phone book?
From Aronson to...
Wait a minute. What happened to Aardvark?
Dropped for non-payment of his telephone bill.
I'll play Santa Claus for you. I like to find a lawyer that doesn't know more than us poor dumb cops.
Water levels are falling. Use less water. Hello?
What?
City Water Department. That's our new slogan. Water levels are
Never
falling.
mind. Sergeant Potts, Police Department, Homicide.
Police Department is Nyan.
I know that. I'm in the police department. I want some information.
Information is 3 fire.
Listen, Einstein, I want to know if you have a subscriber by the name of Stanley Hayes.
How do you spell it?
How do I know? How do you spell it?
Try it both ways.
Try it both ways.
Try it both ways.
I'll try it both ways. I have a Stanley R. Hayes, H as in honey, A as in aardvark, Y as in Y, and S as in...
S. What's the address?
126 3rd Avenue South.
Gotcha.
There is also a meter for Stanley T. Hayes, H as in haberdashery, A as in anaphagistine, Y as in epithereal, E as in endomorphizical, and S as in Sam.
What's his address?
Sam?
No, Hayes.
247 Bell Fountain Road.
Thanks. Wait. I never heard of endomorphizical.
You haven't?
No.
Well, neither have I, but there should be such a word. Remember, our water supply is getting shorter. Don't use more water than you order.
Oh. Here, take these addresses and get out of here. I'm a candidate for the booby hatch. Don't use more water than you order.
Mr. Hayes at 126 3rd Avenue South lives in a pretty ratty part of town.
You don't live down here. You crawl out of the woodwork.
If I were painting a mural of this section, I'd have a slit throw rampant upon a field of bloody blackjacks.
Looks like a reject from Dante's Inferno.
Yeah?
I want to talk to you.
I ain't say nothing till I see my lawyer.
Mr. Galt is a lawyer.
Oh? What did you say your name was?
Galt.
Any relation to Gatlin Gun Galt, the pride of Portland?
I don't think so.
Oh, it's too bad. Great little scrapper, great. Never want to fight.
Mr. Hayes, we've made a mistake. I'm sorry.
Oh, you don't happen to be a fight manager?
I'm afraid not.
We better be going.
We could make a fortune. You line him up and I'll knock him down. There's millions in it. What do you say?
I'm not a manager, but take this 20 and bunk it down at the diner. We'll need food to keep in condition.
Yeah, will at that. Thanks, mister. What did you say your name was?
Galt.
Thanks again. Sure wish you was manager.
How horrible.
Fight game has big rewards for a few.
Poor hopeless old darling. Lost in a world of shadows.
Yes. I don't believe the syndicate is interested in that, Mr. Hayes. Now, let's try the one who lives on Bell Fountain Road. If this isn't our Mr. Hayes, we are fresh out of leads.
Well, there's one consolation. If we can't find him, neither can Rogers.
I hope so.
Yes?
My name is Galt. I'm a lawyer, and I'm trying to find a Mr. Stanley Hayes.
Well, Uncle's name is Stanley Hayes.
May I speak with him?
Well, Uncle isn't here. He left on his vacation.
Oh. Well, I wonder if perhaps you might be able to help me.
Well, I'll be glad to try.
This is Miss Norris. Mr...
my name is Stanley, named after Uncle.
How do you do?
Won't you come in?
Thank you. When did your uncle leave?
Oh, yesterday.
Can I contact him?
I'm afraid not. Uncle never makes plans. Uncle drives until he decides to stop.
That's the kind of vacation I've always wanted.
Isn't that an indefinite way to go?
Uncle is indefinite about everything. I've lived here 6 months, and I know nothing about him. How he was able to retire, whether he's on a small pension, has investments, or annuities.
Then why would someone want to kill him?
Kill him? Oh, Uncle hasn't an enemy in the world.
This is very confusing.
Well, if you leave your card, I'll have Uncle contact you.
Thank you. Here's the card.
Oh, Phil, look at those beautiful fish.
I beg your pardon. Oh, those mounted on the wall.
I see several beauties. That one must weigh 8 pounds.
8 pounds, 11 ounces. It's Uncle's pride and joy. Every summer he goes to the coast and fishes as far down as time allows.
I envy him.
So do I. Thank you for your hospitality.
Well, I wish it could be more.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, we know that Uncle likes to fish. Uncle likes to disappear each summer, and Uncle is therefore safe from the syndicate.
The nephew is either no fisherman or a liar, or both.
I don't follow you.
If Uncle has gone to fish, then he's not on the coast, for those fish mounted on the wall were freshwater trout.
Lake Okeechobee.
Right. It's the only lake within 100 miles where you catch fish like those.
I could do with an outing.
I'm going to call Lake Okeechobee and see if Mr. Stanley Hayes is up there. Then I'll call the syndicate and see if we have the right Stanley Hayes.
Circle 1798.
Central City.
Go ahead, Central City.
Unable to locate Stanley Hayes. Where does he live?
His address was purposely omitted from your instructions.
Without this information, I cannot check on Rogers.
Hayes resides at 247 Bell Fountain Road.
Is he the right Mr. Hayes?
Yes.
Is he at Okeechobee?
The operator there didn't know. Hayes lives on an island in the middle of the lake.
I get my outing?
Yes, if we hurry, we can make it by sundown.
The lake is larger than I imagined.
20 miles across. Hayes' cabin on the island out there is 10 miles from shore.
What are you doing?
I'm putting more gas in the outboard.
You know how to run this contraption.
By the time I reach the island, I'll be an expert. Now, you ready?
If I lived on that island, I'd hire the Queen Mary to go back and forth. It's going to be dark before we get there.
I know it, but I'll navigate by celestial bodies.
Just keep ours dry.
Now, I put the knot here, wind the rope around this gadget, so, and pull.
Do something!
Don't worry about a thing.
Phil, honestly, have you ever driven one of these before?
Honestly?
Yes.
No.
Oh. Phil, I can't tell in the dark, but aren't we awfully close to the island?
Yes.
Then do something.
I don't know what to do.
Put on the brakes.
There should be a switch.
In a minute, you won't have to worry about it.
Where did I put those instructions?
Never mind.
Careful, hang on. Hang on.
Hello there. Anyone interested?
Ellen, you all right?
Where are you?
Shine your flashlight to your left.
Coming? Well, what happened?
Gar Wood here forgot to read the 14th lesson.
Well, you certainly made a mess of that outboard. Hey, don't seem to have hurt the boat, though. Here, little lady, I'll give you a hand.
Thanks.
There we are. Now, what was your hurry?
We're looking for a man named Stanley Hayes.
You could have come a lot slower, and I'd still be here.
You're Stanley Hayes?
That I am.
Good.
Well, now, let's go up to my cabin, and you can tell me what this is all about. Here we are.
Oh, beautiful.
Thank you. I've just made some lemonade. Would you care for a glass?
Bet it's just like Mother used to make.
Yes, exactly. Except that I add one ingredient that she frowned upon. There you are, Miss Norris. And Mr. Gall.
Thank you.
Now, tell me, what brings you to my island?
Well, as a lawyer, I recently obtained information which leads me to believe your life is in danger.
What? Well, who would want to kill me?
I hoped you could answer that.
Well, I haven't the faintest notion.
We talked with your nephew.
Oh, Stanley Rogers? He's a fine boy. A little wild, but still a fine boy.
Didn't he know you were up here?
Oh, yes, of course, but it was supposed to be a secret. You see, I can't stand people who don't know the difference between a royal coachman and a gray hackle.
Then that's why he gave us that song and dance about not knowing where you were.
Oh, certainly, on my orders.
Mr. Hayes, if something happened to you, who would benefit?
Everything I have goes to Stanley.
May I ask, is it a large estate?
51% of the National Traction and Streetcar Company. You see, I am a retiring person. I seek anonymity.
You've certainly succeeded. That makes you one of the wealthiest men in the state.
Tell me, do you suspect my nephew of planning to kill me?
No.
Well, who then?
Has a network of organized crime tried to gain control of your company?
Well, not to my knowledge. If they were, I'd know it. Does this help you?
Frankly, no.
Well, now it's my turn.
Of course.
What did you intend to do when you got here?
I hope to stay near you and help prevent your murder.
Oh. Well, I appreciate your interest. But, under the circumstances, I think, you'd better return to the mainland. Now, I'm not going to shoot. I'm just not taking any chances.
You don't think I'd warn you if I were here to kill you?
This whole thing sounds suspicious to me. Now, put your hands up, Mr. Goldwallet. Uh-huh. You do carry a gun.
I have a permit.
It would still kill a man. Now, tomorrow, when they bring my cabin cruiser back from the mainland, I'll leave the gun at the store. Now, take this flashlight and walk ahead of me to your boat.
Mr. Hayes, promise me you'll be doubly careful of everyone until after tomorrow midnight.
Don't worry about me, Mr. Gold.
Oops, here's the boat.
I still don't see how we can row 10 miles at night.
That won't be necessary.
Why not?
Phil, flash your light over here.
Oh, no.
Yes. Someone stove a hole in it as big as a wash tub.
Mr. Galt, turn out the flashlight.
Why?
Mr. Hayes has just realized that his murderer is somewhere on this island.
You are listening to The Whisperer, the story of Philip Galt, who skirts the thin edges of death, living his dual role. Philip Galt, known to the underworld as the Whisperer, a voice to be obeyed without question, has given orders to Rogers, one of the syndicate's killers, to eliminate Stanley Hayes. Now, in his real identity as Philip Galt, attorney at law, he and Ellen Norris are attempting to save the life of Stanley Hayes, the man marked for death. Having located Hayes on his private island, they return to their boat only to find it wrecked and the killer lurking somewhere in the darkness.
My apologies, Mr. Galt.
Accepted, Mr. Hayes.
I hope you are not outmaneuvered. Because if I'm killed, that will leave you two marooned as the logical suspects. That would be rather difficult to explain.
Well, let's work our way back toward the cabin.
Yes. In the morning, you can use my canoe to get to the mainland.
Phil.
Where?
To your right.
No, it's only a stunt. Mr. Galt, here's your gun.
Thanks. I hope we won't. Oh.
Phil.
Did you see him?
No, but at least he's leaving the vicinity. We'll barricade the cabin and take turns at guard.
Yes. Is this man a professional killer?
I would guess that he is.
Then sometime tonight he'll make another attempt to earn his pay. Galt.
Yes?
It's 2:00.
I'll take over.
I'm not sleepy. Let me.
We'll manage. Want my coat, Ellen?
Not yet. But it is getting colder.
Hayes.
What?
It's 3:00.
I guess I must have dozed off. Have you heard anything?
Not a thing.
Phil, does that offer of your coat still stand?
Certainly does.
Yes, it gets mighty chilly up here, even in the summer.
Galt? Yes?
Do you hear that?
Motorboat.
Yes. He's given up for now.
Dawn's beginning to break.
Wants to get away before daylight.
He's afraid we'll recognize him.
Last night you said something about a canoe.
Yes, I keep it for emergencies.
Will it take the three of us to the mainland?
No, only two. However, you and Miss Norris may use it.
And leave you here alone?
Miss Norris, I own this island. I can travel its length and breadth, and no one will see me unless I want them to.
And we'll leave right after breakfast and be back by late afternoon.
All right, Miss Norris, you can step into the canoe now. Now, careful.
Yeah.
Somebody steady this tipping monster.
Now, sit down gently, Ellen. Never stand up in a canoe.
As I rolled up this fish net, it'll serve as a cushion for you.
Thanks.
There you are, comfy.
Ask me 10 miles later.
In 10 miles, I'll be too weak to ask you.
Ready?
Ready.
All right. Now, happy landings.
Well, that's an understatement.
We'll see you this afternoon.
Correction. I'll be hidden so you won't see me.
Phil, tell me something.
No. 10 miles to paddle, so I'm going to save my breath.
Good. You save yours, and I'll hold mine. Phil, it only took 2 hours. I'm proud.
Yeah, I'm pooped.
At last. Well, I've had softer cushions than this fishnet. Give me a hand. My legs are full of needles.
Sure. Here. While I'm phoning the syndicate, you see if you can hire a motorboat or an outboard for the return trip. That'll restore your circulation.
What will you tell the syndicate?
Stanley Hayes is still alive.
And then they'll tell you who Rogers is and where to locate him.
Yes. When we know that, we'll figure out some way to keep him away from Hayes.
Circle 1798.
Stanley Hayes is still alive.
I see.
Who is Rogers?
Rogers is Stanley Hayes' nephew. He gave worthless checks to cover $60,000 worth of gambling debts. Upon the death of his uncle, these checks will be redeemed with interest.
Phil!
Did you rent a motorboat?
I tried everywhere.
And if we can't rent one, neither can nephew.
What has nephew to do with it?
Nephew is Rogers.
Oh, no.
I'll tell you all about it later. Now, come on. We better get a head start. Then he'll lead it all. I can paddle as fast as he can. We can't let him get to that island. If he does, his uncle will come out of hiding and there'll be a murder.
Here's the dock.
Yes, right. Now, you get in, Ellen. There's no time to lose.
There's a motorboat putting out from the mainland.
Probably a private party.
You don't suppose it's Rogers?
Let's not think about it.
Well, he'd have no reason to suspect we know he's Rogers.
Why not? We tell him Central City. We think his uncle is to be murdered. Last night when we shot from ambush, he must have heard and recognized our voices. He's his uncle's heir. Everything points to him.
He's waving at us.
I can't recognize him.
I'll wave back. Maybe he'll stop. Could we put the canoe on deck?
Easily. That cruiser must be all of 50 feet.
Over here! Help!
Yes, but now I see him. We'll try to bluff our way out.
And if we don't?
Hello there.
Make it good.
Going my way?
I never pick up hitchhikers unless they're standing.
I'm afraid you just lost a customer.
I'll bring us alongside. You give Ellen a lift.
Glad to have you. Did you get to see Uncle? Yeah. Just a little closer.
We spent the night on the island.
No, give me your hand. That's it.
Oh, got my feet wet.
There. Golf?
I can manage.
Where'd you get this beautiful boat?
Oh, it belongs to Uncle. It was on the mainland for repairs.
Now, give me a hand and we'll hoist the canoe aboard.
Oh, just forget the canoe.
Forget it? Huh. I'll dream of it for months.
Well, hardly.
And why not? They're my dreams, and I can do what I want with them.
Oh, now, let's stop this sparring. I don't know how you two learned about all this, and until now it didn't matter. If I hadn't missed last night, Uncle would be dead. And you two would have been found on the island with the body. But when you saw me just now in the lake, that makes you witnesses to the fact that I went to the island. And I can't afford that. It would wreck my elaborate alibi.
So, you let the canoe drift. We float to shore in a few days. The story gets out that Stanley Hayes was murdered by a man and a woman who later drowned while trying to cross to the mainland in a canoe.
Right.
And we'll just stand still while you're doing all this?
That isn't a pencil pointing at you through this jacket pocket.
You're bluffing.
Let's take a vote, shall we? Galt?
Bluffing.
Then I'll waste a shot to prove it. I have plenty more.
You've also set your pocket on fire.
And you have tried an old wheeze.
Well, then stand there and let it burn you.
Hey, it is on fire.
Try hitting it with this life jacket, and if that doesn't work, this will.
Why doesn't he come up?
Come on to the pilot house. He'll swim under the boat and try to sneak aboard on the other side.
What are you going to do?
I'm no outboard motor man, but I do know about cabin cruisers. I'll open the throttle and we'll cruise out a few yards. When he comes up, we'll let him come aboard or we'll follow him while he swims 5 miles. Now, hang on.
Phil! Don't cut the motor. It's a trick.
That was a man in agony.
No, Phil. He'll get us back here and he'll come up somewhere else.
Ellen, don't look.
Phil, I'm a nurse and... Oh.
Swam the wrong way. When we started the motors.
The propeller.
Yes. The syndicate will never collect its debt from Stanley Rogers.
But society did.
Yes, Ellen. Another tool of the syndicate has been destroyed. Let's hope it won't be the last.
Mr. Galt, will you tell me why this had to happen?
Because that octopus known as the syndicate wanted to control your multi-million-dollar traction business. They courted your nephew's acquaintance and got him in with a fast crowd.
When he wrote worthless checks, they threatened him with court action unless he...
That's right. He had his choice of killing you or being killed. Had he been successful, they would have held the threat of murder over him until he signed away his shares of the company. I'm terribly sorry this had to happen.
It didn't have to happen. If he'd only told me...
Phil, we must go.
Yes.
Take the cruiser and leave it at the mainland. If you don't mind, I won't walk down to the landing with you.
We understand, Mr. Hayes. Good night.
Good night. Oh, Mr. Galt, how do you know so much about this?
Well, a lawyer has his own sources of information, and you realize I must protect them.
Yes, of course. Keep on fighting, Mr. Galt. I wish more of us could join you.
Good night.
Well, thank heavens we don't have to go home by canoe. Still, I'll never get in one again as long as I live.
Never make definite statements, Ellen.
I mean it. I wouldn't get in a canoe again to save my life.
Definite statements are easy to make, but difficult to keep. Here's the landing.
But where's the cruiser?
What? It isn't here.
But it has to be.
Look out there on the moon path.
Oh, no. It's the cruiser.
I'm afraid I didn't tie it very tight.
You didn't tie it, period.
Well, it's still away.
Not the canoe.
Moonlight night?
But I said I'd never...
Water and moonlight?
Oh, well. Lead the way.
The Whisperer.
Circle 1798.
Central City reporting. Rogers was killed in boating accident.
We will tear up his checks. For further instructions, call Birmingham at midnight.
Birmingham at midnight.
The Whisperer is based upon stories and characters created by Stetson Humphrey. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Carlton Young is starred as the Whisperer. Betty Moran is Ellen. Others in the cast were Jerry Hausner, Julius Kraulbein, Peter Leeds, and Betty Lou Gerson. The Whisperer was written, produced, and directed by Bill Karn. Original music by Johnny Duffy. This is Don Rickles inviting you to listen next week to another exciting adventure with...
The Whisperer.
Wanted. Wanted for jailbreak. Presented in the public interest, the program that brings you for the first time on the air a nationwide manhunt in action. The actual facts to date on a man wanted. From the record, hear the on-the-spot reports of the people involved. Real names are used. Nothing is withheld. No one is protected. Here are the dramatic eyewitness accounts of a man wanted. Wanted for jailbreak.
And now, Wanted's on-the-spot investigator, Walter McGraw.
Good evening. Tonight and every week at this time, I take you round the country on a nationwide manhunt for a criminal who, at this very moment, is at large. From the actual eyewitnesses involved, I give you the information you need to recognize these fugitives so that you, no matter who you are, no matter where you are, you can recognize these criminals, call your local police station, and help the law enforcement agencies of this nation wipe out crime. And you can do it. If you've read your newspapers, you know that as a result of last week's Wanted broadcast, an alert citizen was a valuable help to the police department of Cleveland, Ohio. For the full details on that, speaking to you from WTAM in Cleveland, listen to Chief of Homicide, Captain David Kerr.
Edward Sadowski, who was wanted for the murder of Philip Ferrandy in Cleveland, Ohio, was shot and killed Wednesday, July the 26th, in a gun battle with police officers. His apprehension was a direct result of the radio program Wanted, carried by WTAM in Cleveland. This is what took place. We received information from a listener to the program Wanted, who had also read the Cleveland Press, who published his photo on the radio page of their paper. That a subject who was identical with the photo and fitted the description in the program Wanted last Friday night was staying on the second floor at 3619 East 74th Street. They further told us that he had just recently moved there. This information was acted upon by Detective Sergeant Tofan and Detective Kosovar and Patrolman Amaro of the Cleveland Police Department. They went to this location, and on the second floor they found a small apartment. They searched the place there and found a young woman there who stated that she had just been married a short time ago and that her husband was not in. They searched the place scantily, and Detective Kosovar went into the bedroom, saw nothing there, but as we always do, he lifted up the mattress, and looking through the springs, there was a man hid underneath the bed. He immediately commanded him to come out, and as the man got about halfway out from underneath the bed, he immediately drew a revolver, which he had hid under his stomach, and started firing at the detectives. They immediately returned the fire, striking Sadowski 3 times in the head and twice in the chest. And luckily, his shots did not take effect just going into the wall. So he'll just be another number 1 murder that this city will not have to be worried with again. Our congratulations to the National Broadcasting Company and Wanted.
Captain Kerr, may I, on behalf of the National Broadcasting Company, congratulate you and your department on one of the finest jobs of police work to come to my attention in some time. The capture of Edward Sadowski is an example to the entire nation of the results that can be obtained when public-spirited citizens cooperate with an efficient police force. Now, Wanted continues on its crusade to bring to justice the fugitives who are now at large. Here is the factual account of the activities of a group of vicious young marauders who terrorized Philadelphia for 11 long months. Tonight, one of this group is wanted. He has been wanted for 3 years. He's an irresponsible, kill-crazy gangster known in gangdom as the Angel. The Angel heads the list of Philadelphia's most wanted men. So listen.
The date, early in January 1940. The locale, Philadelphia's South Side, the slum section.
The voices you hear next are those of the actual people who, through no fault of their own, are involved in the case of the Angel. First, a report from Philadelphia's 1st Detective Division.
I'm Detective Anthony Franchetti of the 1st Detective Division, Philadelphia Police Department. In November 1939, we received complaints from victims who had been robbed by a mob of hoodlums. These complaints run from burglary, hold-up, strong-arming, from petty larceny of $35 up to $3,500. Report after report came in.
I was robbed by the gang. My name is Thomas F. Leary. I operate a wholesale beer distributing business under the name of Leary's at the northeast corner of Front and Dudley Street, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. One Saturday night between 9 and 9:30, 3 men came rushing into the place, swinging a revolver at me, and said, "This is a stick-up. Who's got the money?" I said, "I have." Well, they said, "Give it to us." And another man then searched me and took the money. In the meantime, back in a little corner there was 2 brothers being covered by a short guy with a gun. One brother said, "You better take the gun off of that man because he may die. He takes fits." And the guy said, "If you keep your lousy mouth shut, I'll do that. But if you don't, I'll blow your guts out." Then they made us all face the wall. I really was nervous myself. I was saying my Hail Marys. Then, after they left, we all hollered and went outside, and then the police come, the sirens blew, and that's all I can remember.
I was robbed by the gang. I'm Anna A. Simon, cashier for Oakland Farms at 2703 West Gordon Street, Philadelphia. I was sitting in my office counting the day's receipts when suddenly the door flung open, and in came a dark-complected man wearing a mask and dark glasses and flourishing a blue steel gun. He told me it was a holdup. He appeared very nervous as the gun was shaking while he covered me, and at the same time he was scooping up the cash from the drawer. They approximately got $700 in cash, and off they went.
I was robbed by the gang. My name is Bill George. I operate a restaurant and a cafe, 22nd and Spring Garden, for the last 17 years. It was about 3:30 in the morning, and I saw a man walking in with a gun in his hands and hollering and looking towards us and says, "This is a hold-up, this is a hold-up." He was jumping up and down like he was dancing, more or less. We took his order and we walked in the back room. And then I discovered there was 2 more men in the kitchen had covered the 2 cooks that I had there. I guess we were scared, all of us.
This is Detective Franchetti again. You have heard 3 witnesses of the 20 witnesses that had been robbed by this gang. 20 stories, which were all pretty near alike. We knew that there was 2 leaders of this mob. One was a tall, slender fella who always used a .32 caliber nickel-plated revolver. The little fella, who was dark-complected and Italian, he used the detective special .38 stub-nose gun. This one man here, in nearly all the holdups, he would go in and always tell the victims, "Stick 'em up, this is a holdup, and if you move, I'll blow your guts out." We knew that these fellas would start out and go to a garage. And there they would steal a car, pick up several other members of the gang, and they would go out into the street, go into a store. The 2 would walk in, that is the tall fella and the Italian fella, with their pistols. They'd hold up the victim and use the same method there of holding up the people. We knew everything about this mob by the way they operated.
Yes, Philadelphia police knew everything. They knew everything except one important detail.
Who are they?
Police played out lines to the underworld, dragging tipsters for information, and information came in. Half a dozen gun punks in town were named and tailed. Result? Tired detectives with tired feet, but no information. Then a totally unrelated incident occurred. A cold-blooded murder. Locale? An Italian Friendship Club, the San Francisco Beneficial Club, located in Philadelphia's tough South Side.
I am Detective John McCrory, 1st Detective Division, 33rd Police District. I received a phone call that there had been an argument and a shooting at the San Francisco Club at 8th and Latona Street. When I arrived there, I found not one, but 2 men badly wounded. I later identified these men as Dominic DeCaro and James DeCaro. Then had these men removed to St. Agnes Hospital.
I am Dr. Ralph A. Rossi, resident physician of the St. Agnes Hospital. James DeCaro and Dominic DeCaro were brought to the receiving ward of this hospital in serious condition because of multiple bullet wounds. James, the father, never regained consciousness and died within 24 hours. but Dominic rallied sufficiently to be able to speak to the police.
This is Detective Marty Kern of the Philadelphia Homicide Squad. We went to the St. Agnes Hospital and there interviewed Dominic DeCaro. And he stated that he had been to the San Francisco Club on a Saturday night, March the 9th, and had been beaten up by a gang of 3 men who entered the club. And one of the men he recognized. So on the following day, Sunday, Dominic and his father James decided to go to the San Francisco Club. And while in there drinking, Dominic recognized one of the men that had beaten him up. And with that, this man pulled out a revolver and started shooting, and one of the bullets struck James DeCaro, the father of Dominic, in the abdomen. Dominic then, seeing what had happened, he went to his father's assistance, and in doing so, he was also struck by a bullet.
At first, Dominic DeCaro refused to finger the 2 men who did the shooting. He said he wouldn't give the cops the time of day. Finally, under questioning, the wounded Dominic told the story of 2 men who came into the Friendship Club. He could only identify one of them. That one was named William O'Neill. First stop for any Philadelphia pickup squad are the hangouts, the bars, the dives, the cafes. Pinto's Cafe, a long, narrow room, a bar on one side, tables and booths on the other, dark even at noon, crowded with nervous men.
My name is Daniel O'Mahony, detective attached to the Homicide Squad of the Philadelphia Detective Bureau. We received information from patrolmen that 3 men had been seen entering a cafe at the southwest corner of 10th and Watkins Street. And I accompanied Captain Smart, Sergeant Zimmy, and Detective Savage to that location. When the 3 men saw us, they recognized us and ran. They were subsequently captured, and one of these men was William O'Neill. He made and signed a typewritten statement that he was in on the shooting of James DeCaro and also DeCaro's son, Dominic. His story was that he had a fight with Dominic. Dominic told his father, and the father was going to get O'Neill. That is why O'Neill and a friend went to the San Francisco Mutual Club to meet the DeCaros. As the result, DeCaro was shot dead. O'Neill's companion at that time was Fred Tenuto.
Fred Tenuto.
Fred Tenuto was a name familiar to the police. He had a record of petty crimes dating back to 1930. Police went to their files and found a picture of him. They took this picture to the witnesses of the DeCaro murder, and...
He's the one shot DeCaro.
Yeah, that's the killer, all right.
Yeah, he's the punk who murdered the old man.
Now, a second arrest on sight order was issued. Once again, police went out, this time to get Tenuto. Fred Tenuto, alias Frank Pinto, alias Durso Thornberry, alias...
The Angel.
My name is Frank T. Zimmy. I'm police sergeant attached to the 33rd Police District. We had received a phone call from Patrolman DeVito that he noticed Tenuto going into a tap room at the southwest corner of 10th and Watkins Street. Detective Greik and myself, along with the acting captain, immediately went out there. I, with Officer DeVito, tucked the front door. Detective Greik and the acting captain Smart tucked the back door. We recognized Tenuto sitting in the booth. I immediately reached for him, and he pulled out a .38 caliber Colt revolver, detective model. We grabbed him, and we tucked them all over to the detective bureau, and the gun, the revolver rather, we send up to Lieutenant Spangler, the ballistic expert of the police department.
This is Lieutenant George R. Spangler, charge of the ballistic laboratory, Philadelphia Police. Received a revolver which had been confiscated from Fred Tenuto, which is a blue steel Colt caliber 38 S&W special. Visible serial numbers mutilated. Secret serial number 397206. Model detective special.
We later determined this particular revolver in question was used in numerous hold-up and robberies. I turned this report over to the Homicide Division of our Bureau.
This is Detective Dennis McColgan of the Homicide Squad at Philadelphia Police Department. After we received our report from Lieutenant Spangler, we were convinced that Tenuto was the killer of DeCaro. In examining the gun, we noticed 4 notches on there. One of these, no doubt, was for DeCaro. The other 3 was for other gangsters that we couldn't account for. We questioned Tenuto about his activities, and of course he wouldn't talk. He wouldn't tell us anything. But our information, this Tenuto was a gang killer and killed for pay. The department was interested in other things besides just a second-degree murder rap that we had on him. We understand from our information that he was a key man in a hold-up mob that was terrorizing Philadelphia for the past 11 months.
Now, police compared Tenuto to the so-called tough guy of Philadelphia's hoodlum gang.
Young, 23 to 25.
Italian-looking, nervous, always dancing up and down.
He carries a .38 caliber blue steel snub-nosed Colt revolver, detective special.
He enjoys telling his victims he's going to let them have it in the guts.
Both DeCaros had been shot in the abdominal region.
Fred Tenuto fit the description of the much-looked-for tough guy right down the line. Now, police had some questions for him. They wanted the names of the other men in the gang.
Charles E. Brown, Acting Lieutenant of Detectives Commanding 1st Detective Division. As a result of investigation by detectives of these series of holdups and shootings, when Tenuto was brought to the 1st Detective Division headquarters and in this very room, he was the first to cringe and implicate 9 others. He, Tenuto, who was always the tough guy and in holdups always exclaimed, "I will blow your guts out," cringed, and gave all the information which eventually sent himself and 9 others to our local penitentiary for terms from 136 to 261 years.
On June 17, 1940, Frederick Tenuto and William O'Neill were adjudged guilty of second-degree murder and sentenced from 10 to 20 years in Eastern State Penitentiary. The court said,
"That was a pretty cold-blooded shooting. You just missed first degree by a hair, Tenuto."
The court had a further conviction for the Angel for robbery by holdup. A second conviction brought a second sentence from 10 to 20 years in Eastern Penn. Both sentences were to run concurrently.
Once again, Walter McGraw.
Thus ended Phase 1 of the Angel's career. Now, the second phase. Although Tenuto was obviously a tough cookie, prison officials felt because of his youth that another attempt at rehabilitation should be made. So, instead of sending him to the state penitentiary, Tenuto was taken to the farm, the Greatersford division of the Eastern State Pen.
Tenuto at Greatersford. Tenuto on the farm and in the shops. He worked hard. He worked hard figuring out a plan to get away, and only 2 years after his incarceration, he broke out.
Escape number 1.
But the break wasn't worth it. He was at liberty only 1 day. Then he was recaught and resentenced with an additional 10-year penalty sentence for jailbreak. This time, Tenuto was transferred as an incorrigible. This time, he was returned to the state penitentiary in Philadelphia, the big house.
Then came escape number 2.
Fred Tenuto had befriended one of this country's smartest criminals, Willie the Actor Sutton. Under Sutton's expert leadership, Tenuto helped dig a 99-foot tunnel under the prison walls. Through stone and concrete, 11 of Pennsylvania's most desperate men had crawled to freedom. 11 men broke out, but within 48 hours, 9 out of that original 11 were caught. Only 2 remained free, James Van Sant and Frederick the Angel Tenuto. Tenuto's so-called friends, probably mindful of his willingness to talk to the Philadelphia police, were anxious to remove him from circulation. So anxious, in fact, that immediate information sifted back to the police.
Van Sant and the Angel lit out of Philly right after the break. I have it they're hiding out near West 130th Street in little old New York. They're with an ex-con named Quinn.
Philadelphia didn't want to flush their quarry by sending out detectives who might be known to the boys. Instead, they picked 2 young men who were still trainees, unknown to the underworld. They were sent to New York's Upper West Side.
My name is Richard Doyle, Jr. I was one of the two men who were sent to New York to try to locate Fred Tenuto, Van Zant, and Michael Quinn. We got dressed in old clothes as laborers and hung around the neighborhood for 3 or 4 days. One warm night, about 2 o'clock in the morning, we decided to go back to Philadelphia, but to take one more look around at the hangouts on Amsterdam Avenue. Coming to 133rd Street, there was a tap room on a corner, and looking in the window, we saw a young Italian boy standing at the end of the bar. We went in and stood at the end of the bar so that we could get a good look at him, and we noticed a particular fold in his ear that identified him as being Fred Tenuto. At that time, there was a cigarette shortage in the country, and we asked the bartender if he had any cigarettes to sell. He said that he hadn't, but Tenuto had a carton of cigarettes and volunteered a couple of packs to us. We then talked to him about the cigarettes, and we established definitely that he was Fred Tenuto. We left the tap room and waited across the street to determine what our plan of action would be. We noticed that he was buying some beer to take out of the place in cartons, and when he left the place, my partner, Chris Henningsen, followed him.
A careful tail job. These two young detectives watched the Angel mount the stairs of a brownstone house and disappear inside. Then Van Sant, Tenuto, and Quinn came out and walked down the street in single file to a restaurant.
Young Doyle and Henningsen alerted the New York and Philadelphia police departments for a pickup.
Squad cars without sirens. They formed a dragnet around the restaurant block. An experienced Philadelphia detective named Litvin joined young Doyle and Henningsen, and all three went in for the pickup.
Them three hoods was busy eating turkey when the dicks come in. The pickup was a snap.
Once more, Fred the Angel Tenuto was returned to Philadelphia. Once more, the Angel was transferred. He and 4 of the other convicts who had planned to break an Eastern pen were taken to another prison, to Holmesburg, escape-proof Holmesburg, the toughest penitentiary in Pennsylvania. Once again, Tenuto was penalized and given an additional 10 years for jailbreak.
Total sentence now, 40 years.
Now Tenuto started a third phase in his career. And for 2 full years, Tenuto behaved. Then, on February 10th, 1947, Tenuto and 4 of the men who had engineered the Eastern State break went to work again.
It started at 2 a.m. Tenuto and a pal, Walden, had sawed open their cells. They were hiding in the corridor, waiting for a guard named William Skelton to make his routine inspection of cell block D. When the guard enters the hallway, Tenuto jumps him. He has a .38 revolver, see? And they used Skelton as a shield and get the jail keys from another guard. Then it was an easy matter. With the keys, they opened up the other cells and get 3 other convicts loose. Now the gang, still using Skelton as a shield, headed down the stairs, through the engineering room to the prison wall. They grabbed 2 ladders on their way. The break was easy.
This is Robert J. Beveridge, the warden of Philadelphia County Prison in Holmesburg, Philadelphia. The band that you hear playing is our band practicing background. In February 1947, 2:30 in the morning, very cold morning, snowing, I was notified that some prisoners had escaped over the back wall of the prison. In less than an hour, they corralled these men in the yard of a restaurant on Front Street conducted by a relation of Tenuto's. Their idea there was to get there and get in the house and change clothes and disperse different directions. But 3 of them were caught, and Tenuto and Sutton made a break for the fence and made it with the police shooting at them.
Jailbreak number 3.
Now Fred the Angel Tenuto and the notorious Willie Sutton were loose, and they were wanted. It is not our function here to determine the guilt or innocence of a man, nor do we intend to. But according to the facts you've heard tonight, and or other pertinent material, Frederick the Angel Tenuto is wanted.
Here again is Walter McGraw. You can help find Fred Tenuto, but to do so, you must be informed of all the facts. What does he look like? How does he dress? What are his habits? These we will give you, so stand by. How can you recognize him? Listen, and listen carefully.
This is Major Teves, Deputy Warden of the Eastern State Penitentiary in Philadelphia, PA.
This is an official description of Frederick Tenuto. Age 35. Height 5'5". Weight 135. Build medium. Complexion dark. Hair black. Eyes dark brown. Imperfect tattoo of S.J. on left forearm outer.
Now back to Walter McGraw in New York.
Only one more voice to add to the sum total you've heard tonight. The voice of the underworld.
Fred Tenuto. A very nervous guy, Tenuto. He's strictly a killer, and he likes to kill. You think he's brave. He's not brave. He's a rat, and he's plenty yellow, that boy. And this guy sings like a canary. He'd squeal on his best friend for a buck. And when he drinks, and he can drink plenty, that guy'd squeal for $50. The word around has it that if the cops don't get him pretty soon, there won't be any Tenuto left to get.
If you have no other way of seeing a picture of Fred Tenuto, go down to your local post office. A poster with his picture is on the wall. Study that face.
Frederick Tenuto, alias the Angel, doesn't look like one. He's 35 years old, a short man, 5 feet 6 1/4 inches tall, weight 136 pounds, dark brown hair, dark chestnut eyes, dark complexion, deep-set eyes, broad elongated nose, thick, heavy lips. He's a sloppy dresser given to loud colors.
Ladies and gentlemen, there are few men who actually enjoy killing people. There are few mentalities so twisted. But Fred the Angel Tenuto derives physical satisfaction out of this business of death. He has a twisted mind, a strange mentality. Not bright or alert, he has an animal cunning. It's not necessary for me to warn you that he's dangerous. Don't try to capture him yourself, but report all information immediately. Now, this is Walter McGraw saying once again, keep on the lookout. Our country has enough trouble right now without harboring gangsters. There's no time like now to wipe out crime.
Be with us again next week when you will hear the actual people involved give their eyewitness accounts of the dope fiend of the West, who is wanted. Wanted for jailbreak.
All material heard on tonight's program was factual, from the record. Real names were used. No one was protected. Tonight's report was written by P.L. Mayer. Music was written by Morris Mamorsky and conducted by Elliot Jacoby. The narrator was Fred Collins. Wanted was supervised for NBC by James Kovac and was produced and directed by Walter McGraw. Jimmy Dorsey brings you the sports newsreel next on NBC.
Wheaties presents Night Beat. On stage tonight, transcribed from Hollywood, Night Beat, another in the Wheaties big parade of exciting half-hour presentations. Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the Night Beat for the Chicago Star. Stories begin in many different ways. This one began when a man who wanted to play king and ended with a real king taking top billing. Old King Death.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
Wheaties flakes are not very large, but my, what they have for you. They've got vitamins and minerals and protein galore. They've got crispness and a nut-like taste. And they're flake after flake of genuine fun. Breakfast fun. Like when you slice bananas on Wheaties and pour on the milk and spoon into 'em and chomp down on 'em. What could be more eating fun and still be so good for you? Why, every Wheaties flake is a whole kernel of wheat. And you know how much whole wheat does for you. Breakfast of champions. Breakfast of kids. Breakfast of grown-ups from coast to coast. No, Wheaties flakes are not very large, but you dig into them first thing in the morning and they'll still be with you long toward noon. And that's a promise. Buy some Wheaties. Buy lots of Wheaties very, very soon. And see how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11.
Chicago's theatrical district at night is a river of light, flashing marquees, and gay crowds. But through it flows a deep current of hunger and disenchantment, illusion and hope. Yes, hope, forever dying, but never quite dead. There was hope, a strained, threadbare hope on old Max Saracen's face as I crossed Randolph Street and saw him buttonholing Charles Kelsey. Kelsey's a play producer, currently more famous for the frequency of his marriages than those of his stage hits. As I strolled up, Max had one hand on Kelsey's arm, his gaunt, bearded face eager and anxious.
You should have notified me, Charles. I certainly would have appeared at the tryouts if I'd known they were being held. Surely it's not too late.
I'm sorry, old boy. Oh, hello there, Randy.
Hiya, Charlie. Hello, Max.
Charles, listen. You know my work. Remember my performances in the Theatre Guild Shakespeare Festival. Me King Lear, me Richard III.
Yes, Max, yes, but that was over 20 years ago.
And it was I who asked that grand old man of the theatre, Frank Gaydosh, to take you on as an assistant. If it weren't for me...
Can't you understand? Henry IV has already been cast. What do you do with a fellow like this, Randy?
Henry IV? Don't tell me Shakespeare on Randolph Street.
Why not? In modern dress and a few sensational innovations that I promise you, Randy, will make Chicago sit up and take notice.
Well, maybe you got something, Kelsey.
I promise you they will sit up and take notice, Charles, if I do King Henry for you. It cannot be too late.
Oh.
You said yourself it'll be...
Max Saracen paid no attention to me. His haunted eyes were fixed on Charles Kelsey, and his tall, angular figure towered over us as he pleaded with the producer. The old actor had a single-track mind.
I'm sorry, Max.
But I could see that as far as Kelsey was concerned, it was going in the wrong direction. It embarrassed me to hear him plead with Kelsey, for the old man had once been great.
Shakespeare's kings from Priam to Claudius.
I've said all I've got to say to you tonight, Max. Now, if you'll kindly remove your hand from my arm...
I'm not asking for any major part, Charles. The part of the king is fairly minor in this play, but it was made for me.
Max, for the last time...
Charles, please, I need it.
Oh, you old relic, you. Do I have to use force?
Oh, cut out the rough stuff, Kelsey. Don't.
Move! Nay, hold!
The old man changed before my very eyes. It was frightening. He was suddenly a giant, taller and broader than I'd ever seen him, the stoop in his back gone and rage blazing from a face of iron. He stood like a king in majestic wrath, his eyes darting about until he spotted Charles Kelsey pushing his way through the crowd.
Hold, you foul, fat-witted dog! Stop!
Max, wait!
Keep away. Take your hands off me.
Max, don't be a fool.
I'm warning you, Max. I don't want to hurt... Help! Help me!
Max, stop it. Stop it. You're killing him. Max staggered back as I drove my shoulder into his chest, and Kelsey dropped to the pavement, still kicking. I hurried Max across the street where my car was parked and took off just as a cop showed up. When we got out of traffic, I headed out Sheridan Road along the lake. A nice cool breeze blowing off the water, Max. Feel better?
Why, yes. I feel all right. You're Randy Stone, the journalist.
Who did you think it was?
I just didn't... what happened?
What do you mean, what happened? You had a little argument. Max, look at me. Don't you remember?
Oh, what time is it?
Wait, it's nearly 8.
Oh, I'm late. How could I have forgotten?
What?
I was going to see Mr. Kelsey, Charles Kelsey, you know, the producer.
Oh, I see.
He's opening with the production of Henry IV. You've probably heard about it.
Yeah. Now, look, Max, why don't you join me in a bite to eat at Mr. Joe's? What do you say?
Why, what time did you say it is?
It's about 8.
8. He often works late. Yes, of course. My dear lad, would you mind dropping me by Charles Kelsey's office on Randolph Street, the Warwick Building? I may catch him yet.
Oh, look, we can call him up and... Uh-oh.
Eh? What is it?
A police car just pulled in behind us. Some Eagle Scout must have taken down my license number.
What do you mean? Why?
Max Saracen?
Yes, I'm he.
All right, climb out.
What? I?
Now, look, officer.
What's the meaning of this?
The meaning is you're under arrest.
They bundled Max into their car and drove off. I tailed them to headquarters where Max was booked for simple assault, a misdemeanor, and held on $50 bail. I found a telephone and called up Max's home. His wife answered. She broke down when I told her what had happened.
Well, how could he? He was depending so much on getting a part of Mr. Kelsey's play. It meant everything.
Well, Max isn't well, Mrs. Saracen. The quicker you get him to a doctor, the better off he'll be.
I can't. I haven't got $50. We haven't anything, Mr. Stone. Well, there isn't even any food in the house.
Oh,
Max, he's been going crazy trying to make ends meet, trying to pay my doctor's bill.
Well, look, don't worry now. I'll see what can be done. Well, what could I do? Not much. So I went to the office. I touched a few of the boys for a 5 here, a 10 there, until I had it. Then I went back to headquarters. The desk sergeant stared at the money.
What's this?
Max Harrison's bail. You can turn him loose.
I turned him loose about 20 minutes ago.
What?
Sure, Kelsey dropped the charges.
Oh, I see. He must have finally figured out which side his publicity was butted on. Max go home?
I don't think so. Kelsey sent a limousine over to pick him up. He wants to see him.
Kelsey? Wants to see Max?
Well, that's what the chauffeur said. You know, Stone, I'm beginning to wonder if I did the right thing. The old man didn't seem right in the head. I'm kind of worried.
You're worried. So long, Sergeant.
Hey, where are you going?
To Kelsey's office before Max kills him. I couldn't imagine why Charles Kelsey would want to tempt fate by bringing Max to his office. But whatever the reason, I was too fond of the old actor to have him run the risk of killing a man. I rushed to the Warwick building, went up to the 10th floor where Kelsey maintained his offices. I was about to go in when the door jerked open. Max Harrison shuffled out, pushing past me blindly, and I grabbed his arm. Hey, Max.
Eh? Oh, Randy.
What is it? What happened?
Huh? Oh, nothing. Why?
What did Kelsey want to see you about?
He offered me a job. A job.
Max.
Yes?
What kind of a job?
Playing a part.
What kind of a part?
I can't tell you. Please let go of me, Randy.
No, wait a minute, Max. No, wait a minute. What's the big mystery? What kind of a job is this going to be, anyway?
Oh, it could be the death of me. Now, please, let go my arm, Randy. The death of me.
Max.
General Mills is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
You know something? You use up an awful lot of energy in a day, whether you're mending fences or breaking sales records, writing novels or wringing out clothes. Doesn't much matter. You burn it up like a champion ball player burns it up. So why shouldn't you store up energy like a champion stores it up? Why shouldn't Wheaties be doing for you what Wheaties do for ball players? Well, I can answer that question. Wheaties should. Wheaties should be giving you vitamins and minerals and proteins. Wheaties should be giving you that early morning energy that helps you through the whole AM. Wheaties should be providing you with crisp, nut-like eating fun at breakfast. And believe me, Wheaties will, if you give them a chance. They're not known as breakfast of champions for nothing. Not on your life. Every Wheaties flake is made from a whole kernel of wheat. It counts big in that breakfast bowl. And the more the Wheaties, the bigger the breakfast time help you get. Very simple, really. You buy Wheaties, you bring them home, you eat them faithfully when you bounce out of bed, and Wheaties will give you what the ball players get, right in your own sunny kitchen. Breakfast of champions. Breakfast for you. Just like that. Try 'em. See how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11.
And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
After Max Harrison had publicly humiliated Charles Kelsey by attacking him in the street, I didn't think the producer was going to offer Max a job without some kind of a catch to it. And when Max emerged from Kelsey's office, I could see by his face that I was right. The old actor was crushed. I barged into Kelsey's office to find out for myself and to warn him that he was playing with dynamite.
Mr. Stone, no man or woman, for that matter, can cross me with impunity. I keep books and I settle all accounts. Every slight, every blow, every insult. I keep a record of them all, Mr. Stone. I overlook nothing, and I repay with interest.
What satisfaction's there getting even with someone who doesn't even know what he did to you?
You expect me to believe that?
Your mind is so narrow it squeezes right through the facts.
I'll remember that.
I wish you would. Max is a sick man. Now, what kind of a job did you give him? Now, let's have it.
Take your hands off me.
I asked you. Why is he so upset?
Disappointment, what else? He wanted the part of King Henry. All I could give him was the job of understudy.
Understudy? Then why the secrecy?
The old ham fancies himself another Barrymore. He doesn't want it known that he's had to accept the part of a mere understudy. It's quite obvious, isn't it?
Just when is this show going to open?
Oh, in 3 or 4 months, I imagine. You satisfied? Now get out.
Yes, I'll be happy to, just as soon as you tell me who's going to play financial angel to your Shakespearean clam bake now that your wife has separated her bankroll from it.
My wife and I have suffered long enough from the malicious lies of scandalmongers like you, Mr. Stone.
Oh, yes, I know. What about that well-known scandal sheet, the court record? That separation suit was faked, I suppose.
Mrs. Kelsey has reconsidered since then.
Oh, well, congratulations. You stay married to her long enough, you too can be in the social register.
The social register. I'd express an opinion on that point, Stone, but not to you. My wife's passion for blue blood is a foible outside the realm of this discussion. However, if it helps convince you that we've solved our differences, you might note that we're entertaining tonight with a little reception in honor of Count Raphael de Guidio.
Oh, where did Max go when he left here?
How do I know? Now, will you get out of here?
Yes, with pleasure. I need a little fresh air.
Hello?
Oh, hello, Mrs. Saracen.
Yes?
It's Randy Stone again.
Oh,
Has Max gotten home yet?
no. No, he'll be home late. He's dining out.
What's that?
He called up a little while ago. I guess you know what happened, don't you? It was awfully generous of Mr. Kelsey. The whole thing was a mistake. He never meant to have Max arrested. But I do appreciate your concern for Max. It was good of you to call me.
Look, who is Max dining with?
Well, it was Mr. Kelsey at his home. He wants to discuss a part with Max for his Henry IV. It's a wonderful break. Just what we've been hoping for. Max was all choked up with emotion when he told me about it. It's about time. Poor darling.
So Kelsey had actually invited Max over to his home. Why? What kind of web was he weaving for the old actor? Whatever it was, I knew it. Had only one purpose in Kelsey's twisted mind, to destroy Max Saracen, to get even. I got into my car and headed for the Gold Coast where Kelsey lived. I pulled up in the courtyard, went to the door, flashed my press card at the butler.
Thank you, sir. I believe you'll find most of the press people in the next room, by the punch bowl.
Oh, thank you for the tip, but I'm looking for one special character, Max Saracen. Have you seen him?
Saracen, sir? Why, no, sir, I do not believe...
All right, I'll look around. He's probably somewhere in that mob on the ballroom floor.
I think not, sir. There has been no Mr. Saracen. I've let in everyone, sir, and there's been no one by that name. That's quite definite, sir. I would remember a name like that.
Yes, well, I'll look anyway, thank you. I shouldered my way through all that soup and fish, feeling as conspicuous in my everyday clothes as a burglar at a policeman's convention. Where was Max? I glanced from one face to another. There must have been nearly 300 of them there. Was he in another part of the house? Had he come in by another entrance? I couldn't be sure. Kelsey was nowhere to be seen either. If he was alone with Max, there was no telling what would happen. I spotted Mrs. Kelsey over with a group of females clustered about the guest of honor. I was heading in her direction for information when a voice behind me brought me up short.
Stone! Well, what are you doing here?
I'm slumming, Kelsey. Where's Max? I know he was coming here.
Charles, well, it's about time you were arriving. Whatever's been keeping you?
I've been tied up at the office, and then I had to get dressed. Oh, Edith, this is Mr. Stone, the Chicago Star. My wife.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Charles, the Count has been here for quite some time now. Come on and meet him. Hurry.
Kelsey, as soon as you're through, I'd like a word with you.
Mr. Stone, you really should meet the Count Raphael de Guidio yourself. He's just arrived from Barcelona, and he's truly one of the most delightful and charming gentlemen I've ever met. A true aristocrat.
Yes, it'll be a pleasure, I'm sure.
This way. Oh, poor man, just look at him over there behind those palms.
Where? I don't see him.
Over there, in the midst of all those women. They're simply devouring him. Oh, Count Raphael. We'd better go round. Here he is. Oh, Count Guidio.
Ah, Signor Kelsey. I am... Oh.
The Count de Guidio stood staring at me. A red ribbon of honor, 3 medals decorating his magnificent dress coat. In fact, any way you looked at him, he was a magnificent figure of a man with a magnificent snow-white Van Dyke beard, every inch an aristocrat. Except, of course, he wasn't the Count de Guidio at all. He was Max Saracen.
My husband, Charles, Your Highness.
It is indeed a pleasure, Mr. Kelsey.
I have been looking forward to this for a long time, Count. Yes, indeed.
And Mr.
Stone. Randolph Stone, Esquire.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. The Count de Guidio. Mr. Stone is a journalist.
Well met, Mr. Stone. Well met. I have always admired the gentlemen of the Fourth Estate. To hold a mirror to our life and times is a profession requiring discretion, understanding, and perhaps the ability to say less than one knows.
Why, Count Raphael, you're a philosopher.
Yes, I see what you mean, Your Highness. Silence, even for a journalist...
Can be golden, Mr. Stone.
Yes, golden. It can also be yellow.
Oh, Oh, I see Commodore and Mrs. Dwight Vredenberg have just arrived. Will you excuse me, please? I'll bring them over.
All right, what goes on here? What's the idea?
Randy, please. I'm paying him well for this. Will you join me in a bit of punch, Randy? If His Highness will excuse us.
But, of course.
All right.
Come on, have a glass of punch, Stone. It isn't too bad.
You won't get away with it, not after the morning edition.
After tonight, Stone, the more you expose me, the better I like it. You know, it occurs to me that I should have invited you here in the first place. Your present fits very nicely.
What are you trying to do?
Teach my wife a lesson. Come on, I do say. Have some punch.
No, thank you. I've already tasted it.
My dear blue-blooded wife will get the lesson of her life.
Kelsey, why don't you see a psychiatrist?
You do need a drink, old boy.
Yeah. Is there a real Count de Guidio? I suppose there must be.
Naturally. He was due to be here tonight, but I received a wire at my office saying that his plane was grounded en route from Miami, Lisbon, and Point Cease. So, not wishing my dear wife to be disappointed...
Oh, Charles.
Yes?
Oh, I'm afraid the Count isn't feeling very well. Oh, dear, I suppose it has been an awfully hard trip. He has to leave.
Oh, that's too bad. I'm sorry. Where is he?
In the hall. I've had Perkins bring him his things. Oh, it really is too bad with the evening so young.
Max was getting into a big black limousine as I ran down the stairs to the driveway. I called to him, Max! The car door slammed shut. The uniformed chauffeur threw the limousine into gear and spun away as I reached the side of the car. I was about to turn and go back into the house to question Kelsey when I saw the car circle the driveway and stop at the servants' entrance. As I hurried over, Max was getting out and was stripping off his overcoat. Oh, Max, now don't tell me that Kelsey wants that outfit back before you go.
Randy.
What goes on?
If you must know, I'm going to help in the kitchen.
In the kitchen?
Yes, the kitchen. Are you satisfied?
But why? What for?
For $100.
$100? How much did you get for playing the Count?
Also $100. But I don't get it until I earn the second $100.
But why? Why would he pay $100 for a dishwasher?
I don't know, but I've got to do it, Randy. I need the money. You might as well know it. Now go away, please. Let me get it over with.
Okay, Max, but you'll get it over with a lot faster with an understudy to assist you.
An understudy?
Yeah, me. Come on. So this was the payoff. This was the booby trap. I couldn't help feeling it was even meaner than it looked, and I wanted to be around to try to keep it from exploding. We went around and back the servants' entrance and stepped into the kitchen. Servants had evidently been briefed by Kelsey, but they said not a word. They asked no questions. They just stared at us and whispered a little to each other. A stout old dame pointed to the pile of dishes in the sink.
Them there.
Thank you.
What about an apron, Max? You can't wash dishes in that dress suit without...
I've got to, just as I am. It's part of the agreement. I won't kid you, Randy. I've got to do this. It's vital. My wife and I, we've been starving.
You don't have to tell me. Look, when Kelsey decides to get even, he doubles it in spades. We grabbed a couple of dish mops and went to work. Max laughed silently to himself as he worked, silently and bitterly. He turned to me.
A king to account to a scullery boy in one short day. A breathless descent, eh, Randy?
For my dough, you're still king, Max.
Thank you, lad. Aye, a king. You may me glory in me state deposed, but not me griefs. I'm still king of those... Oh, I dropped...
Oh, forget about it. What's another dish to Kelsey?
There I lie like a broken plate, used briefly and then... Life is short, Randy, so short.
So what? It's not the length, but the performance that counts, and you were always great, Max, always.
You're a kind wag, my lad. A veritable squire of the night, a minion of the moon. We're the moon's lovers, you and I, Randy, governed by her as is the sea, for our fortunes do ebb and flow like the ocean's tides, now up, now down.
Well, that's life, Max. It's like sitting in the aisle seat in the movies. Pass the cleanser.
By heaven, I'll hate you everlastingly if you bid me be of comfort anymore. I am barren, bereft of friends.
But you're not, Max.
I have lost the name of king. Me jewels are a set of tawdry beads, me place a verminous hermitage, me rich apparel a beggar's garb. Oh, make foul weather with despised tears. Curse heaven and die!
Oh, he's falling to pieces. I've got to get him out of here before... Uh-oh.
Right in here, ladies and gentlemen. Tycoons, barons, and literary lions. Here's the surprise I told you about.
Kelsey, stay out of here.
Hold the music, please. Here he is. Your nobleman from Spain, your aristocrat. The Count Raphael de Guido in person.
Count Raphael, what's the meaning of this? Charles.
This is the silk purse, my dear. The one you keep telling me cannot be made from a sow's ear. Well, look at it. The sow's ear that you were convinced was the silk purse I never could become. You're born gentleman. The kind of gentleman I never could be. Oh, no, I'm not good enough. Well, meet him. How goes it, Count? When you're through with those dishes, come out and give these hypocrites some more samples of your wits and gentility. Look at him, Edith. Look! Your gentleman, my hired clown.
Oh, you unspeakable.
Oh, you weak-minded phony. Only thing you've proved is that Max is a gentleman compared to you.
Villain! Viper damned beyond redemption!
Max, take it easy.
Snake whom we've warmed with our heart's blood! Spotted Judas! Keep away from me. Will ye bring
Max.
calumny upon our fair name? By heaven!
Max, don't. Come back.
Get away! Get away! Put me down!
But it wasn't Max. Someone else, a giant, a king with a face of iron.
Let go! Help!
Oh, put him down, Max. Put him down.
I'll make a Golgotha, you grinning skull.
No, Max, don't. Put him down.
When there are devils, cast them out!
Max had lifted him over his head and hurled him through the window to the street below. I clutched his arm and half dragged, half pushed him out of the door and down the stairs to the street. I got him into my car and we drove about for a while. He sat beside me, staring ahead lifelessly as he had once before that night. The power and the majesty had gone out of him. He was just a tired old man once more, talking to himself without making a sound. I stopped in front of a drugstore. I got out and found a telephone. I dialed the Kelsey residence.
Yes?
Who's talking?
Sergeant Charles Inc., City Police. Who's this?
Oh, this Randy Stone. I just left there a little while ago.
You took Max Saracen with you.
Yeah, that's right. He's with me now.
Keep him there. Where are you?
In front of a drugstore, corner of Main and Flower. How is Kelsey? Was he hurt much?
Yeah, he's dead.
I went to the car and sat down beside Max. He looked at me with a strange new light on his bearded face. One that was tragic and far off.
We have lost the name of kings. May golden cup becomes a dish of wood.
Easy, Max.
May one time kingdom a grave, a little grave, an obscure grave.
Max, listen to me. Can you understand what I'm saying?
Nay, let us sit upon the ground and tell sad stories of the death of kings. For death sits within the hollow crown that rounds our mortal temples and grins the buffoon, scoffing at our state. I, a king? You have mistook me all the while. But I only live by bread like you, dear coz, like you. Give me that man that is not passion's slave, and I will wear him in my heart's core. Aye, in my heart as I...
He sat there beside me quoting Shakespeare. He didn't know me or hear me. I don't think he ever saw me.
Once more.
He was in another world. A world of his own dreams.
Try God for heaven.
I heard the siren of the approaching police car.
St. George!
And I know that though his body still lived, Max was gone. The king was dead. Well, the lights are winking out one by one from Clark Street with its flop houses to State Street with its glittering shops. Dawn is around the corner, bringing an end to sleep and to the dreams of those who walk by day and rest by night. Well, as Mr. Shakespeare himself once said, life itself is but a dream. But dream or real, we only go through here once. Too bad we don't make more of it. Oh, well. Copy, boy.
And here he is, the star of Night Beat. That was a fine story tonight, Frank Lovejoy.
Well, thank you very much. And let's thank Wheaties. Wheaties is sort of our middle name this summer, huh?
Well, a nicer middle name I can't think of, Frank. Folks at your house getting the Wheaties every morning, just like always?
Oh, sure. The kids love them. I do, too, as a matter of fact. We got a regular spot for Wheaties on the kitchen shelf. You know, the salt goes here, flour goes here, Wheaties go here, right up in front, of course.
Sure, I know. Every well-run cupboard should have a spot for the Wheaties. And millions of cupboards do, I guess.
Yeah, say, What is it they say about Wheaties?
America's favorite whole wheat flake.
Breakfast of champions, that's it.
Boy. Thank you, Frank Lovejoy. We'll see you next week. Get your Wheaties, folks. As Frank said, keep 'em right up in front of the kitchen shelf. Have 'em for breakfast tomorrow morning. Remember, Wheaties at 7 can help at 11.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis and edited by Larry Marcus. Tonight's transcribed story was written by Irwin Ashkenazi with music by Frank Worth. The part of Max Saracen was played by Tudor Owen. Wally Mayer played Kelsey. Others in tonight's cast were Eleanor Audley, Ann Keenan, and Harry Bartell. Listen next week at this same time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness.
And this is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin, inviting you to listen also on Tuesday, that's tomorrow night, to the Penny Singleton Show on the Wheaties Big Parade. See you then.
The Black Museum is the first of our next batch of crime shows, starring Orson Welles as the narrator of these great dramatizations of true crime cases from the London Police's famous Crime Museum. It ran on Mutual in 1952, and each episode focused on a single object in the museum that was used in a real crime, and then a dramatization of the story behind the crimes would commence. In A 22 Caliber Pistol, the very first episode of the series, Vivian Davis is an attractive young woman throwing a chic party at her West End London apartment with only society's hottest and most popular hoi polloi attending. Vivian is rejected by a man that she's interested in, Donald, and right in front of all of her beautiful guests. Vivian also happens to have a little blue pistol, and Vivian doesn't like to be scorned or embarrassed. You can probably guess what happens next, but the dramatization of the crime is outstanding. Next up is Stand By for Crime, one of my favorite crime shows that ran in 1951 and starred Glenn Langan as Chuck Morgan, a local news anchor, and his friend Police Lieutenant Bill Miggs, who gives him tips. It also starred Langan's real-life wife, Adele Jurgens, as Carol Curtis, Chuck's gal pal, whom he always refers to as a glamourpuss. In fact, if you wanted to make a drinking game out of every time Chuck says the phrase glamourpuss, you wouldn't last the entire half hour. In the episode Displaced into Danger, Chuck investigates a brutal blackmail ring in Los Angeles, with displaced and homeless people as the victims. This is a really unique premise and a shocking story, and unfortunately I do not know the original broadcast date. Next up is This Is Your FBI. J. Edgar Hoover himself endorsed this show, calling it, quote, the finest dramatic program on the air, end quote. It ran from 1945 to 1953 for 409 episodes and dramatized actual true FBI case files. It was narrated by Frank Lovejoy, Dean Carlton, and then William Woodson. In The House on 92nd Street, which was also made into a film in 1945, the story of how a Nazi spy ring in New York City was busted by the FBI, and the attempted theft of America's nuclear secrets prevented. It's told in a really fantastic dramatization from both the criminal and the FBI points of view. This one aired on October 12th, 1945. After that, we have one of the greatest crime and police procedural dramas in radio history, Broadway is My Beat, starring Anthony Ross and later Larry Thor as the great police detective Danny Clover, whose beat is Times Square and Broadway in New York City. I love this show, especially the writing and the narration, which is like poetic prose. The definitive hard-boiled noir detective, both actors did great jobs in the title role, although I myself prefer Thor. In the David Blaine murder case, where Larry Thor plays Clover, a man is threatening to shoot himself, and he appears to do just that right as Clover arrives at the scene. The man's fiancée, Miss Carroll, is inconsolable, having apparently witnessed the suicide. Or did she? A twisting and curious story where nothing is as it seems. This aired July 22nd, 1951. And then we have a very unique courtroom drama / crime drama, Defense Attorney, which was really well done, and it ran on ABC from 1951 to 1952. It was also known as The Defense Rests occasionally. The main character, Martha Bryant, played by the great Mercedes McCambridge, was a skilled attorney who actually spent more time outside of the courtroom solving crimes with her boyfriend, Judd Barnes, a newspaper reporter, played by Howard Culver, than she actually did inside the courtroom. Others in the cast were Paul Frees, Parley Bear, Harry Bartell, Irene Tedrow, and several others. In Joseph Moriano, which aired on April 17, 1951, an old man asks Martha to prove the innocence of his son, who is rotting in prison on a life sentence for a murder that he and his father insist that he did not commit. Martha steps up to the plate and does as much investigation as any detective would, which brings her to also believe in Moriano's innocence. But can she prove it? A really great story, a really great show, and it's a shame that only 4 episodes of this show survive. All right, let's sit back and enjoy these great crime shows. I'll see you in a bit.
This is Orson Welles, speaking from London. The Black Museum, the repository of death. Yes, here in the grim stone structure on the Thames, which houses Scotland Yard, is a warehouse of homicide, where everyday objects, a skillet, a screwdriver, a photograph, all are touched by murder. Here's a .22 caliber pistol. It's a familiar object. You've seen one or its picture. Never touched one. An elegant little weapon. Blue steel, mother of pearl inlaid grip. Beautiful in its dainty, snub-nosed wickedness.
A lady's weapon, wouldn't you say, Pepper? Looks as if it wouldn't harm a fly. Pretty in its way, Inspector. Pretty and dangerous. There ought to be a law forbidding the manufacture of these toys. Every one of them is capable of death.
Well, today, this little blue .22 can be found among the exhibits in the Black Museum.
From the annals of the Criminal Investigation Department of the London Police, we bring you the dramatic stories of the crimes recorded by the objects in Scotland Yard's Gallery of Death, the Black Museum. In just a moment, you will hear The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles.
Well, here we are in the Black Museum. Scotland Yard's Museum of Murder. It's an impressive place, the kind of echoing awe which comes from a vaulted ceiling and somber lighting. Weird, fantastic, with a harsh, real fantasy that comes with murder. Here lies death, and so neatly. Each object placarded with a small white card labeled with black lettering, name, place, date, disposition of the case. Here's an odd-looking ashtray, soapstone. It's carved rather nicely with the crouching figure of a woman. Something decorative for your living room, but observe closely now the red-brown stain on the rim. Lift up the tray, hold it by the figure of the woman. Oh, yes, it's comfortable in your hand, and suddenly, this is a weapon. Ah, here we are, the little blue .22. Well, it's silent now. It was silent, too, during Vivian Davis's cocktail party in London's smart, sophisticated West End. In Vivian's quite chic apartment. It was not destined to be silent, though. Not very long. It's a nice place, Vivian's apartment, if you go for ultra-modern glass and metal combinations. Nice people, too. Well, nice looking, anyway. Young men are quite impeccable. The young ladies are lovely, lush, well aware of the well-put-together attractiveness. Oh, yes, these are the chic young people.
Larry, darling, have you been watching Vivian and Donald?
What else, sweet? They are at dagger points, aren't they?
Well, frankly, Larry, if Viv has one more martini, she'll kill Donald with a look.
An alcoholic look, at any rate. But why all the fuss and bother? If Donald wants to play, she ought to let him. I know at least 3 males were perfectly willing to give Viv a time, really.
Mm-hmm. Including yourself, Larry, my sweet?
No, darling, I'm the 4th. But then why bother?
A trifle strange, isn't it? The ultra-sophisticated, the over-civilized, and yet, beneath the polish, the same old jealousy that you can find in savages. Oh, yes, simple jealousy. For instance, at this moment, Vivian herself is approaching the chrome and plastic bar where Donald is mixing a drink.
Donald, haven't you had enough? You're quite tight, you know.
Am I? Really?
I asked you, Donald, haven't you had enough?
I don't believe I have. Will you have one, dear?
I've had enough, let me tell you.
Ah.
This is my party. You might be polite enough to pay some attention to me and a little less to that strawberry blonde.
Ah, she's quite attractive in a leggy sort of way.
Oh, yes, quite elemental beneath the polished surface. An interesting situation. It continues, of course, as long as the party lasts. It continues, as a matter of fact, well past the end of the party, even to the moment when May and Larry are making their farewells. The last of the guests to go.
Oh, it was simply marvelous, Viv, darling. Just delightful.
I always adore your parties, Viv. The liquor flows like water.
Oh, thank you both for coming. My little parties wouldn't be the same without you. Isn't that so, Donald?
Huh? Yes, yes, of course. Coming, Donald, old son? Well, I don't exactly
Oh,
know.
Larry, please.
What? Oh, put my foot in it, haven't I? I'm sorry, old man. Au revoir, Viv. Let the martinis run again sometime soon.
Bye, darling. Ring me, won't you?
Oh, soon, darling. Quite soon.
Donald's for it now. Did you see the look in her eye?
Come along, dear. Don't be catty.
Oh, I don't know.
The party's over now. Silence descends on the carpeted hallway. For a moment or two. And then, through the muffling walls...
You stupid little, silly little beast on that woman.
Oh, stop it, Viv. I'm not interested in her. I
Don't you make me look such a perfect idiot.
Man versus woman. A jealous woman. Where does it go? Isn't it obvious? Of course. Somebody's bound to be hurt. Inspector Summers and Detective Pepper arrived quickly from the yard.
This seems to be the weapon, Inspector. A .22. Blue steel, mother-of-pearl grip. A lady's weapon, wouldn't you say, Pepper? Looks as if it wouldn't harm a fly. Pretty in its way, Inspector. Pretty and dangerous. There ought to be a law forbidding the manufacture of these toys. Every one of them is capable of death. Funny. What is? The body. Out here. On the landing. Yes. Well, we'll find the reason for that shortly. Not much blood. 22s don't make much of a hole. Stay here, Pepper. I want the pathologist to see the body before it goes to the morgue. You know the procedure. I'll be inside with the prime and only suspect. Yes, sir. I understand.
All right. Tell me how it happened.
Don't you dare to talk to me like that.
Take hold of yourself, Miss Davis. I need the answers to a few questions. I'll answer that.
Don't you dare. That's my telephone.
Yes? No. This is Inspector Summers of Scotland Yard. I see. I'm sorry, Lady Munsey, you can't speak to your daughter just now. Yes, she'll be coming down to the yard. You can come there if you wish. Goodbye.
Now will you leave me alone? You know who my mother is.
Which do you prefer, to answer my questions here or to come down to the yard?
I refuse to answer anything.
That won't look well in the report, miss.
Oh, get out of here. Get out.
Take
now.
hold of yourself, Miss Davis.
I've told you and told you. Donald and I were arguing. I suppose I grabbed the gun from under the pillow where I keep it. He tried to take it away from me. And next I knew there was a shot and he was mumbling something about a doctor. And then he was dead. Oh, now leave me alone. Leave me alone.
Inspector Summers felt that further questioning was indicated. The location he chose was his own office at the yard.
Where did you get the gun, Miss Davis?
My husband gave it to me several years ago.
Are you married?
I was. I'm divorced.
Inspector Summers thought of many questions.
Where did you struggle over the gun?
In the bedroom.
I see. Why do you use linoleum for a floor covering in the bedroom?
Oh, because it's easy to keep clean, and because it's chic, and because... Oh, what has that to do with Donald?
I'm asking the questions, Miss Davis.
Oh, yes, there were many, many questions.
How long have you lived at that address? How long did you know Donald Martin? Have you ever bought any ammunition for that gun? What were you quarreling about?
It went on, and finally...
Very well, Miss Davis. We shan't hold you. But don't leave London. And your mother is waiting for you. You better go home with her. We're sealing your apartment.
An inconvenient matter, violent death from a gunshot wound. Apartments are sealed, people investigate. One's whole life is turned inside out. And then there are the experts.
The scientific facts contradict some of Miss Davis's statements, Inspector.
They do? For instance?
There's no evidence of any scorching of the clothing round the bullet hole. From that fact and the spread of the smoke stain, I deduce that the gun was held from 3 to 6 inches from Martin's chest. As the blood ran down the chest, he must have been standing at the time. It would be practically impossible for him to hold the weapon himself in that position.
Could he have clutched the barrel, say, in an attempt to take it away from Miss Davis?
In that case, his fingers would be singed, or at least blackened. They're not. I do not believe that the man was touching the weapon at all when it was fired.
An embarrassing conclusion, to say the least. There were other things.
I've checked Martin's shoes at the morgue, Inspector.
Well?
If they struggled in that bedroom, on that polished linoleum floor, his shoes would have had to scratch the floor. They're leather-soled, and they have metal taps on the tips.
Very good. Another discrepancy. Now, Pepper, I think we'd better have a bit of a talk with the neighbors. Are you certain of that, Mrs. Merritt?
I am positive. It's not the first time they yelled at each other, those two, and the walls are thin.
Do you have it down, Pepper?
Yes, sir. They had a quarrel about 2 weeks ago. He left. She leaned out of the window, only half-dressed, and shouted at him, "Laugh, baby, laugh for the last time." And then she fired a gun at him.
Thank you. Now then, Mrs. Merritt, before the shot last night, did you catch any of the words they said?
His? Oh, no, sir. But, well, her bedroom is next to mine, and I heard her say, as clear as day, and at the top of her lungs, "I will kill you."
Thank you, Mrs. Merritt. Anything else?
No, sir.
Very well. Let's go, Pepper. All right, Pepper. I think we have the makings of a case. Pick her up. We'll book her for willful murder.
And today, the little blue 22, which was to play such an important part in the case, can be seen among the other exhibits in the Black Museum.
In just a moment, we will continue with The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles.
As the inspector said, they felt they had a case. The evidence was piling up. Vivian Davis was arrested. Her defense counsel was a distinguished member of the bar. The prosecutor assigned was no less brilliant. But some of the conversation about the case was, well, a lot less brilliant.
Why, if Larry and I had stayed, we might have seen the whole thing. And, darling, those letters. Imagine leaving letters like that lying in your bureau drawer, where anyone might find them. And do you suppose the prosecution will use them for evidence? This is one trial I simply shall not miss.
Let me say here and now, if May owns a gun, I'm walking out, and at once. But Viv always was unstable, you know. That's the kind who'll pull a gun on you when you least expect it. Not for me, old man. Not for me.
I always said she was no better than you'd think. Wild parties at all hours, firing guns around, drinking. Oh, I dare say the woman wasn't happy. But then who is? Now I ask you, who is?
Poor Viv. I understand the food in prison is all starches.
Seen the headlines? This is a juicy one, what?
Aren't we a witness? You don't say. Really now, you don't say.
They tried the case in public gossip, long before it came to proper trial. And when the proper trial began, the courtroom was crowded naturally with bright young women and polished young men, the familiars of the defendant. This, however, failed to ruffle the solemnity of a British court.
I shall permit no demonstrations. At the least lapse from proper decorum, I shall have the courtroom cleared.
And that settled that. The trial proceeded. Vivian Davis, in simple black, sat in the dock between the two wardresses assigned to guard her. On the witness stand, the pathologist repeated his evidence and his conclusions for the prosecution. There was no cross-examination. With Inspector Summers, it was another matter.
Inspector, you heard the prison doctor testify that when Miss Davis was admitted to the prison after her arrest, he found bruises on her arms and on one thigh.
Yes, sir.
And that such bruises might have been sustained in a struggle.
Yes, sir.
Very well. Now then, in your experience, have you found that when one person handles a gun, that person's fingerprints are usually found on the weapon?
That has been my experience.
However, if two parties struggled for possession of a certain weapon, would there be fingerprints?
In most cases, no, sir. They tend to smudge or eliminate each other's prints.
This weapon, which you've identified and which has been entered in evidence as Exhibit A, did you find this weapon at the scene of the alleged crime?
I did.
Did you examine it carefully?
I did.
Did you have it tested for fingerprints?
I did.
Did you find any?
Yes, sir.
How many sets?
Only one set of prints were on that gun.
Whose were they, Inspector? Now tell the jury, please, whose fingerprints were on that gun?
Only my own.
One more point, Inspector. You stated that you found a bullet in the wall of the bedroom, correct?
Yes, sir.
Have you any reason to believe this bullet was fired on the night of the alleged crime?
It could have been fired at any time, I suppose.
Thank you, Inspector. That's all.
Mrs. Merritt, the eager next-door neighbor, had her proverbial day in court.
Yes, sir. Just as I told the inspector, she screamed at him, hanging out of the window only half-dressed, and then she fired a shot at him.
Counsel for the defense spent little time in the cross-examination of Mrs. Merritt.
Madam, did you actually see Miss Davis fire a pistol or gun of some sort at the deceased?
I heard the shot after she yelled at him.
You said she was only half-dressed at the time. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Then you must have seen her.
Well, I took one look, and after that I only listened.
Why? Why, Mrs. Merritt?
When a woman is in her condition, no other woman cares to watch her.
I see. This is your opinion.
It certainly is.
Your Lordship, I respectfully request that the answers to the last two questions be stricken from the record as constituting an opinion and not evidence. Further, on the grounds that opinions are not warranted, as the witness is not qualified as an expert.
Well...
The clerk will strike the last two answers from the record, and the jury is instructed to ignore the testimony. Proceed.
No further questions. Thank you, Mrs. Merritt.
Back and forth, the battle raged, a battle for a woman's life. The case for the Crown was ably presented. The defense, by cross-examination, by objections in the record, sought to upset testimony to establish points which could be played upon later, the climax of the trial, when Vivian Davis herself took the stand in her own defense.
Now, Miss Davis, you understand the seriousness of this situation.
Of course.
I refer to the testimony that you once fired a gun at Donald Martin from your bedroom window. Is this true?
No, it's not true.
What did happen that evening?
He'd come to see me. He'd asked me for money to pay a gambling debt, and I refused. We quarreled, and he left. I was furious, and I called to him from my window. Then I went back into the room and fired one shot to make him think I'd killed myself.
What happened then?
Oh, Donald... Mr. Martin came rushing back, and we were friends again.
Miss Davis, have you ever pointed a weapon at Mr. Martin?
No, never.
Have you wanted to?
No, never.
Did you shoot him the night he died?
No!
Have you any recollection of his having spoken to you between the time he was shot and the moment he died?
I'll never forget it as long as I live.
What did he say?
He said, I wish the doctor would hurry. I want to tell him that this was an accident. It's not your fault. He said it over and over. And then he was dead.
Thank you, Miss Davis. Your witness.
Pull yourself together, Miss Davis.
Yes, sir.
Very well. I submit, Miss Davis, that the truth of your first public quarrel is, as it was stated by a previous witness, that you did fire out of your window at Mr. Martin.
Oh, no, never. I fired in the room. I wanted to frighten him.
Miss Davis, is this your pistol?
Yes.
Is this the weapon which killed Mr. Martin?
Yes.
And on the night this gun, your gun, killed Mr. Martin, you had a quarrel, a second quarrel.
Yes.
You were, to put it simply, jealous of his behavior with other women.
Oh, I was so jealous I threatened to kill myself.
You threatened to kill yourself?
Yes.
Then why did you shout, "I will kill you"?
No, I never said that.
What did you say, Miss Davis?
I may have said I'll shoot myself. The other, I never said. Why should I? I was jealous, but that was because I loved him. Oh, you've got to believe me. I loved him. I did. I did.
There was more, much more, over and over. But they never managed to shake her on the essential points.
I never pointed a gun at Donald in my life.
And, of course,
I never said I'd kill him. I said I'd kill myself.
at long last, with Vivian Davis on the verge of collapse, the prosecutor let her go. Shortly thereafter, the defense rested. Summations were brief. For the prosecution?
This woman is guilty of the crime with which she is charged. There is no doubt in our minds, nor should there be any in yours, that she held the pistol and fired the shot.
For the defense?
Clear that no woman kills the man she loves, despite the violence of their quarrels. This was an accident. It is clear that it was an accident.
The presiding justice was clear and concise in his charge to the jury.
Gentlemen of the jury, in conclusion, let me advise you there are 3 possible verdicts you may return under the present indictment. Guilty of murder, guilty of manslaughter, or not guilty of any offense. I commend the accused to your most painstaking deliberations.
The jury filed out. They stayed out for 2 long, weary hours. There was chatter in the courtroom. Always is. But even the gossip was subdued. Everybody waited. Waited.
It seems perfectly incredible. A murder trial, and I've been in on it since the beginning. Oh, I do hope the judge wasn't as much against her as he seemed to be.
It was really too exciting for words. I've had more dinner invitations because I know Viv. Oh, well, after all, the poor girl might be hanged, you know. Oh, grisly thought.
Well, for my part, even if she gets off, there'll be one advantage. She'll never be my neighbor again, and that will be an improvement, I'd say.
And at long last, the waiting was over. The prisoner arose in the dock, at the judge's request. The foreman of the jury faced the prisoner in the court. The age-old formula was intoned by the clerk.
Members of the jury, have you agreed upon a verdict?
We have.
Do you find the prisoner guilty or not guilty of murder?
Not guilty.
Do you find the prisoner guilty or not guilty of manslaughter?
Not guilty.
Yet, despite that verdict, the little blue 22 can be seen today among the exhibits in the Black Museum.
Orson Welles will be back with you in just a moment.
Yes, they let Vivian Davis go free. In many minds, the question was, and still is, did Vivian Davis get away with murder? Frankly, I don't believe anyone gets away with murder. Murder stays with a killer, twisting mind and heart and soul, even in the unsuspected and therefore unsolved cases. Where Vivian Davis was concerned, perhaps the real crime was insecurity and the kind of violent jealousy that grows from fear. I don't know. That's for the psychologists, not for you and I to decide. Meanwhile, the little blue 22 remains in its customary place in Scotland Yard, in the Black Museum. And now, until we meet again next time, in the same place, and I tell you another story about the Black Museum, I remain, as always, obediently yours.
The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles, is presented by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Radio Attractions. The program is written by Ara Marion, with original music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch. Produced by Harry Allen Towers.
Stand by for crime.
Hi, Chuck Morgan, KOP newscaster speaking. You know, there are a few of us who realize the tragedy of the displaced person. To appreciate just how tough it really is. Imagine yourself having to leave the place of your birth, severing connections with all relatives and friends, and being set down in a new and strange land where no one even speaks your language. It's not pleasant to think about, is it? Well, here in Los Angeles, we have our quota of DPs. It just happens that my blonde secretary, Carol Curtis, goes on frequent welfare kicks, which is why when I arrived at my office last Wednesday morning, I was given some first-hand information about our local DPs.
You're like 90% of the people in this town, Chuck Morgan. You just haven't a sense of responsibility.
I haven't? Oh, by the way, that typewriter guy fixed my machine?
Chuck, you aren't listening.
Oh, sure I am, Grandma. Let's go ahead and talk. Yeah, seems to be running all right.
I see. A year ago, you made a hero out of yourself, raving about how we should bring the DPs over here and give them a new start in life. And now that we've got them here, you don't care that they're being blackmailed.
You know, Grandma, sometimes... What do you mean, blackmailed?
Just what I said. It's the most disgraceful thing that was ever done in the name of American democracy. There are 5 families of displaced persons living in a tenement house on Bulletin Street, and every one of them is paying so-called protection money to a gangster named Igor Petrov.
Are you kidding? What's he protecting them against?
Against harm being done to their relatives who are still behind the Iron Curtain.
No.
Well, it's terrible. Those poor people don't understand. They think that Petrov actually has a pipeline to Joe Stalin. Not one of them makes more than a bare living wage, and to have to turn half of it over to a dirty...
Half of it?
Yes, half of it. And what's being done to stop such an outrage? Nothing. Because people like you...
All right, wait a minute, Grandma. Let's take it easy. If such conditions exist, someone would have heard about it before now. Why haven't they gone to the police?
The police? Oh, Chuck, don't you know what the word police means to those people?
What does it mean?
It means beatings and being thrown into a concentration camp and being tortured. It means everything but what it should mean. Justice.
So this small-time gangster has got them coming and going, huh? He knows they won't go to the police, and he's got them scared into paying off to him or else. It's about the lousiest racket in the book. Hello, Pappy. Come in.
Hello, Chuck. Morning, Carol.
Hi, Pappy.
Say, Chuck, you got anything hot for your first broadcast tonight? Because if you haven't, I have.
Yeah, what's that?
A murder. You see?
Another routine murder. Pappy, look, Carol's come up with something that's really
There's
burning...
nothing routine about this murder. The victim's name is Jan Darvis. He is, or was, a displaced person, living down on Bulletin Street. It seems he went to the police to complain about some kind of a holdup being pulled on him, and he was liquidated.
Pappy Mansfield is owner of KLP. Usually he lets me alone regarding the nature of the stuff I use on my broadcast. But occasionally he gets into a sweat about a particular story and demands that I give it the full treatment. Well, he got into a sweat about this one, which accounts for the fact that 5 minutes after he'd announced the murder of Jan Darvis, Carol and I were on our way to Bulletin Street. We found Bill Meggs of police headquarters and a couple of uniformed cops at the scene of the murder, which was an alley behind a pool hall. Hello, Bill.
Oh, hi, Chuck. Hello, Carol.
Hello, Bill.
I wondered when you two would be along. Pappy tell you I called?
Yeah, he told us. That's where they found the body, eh?
Yes, only it wasn't a body when they found it. Darvis was still alive. He didn't die till they got him to the hospital.
Did he say anything before he died?
He told us he'd gone to a policeman about the protection money he'd been forced to pay, and that's why he was beaten up.
Did he tell you the policeman's name?
Nope, but we'll find out.
Bill, you don't think this policeman had...
Sure I do. And don't give me that shocked look. We cops aren't all lily-white any more than everybody in every other business is. So far, we've a pretty clean record. It's going to be cleaner when I get my hands on this particular cop.
Any clues, Bill?
Well, yes. A set of brass knuckles, for one.
Yeah. Blood on them, too, huh?
Oh, what horrible-looking things.
Not pleasant, that's for sure.
You got any theories worked out, Bill?
Yeah, I have. From the looks of Darvis's body, I figure that whoever beat him up didn't intend to kill him. We're just going to use him as an example for the rest of the DPs.
Yeah.
That's why whoever called emergency hospital and reported the thing wasn't interfered with.
I get it. They wanted someone to call the hospital.
That's right. This, Petrov character is too small time to risk getting mixed up with murder.
Have you had Petrov picked up?
Not yet. Most we could do is hold him for 24 hours for questioning.
Yeah. I don't suppose any of the other DPs will talk.
No, same old story. They're scared stiff. They don't want the same thing to happen to them or their families.
A rotten mess.
Bill, what are you going to do about it?
Well, just what you and every other representative American would expect me to do, Carol. I'm going to find the murderer of Jan Darvis and send him to the gas chamber.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough job, Bill. Anything we can do to help.
I know something we can do to help right now.
Yeah? What's that?
Have you talked to Anna Darvis yet? She's Jan's mother.
No. That's where I plan to go from here.
Well, don't. Let Chuck and me see her first. She's frightened of the police. She has another child, a 12-year-old girl, and she's terrified of what might happen to her.
But look, if she won't talk to me...
I know her, Bill. I've been calling on her once a month for almost a year. She trusts me. Maybe I can persuade her that the police in America are different, but they actually want to help her.
That sounds like a good deal, Bill. At least you can't lose anything, huh?
Yeah, maybe you're right. Okay, you two go up and have a talk with the lady and report your findings to me at headquarters.
Bulletin Street is one of those crummy districts that few of our respected citizens are aware exist. As Carol and I walked along that dirty, noisy pavement, I marveled at the fact that she'd been making trips down here all by herself once a month just to check on our DPs and other unfortunate families. Well, we came to a 2-story adobe tenement house that was sandwiched in between 2 larger but equally disreputable-looking frame buildings. We went inside. We walked up a flight of dusty stairs, down a short hall, and stopped in front of a door that was hanging on one hinge with the latch sprung. What happened here? Looks as though someone broke the door down.
Wasn't like this when I was here yesterday. Listen.
Yeah.
It's Anna, poor thing. Let's go in.
We pushed open what remained of the door and entered the tiniest living room I've ever been in. A single window opened onto an air shaft. The room itself was spotless. The furniture, though old, was neat and in good taste. Snowy white curtains were at the window. To the right, a door led to the kitchen. What we could see of it was as meticulously clean as the living room. It was in this room that we heard the sobbing. It had stopped now. There was an ominous silence. We crossed to the kitchen and entered. A woman, perhaps 50 years old, was seated at the table. Her face was bruised and bloody. One eye was blackened. The look she gave us was wild and terrified.
Oh, Anna, what happened? Oh, you poor thing. Go away, please. Do not stay here. But we want to help you. That's why we came.
No. Everyone is evil in this wicked America.
Do you think that I am evil, Anna? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to...
I cannot say anything.
What happened to your face, Anna?
Nothing. It is nothing.
Oh, Anna, this is Chuck Morgan. He's a radio newscaster. He wants to help you, and so do the police.
The police?
Now, we understand why you feel the way you do, Anna, but if we're going to help you, you must tell us what happened.
No. Telling would not bring back my Jan. My Jan is dead. Now I have only little Maria. Poor little Maria. She is so frightened. It is like in the concentration camps. But then we always had the dream of coming to America. It was a beautiful dream, America. If it were not for that dream, most of us would have died. And now...
Please, Anna. Please.
Where is Maria now, Anna?
No, I will not tell. The evil men will not have my little Maria. They can kill me and I will not tell.
Anna, perhaps if you
wait
knew
a minute,
what...
Chuck. Anna, you trust me, don't you?
You have been kind, Miss Curtis. Of all the people, you have been kind.
And if I were to make you a promise, You know I'd keep it.
I will not tell. I will not.
Anna, the only way we can help you as we want to do is to have your cooperation. We understand how you feel, how much afraid you are. We don't want anything to happen to Maria either. That's why I suggest that you let us take you away from here. You and Maria both.
Take us away? Away from them?
Yes, away from them. I have an apartment up on Wilshire Boulevard. You can stay there. Miss Curtis will stay with you. We'll have a half a dozen policemen guarding the place until this rotten mess is cleaned up.
Then I'll not have to stay here alone.
It's a promise, Anna. You have my word for it.
But first you must tell us what happened.
Yes. Then I will tell you. It was last night, about 9 o'clock, I think. I was alone here in our home. Someone knocked on the door. Yes? Who is it, please?
Never mind who it is. Open up this door before I break it down.
No, this is my home. You cannot come in.
No, I can't, Don't tell me what I can't do, old lady. In this district, Igor Petrov goes where he pleases and no one stops him, see?
Then you are Igor Petrov?
You heard me. Where's that yellow-livered kid of yours?
If you mean Jan, he is not here. Now you must go.
I'll go when I get ready.
Oh, no, please. You must not break our furniture. We have so little.
Yeah? Well, you're going to have a lot less when I get through. Where's the kid?
I do not know. Oh.
Where is he?
No, please. My boy is not here.
He's hiding. Where?
I will not tell you. I will not.
Listen, you old buzzard. I ain't got much time. That red-faced brat of yours went to the cops. He squealed. Now, don't tell me you didn't know about that.
Yes. My boy did go to the police. I am proud of him for doing that. He is brave, my Jan. He wants what is right, and no more. He does not think that here in America it is right for evil men to take any part of money that is hard earned by honest people. This America is to us a wonderful land, and we believe the police will protect us if we tell them the truth.
Yeah? Well, let me tell you something, old lady. The cop your kid squealed to is on my payroll. Get that? He does what Igor Petrov says. So does everybody else in this district. I'm boss here. Nobody crosses me. Nobody. And that goes for that punk kid of yours. Now, where is he?
I will never tell. Never.
No? When I get through with you, you'll tell or you'll think that concentration camp you were in was a bed of roses. Where is he?
No.
Oh. Where is he? Where?
No.
Where? Where?
It was horrible. Yes, it was horrible. Worse, I think, than the camps.
Did you tell me where your son was, Anna?
No. Jan came home while Petrov was still here. He's a little man, my Jan. He was no match for the man who was beating me.
How awful. Did Petrov take Jan away?
Yes, he took Jan away. And now my Jan is dead.
Anna, no one can blame you for your present opinions of Americans. Except for Carol, our people haven't been very well represented among those you've met. That's going to change, beginning right now. Carol, I want you to pick up Maria, wherever she is, and take both her and Anna out to my apartment. I'll phone Bill Meggs, tell him the story, and ask him to send some cops out.
All right. But, Chuck...
Yeah?
What are you going to do?
I'm going to make a call. Yeah, that's it. I'm going to make a call. I want to demonstrate to a certain district gang boss that here in America we don't tolerate gutter rats.
Now, the conclusion of Stand By for Crime.
News people learn to get hard-boiled about human suffering and human weaknesses. They have to. If they didn't, they wouldn't last long. But every once in a while, you run across something that hits you personally, and it's different. Then you cease to be a newsman for a little while and become yourself. That's what happened to me after listening to Anna Darvis's story. It affected me personally because I was an American, and Igor Petrov was representing himself as an American. And when I thought of it, I felt unclean. There was a fighting desire inside of me to correct the situation. so I wouldn't be ashamed of being a citizen of these United States. All right, maybe I wasn't using my head, but that's all right, too. I was boiling mad when I opened the door of the joint that Igor Petrov called his headquarters. The place seemed deserted. Then a human rat came shuffling out of the gloom and leered up at me.
Hello, Morgan. Looking for somebody?
Well, if it isn't little Benny Capek, San Quentin's latest contribution to the scum of society.
Lay off, Morgan. Can't talk to me like that. I ain't the easy pushover I was 2 years ago.
Oh, you ain't you? For my money, Capek, you always be a cross between a weasel and a wharf rat. What have you done, tied in with Petrov?
Yeah, I've tied in with Petrov. Which means that neither you nor the cops can touch me.
No? Wouldn't you be surprised if you found you bought yourself another ticket to San Quentin? Where is that tin-horn boss of yours? I want to see him.
What did I tell him you want to see him about?
I want to remind him how to act when he talks to a lady. Out of my way, Steinface, before I start in on you.
Come back here. You can't go in there.
Capek, this is all I needed for an excuse. Hello, Petrov.
Morgan, who let you in here?
I invited myself. Rat, come from behind that desk, brother. This is something I'm going to enjoy.
1, 2, take back, spider!
I call you rats, but first I want to give you a little lesson in good manners. Am I getting my point across, Petrov?
Boys, help! Get back!
Calling yourself an American. Why, you aren't fit to lick the boots of those people.
Help! Boys! Hey, boss! Coming! Come on, boys! Get in! Get in!
Me if you can.
But, Bill, Chuck's been gone almost 3 hours. That means he's either in trouble or dead. How can you and Pappy calmly sit here smoking cigarettes and not even worry about him?
I am worried about him. When he called me on the phone, he asked me if I'd give him until 6 o'clock before I picked up Petrov. Said he had a plan.
Chuck's plans usually pay off, Carol.
Oh, not always. Why, I've seen him so beaten up he looked as though he had been run through a meat grinder.
I didn't say he didn't get himself worked over occasionally. He's a glutton for it. But he usually gets what he goes after.
Oh, you men. We have Mrs. Darvis's story. Isn't that enough to arrest Petrov on, for heaven's sake? She was an eyewitness.
Not to Jan Darvis's murder. That's why Chuck wanted some time. He thinks he can get the information that'll pin the murder rap on Petrov. My guess is he'll do it, too.
Mine, too.
Oh, for heaven's sakes.
Carol, why don't you quit saying for heaven's sakes and just sit down and relax?
Relax? How would you feel if your boyfriend were in danger of being murdered?
I haven't got a boyfriend.
That's not very funny, Pappy.
Sorry.
Oh, forget
I
it.
tell you what I'll do, Carol. If we don't hear from Chuck within the next 15 minutes, all three of us will take a run down to Bulletin Street and have a look around. Okay?
Do I have a choice of answers?
15 minutes isn't long to wait. The chances are, right now, Chuck is on his way back here with Petrov as his prisoner, and a full confession in his pocket.
Oh, my head. Take it easy, Morgan. You live.
Capek.
Yeah, Capek. Only now the situation's a little different. Ain't it, Morgan?
You dirty rat, untie my hands.
Yeah, I'm apt to untie your hands.
Having fun, Capek?
Yeah, I'm having me a dandy time, boss.
Petrov, if you had a brain in your head, you'd know you couldn't get away with it.
I've got a brain in my head, and I am getting away with this. You ready to talk, Morgan?
About what?
You know about what. How you hit the old lady and the kid.
I've already told you. They're in my apartment on Wilshire. There are 7 cops guarding the place.
And I say there ain't no one in your apartment on Wilshire.
And I say there is.
And why don't they answer the phone?
Maybe they don't want to. If they're not in my apartment, they're at police headquarters. Why don't you call the chief?
Okay, Morgan, suit yourself. You ready to play some more, Capek?
Boss, ain't nothing I'd rather do.
All right, you got 15 minutes. Make him talk in that time, or you and me is gonna have an understanding.
Oh, I'll make him talk. Just leave me alone with him. I got my own particular methods.
So Petrov went out of there, and Capek began having his fun. Only this time I wasn't as cooperative as before. I passed out almost at once, or pretended to. This made Capek mad. There wasn't any fun beating an unconscious man. But it also gave me time to think. I told Bill Meggs I had a plan. That was partly to keep Bill away from Bulletin Street until I had had a go at this deal myself. And partly because there had been an idea in the back of my head. But what was it? At the time, I'd been too mad to analyze its worth. Then I remembered the brass knuckles that Bill had found. But what about them? There'd been dried blood in those knuckles. Sure, that was it, dried blood. Well, it wasn't much of a plan, but in my present situation, who was I to be choosy? I cautiously opened one eye and saw Capek sitting 2 feet away, watching me.
Okay, Morgan. You ready for some more?
Hold it, Capek. I've got something to say.
You better had. Go on, talk.
What about the brass knuckles?
Huh? What about the brass knuckles?
They're going to prove that you murdered Jan Darvis. They're going to send you back to San Quentin, this time with a reserved seat in the gas chamber.
They ain't going to prove nothing. Now cut out.
Wait a minute. There was blood on those knuckles, Capek, your blood.
So how's anybody going to prove that?
Easy. The cops will take a sample of your blood, compare it with the blood on the brass knuckles, and you'll be charged with murder.
Hey, you're crazy. Anyway, they want my knuckles. I didn't have nothing to do with...
With what, Capek?
None of your business. Now, you going to see...
So far, you've been nothing but a small-time operator, Capek. Murder's out of your line. The only way you can save yourself from the gas chamber is to tell me who owns those brass knuckles. Turn me loose.
Shut up, I won't do it.
I can save you from the gas chamber, Capek. I'm the only one who can. Petrov would double-cross you in a minute. The cops are on their way here right now. You haven't got much time.
You kidding me, Morgan?
I'm giving it to you straight. Mrs. Darvis has already told her story to the police. The only reason you and Petrov haven't been picked up yet is because they didn't have proof of the murder. Now they've got it with the blood on those brass knuckles.
You'll see that I don't get no murder rap?
Yes.
I don't want to take no rap for nothing I didn't do.
Then you won't. It's a promise.
Okay, Morgan. I'll take a chance. And if you pull a cross on
me...
I
never pulled a cross on anybody in my life. Now hurry up. We haven't got much time. I held my breath while Capek worked on the ropes for fear he'd change his mind. One hand came free. The little weasel was working on the last knot of the second hand when the door opened.
Capek! What the devil...
Take it easy, Petrov. Capek and I have made a deal. He's going to turn state's evidence on you, and I'm going to see that he doesn't take a rap for a murder you committed.
Why?
Come on, Capek, let's get him. You're a lousy shot. Too bad, because you won't get a chance for another. Well, Pappy, Bill Meggs, Glamourpuss. Fancy meeting you here. Well, Anna Darvis and her daughter Maria are back in their tiny apartment on Bulletin Street. They like it there. To them, it's heaven compared to what they've been used to. They like America, too. The American way of life. Their dream has really come true. They'll make good citizens. Petrov is awaiting trial for murder. There's no longer any district gang boss on Bulletin Street. There never will be again if Bill Meggs has anything to do with it. And Bill has a lot to do with such things. Speaking of Bill, after my 7 o'clock broadcast that night, he and Carol, Pappy and I went over to Mike Lyman's for dinner.
Say, Chuck, before we leave here, I've got just one question I'd like to ask you.
Yeah, and after you answer that one, I've got a question, too.
And at the risk of sounding parrot-like, I have a question also.
Well, shoot, Pappy.
About this dried blood gimmick, comparing it with a sample of blood taken from a person. Who told you that a comparison would establish identity?
Nobody.
Then how'd you know?
I didn't. Does it? You see, you don't know either. So how could Capek be expected to know?
You mean you just made that one up out of thin air because it sounded like a good idea?
Why, sure. Now, what's your question, Bill?
How about that deal you made with Capek? What right had you to promise him he wouldn't have to take a murder rap if he turned state's evidence?
Because I have a friend on the police force who was a very nice guy and who I knew would stand behind me. His name is Bill Meggs.
Oh.
And
You see, you can't win with this man. He talks his way out of everything.
And now, at last but not least, we come to your question, Glamourpuss. What is it?
Oh, never mind. I just answered it myself.
Oh?
When I said you can't win with this man. Or can I?
Glamourpuss, as far as I'm concerned, you won 3 years ago. The day I hired you, remember?
Oh, Chucky boy, you say the nicest things to me.
The Equitable Society presents This
is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. To Your FBI, you look for national security, and to the Equitable Society for financial security. These two great institutions are dedicated to the protection of you, your home, and your country. Tonight, as a departure, we bring you the preview of a sensational motion picture, The House on 92nd Street, produced by 20th Century Fox, with the actual cooperation of the FBI. It reveals the most daring espionage plot of World War II. This dramatic screenplay stars William Eith, Lloyd Nolan, and Signe Hasso, and we have them here in person for our preview. This is Your FBI presents The House on 92nd Street. Back in 1939, the mechanized legions of Adolf Hitler were overrunning the face of Europe, crowding civilization into a dark corner. The ever-increasing number of Nazi Bunds in this country, the growing network of German spies, clearly indicated that Hitler would not stop at the borders of Europe. And so the FBI, always on the alert to protect the safety of the nation, went to work. Every known suspect was watched, their every move recorded for the files. The FBI could not declare open war against the treacherous Germans in this country, but it could and did keep a 24-hour watch on them, so that when the time came, those Nazis could do nothing to help Hitler make good his threat of yesterday Germany, today Europe, tomorrow the world. As our story opens on an afternoon in the spring of 1939, William Dietrich, a good-looking, husky young man, is standing near a pole vaulting pit on a college athletic field. He's in track uniform, and as he flexes his muscles before making his first jump, he is approached by two men.
Pardon me. Are you William Dietrich?
That's right.
We would like to talk to you.
What about?
My name is William Gross.
How do you do?
And this is August Kaufman. How do you do?
Hello, Mr. Kaufman.
Dietrich, we came here to talk to you about, well, joining our society.
What society is that?
The German-American Society.
Oh?
You're a good German. Your parents came from Stuttgart. You should join us.
Well,
Dietrich, you're going to graduate in June?
Yes, at least I think so.
Well, would you like to take a trip back to Germany after you graduate?
No, I couldn't afford it. I have to go to work when I leave here.
Oh, the trip would cost you nothing. You would be paid, in fact.
Paid? Oh, what would I have to do?
Oh, go to school in Germany for 3 months.
What kind of school?
A place where you will learn how to help the fatherland.
Oh.
And when you're finished there, you come back here to work. For Germany.
William Dietrich was a first-generation American, and like most first-generation Americans of German descent, he was a loyal citizen of this country, not a loyal Nazi. He asked the representatives of the German-American Society to wait for his answer, because he had a plan. With that plan in mind, he telephoned the FBI in Washington. The next morning at FBI headquarters, William Dietrich was seated across the desk from Inspector George A. Briggs.
Well, that's just about the whole story, Mr. Briggs.
I see. I've had you checked since you called.
You have?
Yes. I find you can be trusted.
And it's all set? I can really go?
Oh, no, wait. Not so fast. Before you do anything, I have to tell you what you'd be up against.
Well?
If the Nazis should find out that you're working with us, they wouldn't think any more of killing you than of striking a match. And they only kill people they like with bullets.
Yeah, I know that.
And furthermore, The FBI doesn't command anyone to take his life in his hands.
Well, that's why I called you, Mr. Briggs.
I understand. When did your friends, when did you tell them that you'd let them know?
Wednesday night?
Well, you've got almost a full week to make up your mind. After you give them an answer, call and let me know what that answer is.
Mr. Briggs, I think I can save you a phone call. I know what I'm going to tell them.
Then let's go to work.
After his graduation, William Dietrich left for Germany. Arriving at Hamburg, he went to the famous Nazi school in that city, the school for spies and saboteurs. When he had learned his lessons well, he was ready to return to the United States. He was given counterfeit identification papers and some genuine credentials with which to introduce himself to the Nazi contact in New York. While he was still on the high seas, en route back to New York from Lisbon, Inspector Briggs and a special agent named Walker were busy at the FBI headquarters in Washington.
Here's a report you should see, Walker.
Oh? What's it about?
A man was hit by a cab in New York 3 days ago. Some papers were found on him that looked suspicious, so they sent them down to us.
Mm-hmm.
He was carrying a forged passport, but his fingerprints show that he was Captain Franz von Wert.
Well, he's one of their top men.
He was. He died on the way to the hospital.
I see. Anything come out of his papers?
Yes, we sent one of the letters he was carrying to the laboratory. They found some numbers written between the lines in disappearing ink. Cryptanalysis just broke it down.
And?
It said, concentrate on process 97.
Well, that means nothing to me.
It didn't to me either. So I called a meeting this morning of Army and Navy intelligence. I read them the message.
Any response?
Oh, plenty. Process 97 is our new secret weapon.
Oh.
Nobody was even supposed to know that we were working on it.
Well, what's our move?
First, we've got to find out how much the Nazis know about it. And second, how they found out.
Well, young Dietrich ought to be able to help us out on that one.
Maybe, yes.
His German credentials came in on Clipper this morning. I have them here.
Oh, read them to me, will you?
They're in German, and translated they say, William Dietrich is specifically authorized to receive all reports for transmission direct. And that's the first paragraph.
Uh-huh. Leave that one as it is.
Right. Paragraph 2 says you're instructed to look to him for all payments.
Well, that's fine. That means that they've got to come to him. Leave that one alone, too.
Okay. The last paragraph says it is forbidden for him to have any contact with agents known to you.
No. I don't like that. Now, let's see now. Have it changed to read, he is authorized to contact all agents known to you.
Right.
And after that, pack your bags. We're going to New York.
A few days later, a Portuguese freighter came into New York Harbor. William Dietrich, one of the passengers, brought his luggage down onto the pier, where it was checked by a customs inspector. The customs man was FBI Inspector George A. Briggs. As Briggs went through the bags, he quietly slipped Dietrich the new credentials. The forged credentials, which would give Nazi spy and counter-espionage agent William Dietrich more freedom. When he left the pier, Dietrich took a cab to the house on 92nd Street. There he rang the bell and was admitted into the ground floor dress shop, a dress shop run by Elsa Gebhardt.
You're Elsa Gebhardt?
That's right.
Well, they didn't tell me you were so pretty.
Who are they?
Oh, pardon me, I'm sorry. My name is Bill Dietrich.
Oh. I've been expecting you.
Good. Here's a message for you from Colonel Strassen in Hamburg.
Who's that, Elsa?
This is William Dietrich.
Ah. Is he the new one?
Yes, Max. He brought this message from Felix. He is William Dietrich. He's authorized to receive all reports for transmission direct. He's authorized to pay RC. He's authorized to contact all agents known to me.
That's what Colonel Strassen said.
But I don't understand. He never sent anybody else with orders like that. I'm going to check these credentials.
Oh.
I'll write to a friend of mine in Argentina. He'll get a message through to Hamburg.
Okay, but Meanwhile, I've got to go to work.
What do you want?
Enough parts to build a radio transmitter. Here's a list of what I need.
Why don't you buy them yourself?
I can't afford to be caught buying radio parts.
He's right, Max. Here's the list. Get them.
Okay.
That will be all for now, Mr.
Very well.
Don't go out through the front door.
How then?
Use this back door. And then walk out through the alley into 93rd Street.
Okay. Goodbye, Miss Gebhardt.
Goodbye. Max.
Yeah?
Follow him.
William Dietrich got his radio parts and set up a transmitter in a secluded house on Long Island. He never transmitted to Hamburg, though. Every message he sent was picked up by a nearby receiver. A receiver operated by the FBI. After all harmful portions of the message had been removed, the FBI then shortwaved the rest in proper code to Germany. One day at this radio shack, Dietrich received an urgent summons from Elsa Gebhardt. She had to see him immediately. An hour later, he was in the house on 92nd Street.
Dietrich.
Yeah?
I have something that must be sent as quickly as possible.
Where is it?
Here, in this envelope.
Okay.
If we hadn't done anything else in all the years we've been working, this information would make the whole thing worthwhile.
But these are almost all numbers. They don't make sense.
They'll make enough sense in Hamburg. Okay. I must have them back here by tomorrow night.
Well, that's a tough assignment.
Why? What makes it so tough?
I have to put all this in the code before I send it. That takes time.
These are my orders.
Well, why can't I just burn them when I'm finished?
Because sometimes radio messages are garbled. When you're finished, I'll mail them to our drop in Argentine. It must get through.
Can I come in?
Yes, come ahead, Walker.
Anything on those papers Dietrich sent in?
Yes. I spoke to Dr. Appleton. He's head of the laboratory.
Mm-hmm.
Those papers are definitely on Process 97. What's more, he said the experiments took place just 2 days ago.
What do we do now?
Dr. Appleton is going to work on the papers. He says if you change one number, it can throw the Germans off for a month.
You know, I don't get this whole setup. I thought nobody working on the process was allowed to leave the plant.
Nobody but a few of the scientists. They can leave a couple of nights a week. But they're thoroughly searched before they go.
Look, can you tell me what Process 97 is?
Well, I'll give it to you the way it was given to me. From what our scientists already know about its properties, it would devastate any city it was used against.
Sounds like a death ray.
I made the same guess.
Is it right?
No. Process 97 is an atomic bomb.
We momentarily close the Equitable Society's presentation of the Federal Bureau of Investigation file on the house on 92nd Street. We will return to this case in just a moment. You know the old saying, there's safety in numbers. Well, that's exactly the kind of safety enjoyed by members of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Each member of this society has 3.25 million fellow members. From the premium dollars of this vast number of men and women has been built a gigantic protective fund. In managing this fund, the Equitable Society never forgets the principle of safety in numbers. So equitable dollars are put to work in a large number of different ways. In fact, it's difficult to mention a basic American industry in which equitable dollars do not play an important part. They are invested in farming and shipbuilding, in mining and railroading, in public utilities and steel mills, and hundreds of other worthwhile enterprises. Remember, complex as all these activities may be, the management of the Equitable Society has two simple objectives. First, to make it easy for those who become equitable members to gain security for themselves and their families. Second, to make sure that equitable funds are a force for good, always used to promote the industrial and financial health of this country. Thus, by serving its members, the Equitable Society serves America. And now, back to the FBI file on The House on 92nd Street, starring William Eith, Lloyd Nolan and Signe Hasso.
On December 11th, 1941, Adolf Hitler declared that a state of war now existed between the United States and Germany. The FBI immediately arrested most of the known enemy agents. But Elsa Gebhardt and Max Coburg were allowed to continue their work because the FBI had to know. The very fate of the war we were fighting depended upon locating the leak through which Nazi Germany was getting the benefits of our experiments on the atomic bomb. Inspector Briggs in the FBI office in New York was trying to locate that leak.
Briggs speaking.
Inspector, this is Simmons.
Yes?
One of the scientists working on Process 97 is named Charles Ogden Roper.
That's right.
Well, he went out last night for a walk, and he went into town.
Here in Manhattan?
Yes, to Broadway and 123rd Street. He visited a girl named Louise Vaja.
Who is Louise Vaja?
Who used to be a courier for the Nazis. Shall I pick up Roper? This looks like the goods.
No. Don't pick up Roper, but arrest Louise Vaja. Miss Vaja, we've just been wasting our time.
But I've been telling you the truth.
Listen. You once worked as a hairdresser on the North German Lloyd liner Europa, correct?
Yes.
You used to bring over letters and mail them when you got ashore.
Well, I never knew what was in them.
They were letters of instructions to German agents in this country. And you were working as a courier for the German Secret Service.
No.
We also know that you became an American citizen, and that, Miss Vaja, makes you a traitor.
Well, I have done nothing since the war began. I swear
You
it.
have a friend who's a scientist. He's working for the government now. What's his name?
I have no friend.
He was at your home last night. His name is Charles Ogden Roper. Now, let's have your story. Briggs speaking.
This is Bill Dietrich.
Oh, hello, Bill.
Something new has been added, Mr. Briggs.
What do you mean?
I got a message from Hamburg to give to Elsa Gebhardt.
What is it?
It's about a man I never heard of before. The message says, remove the memory expert at the completion of his mission.
Memory expert?
Sorry?
If that means what I think it does, Bill, this is the break we've been waiting for.
Inspector Briggs was almost certain that Charles Ogden Roper was the memory expert, but he had to be sure. He checked Roper's birthplace, his college, his friends. Learning that years before he'd been in show business, he contacted many theatrical booking agents. In the office of one agent, a picture of Roper was found. A picture captioned, Charles Roper, Memory Wizard. That was the name of the act, and that was all Inspector Briggs needed. That afternoon at Dr. Appleton's laboratory.
Dr. Appleton, why have I been brought here?
This gentleman is from the FBI, Mr. Roper.
The FBI?
Mr. Roper, see if you recognize these photostats.
Why, they're photostats of the formula we worked on last week.
I understand that you're one of the scientists privileged to leave the plant.
A few evenings each week. Yes, sir.
A week ago tonight, you went out, didn't you?
A week ago tonight?
Yes.
Last Friday night?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir. I did go out. I visited a friend's house.
What for?
To play chess.
What's your friend's name?
I don't remember.
Oh, come now. The great memory experts, Charles Ogden Roper. You can't remember your friend's name?
It's Louise. Louise Vaja.
How long have you known him?
3 years.
A week ago, Mr. Roper, $5,000 was paid into your bank account. Why?
I sold some securities. Dr. Appleton, why does he ask me all these questions?
This gentleman thinks you memorized parts of the formula before you left here.
That's not true.
And when you got to your friend's house, you set them down.
No.
We know all about you, Roper. We've traced you back to the day you were born. We even know the approximate date that you're scheduled to die.
Die?
Listen to this. It's an intercepted message direct from Germany. It says, remove the memory expert at the completion of his mission.
Oh. What do you want to know?
When did you make your last delivery?
This morning, on my way back to work.
Where did you make it?
At a bookshop.
Which one? Come on now, Ropo. Talk up. Talk fast.
Lang's bookshop, 59th Street. I put the material in a book, Spencer's First Principles.
What did you give him? What was it, Roper?
It was the latest data on the final experiments.
After Roper's confession that he was in league with a Nazi spy ring, the FBI went to Lang's bookstore on East 59th Street. Mr. Lang did not know anyone named Roper. He had never heard of anyone named Louise Badger. His shop contained no copy of a book called Spencer's First Principles. It was gone.
Is that you, Max?
Yeah.
Did you get the book?
Uh-huh. You want me to take it to Dietrich?
No.
Why not?
I received a letter from Argentine this morning about Dietrich. His credentials were forged.
What?
He's on his way here. I expect him any minute.
Then I go to work on him, eh?
No.
Why not?
He must be made to talk.
I can make him talk.
You'd kill him. That would serve no purpose. I have a much better plan.
What?
This hypodermic needle contains scopolamine. It drugs part of the brain.
Yeah?
After 3 injections, he'll be answering questions.
Ah.
I'll allow you to put him in proper condition to receive the first injection.
Thanks.
See who it is.
It's Dietrich. He's coming back to this room.
Good. Let him in, Max.
Hello.
Come in, Dietrich.
Oh, thanks.
All right, Max. Now let's go to work.
Talk, you swine. Talk.
Stop it, Max. Give the medicine a chance to work. You see? He's coming out of it. Now he should talk. Dietrich, what is your real name? What is your real name?
William. Dietrich. He's lying.
Wait. Dietrich, you didn't send our messages to Hamburg, did you? Did you?
No.
You see, Max, it's working. Where did you send them?
30 miles. Boy, that's...
Max! Dietrich, who did you send our messages to? Who were you working with? Answer me. Who were you...
The house phone. Someone's in the shop.
I'll take it. Yes?
Miss Gephardt?
Who is this?
I'm an FBI agent. Your house is surrounded.
What's the matter?
It's the FBI. They have the house surrounded.
What?
Quick. Take all the papers. Throw them into the fireplace.
What about him?
Do as I say. We've got to get out of here.
Now what'll we do?
Get your gun. Keep them out, Max. Keep them out, Max.
You take care of those two, Simons.
Right.
Bill.
How is he?
Well, he's passed out. He's evidently drugged. Look, you'd better get a doctor, Walker. I'll stay here.
Okay.
When he comes to, I want to be around to tell him that Process 97 still belongs to us.
Thanks to the courageous work of the FBI, Process 97 remained in the possession of this country. Ultimately, it was used as the atomic bomb. Before and during this war, the FBI was able to protect this secret. But someday an enemy may discover the formula of atomic power in his own laboratories. If he does, and he decides to go to war, then World War III will be over in 15 minutes. The discovery of the atomic bomb places a tremendous responsibility on the people of the entire globe. It was true when the late Wendell Willkie said, "This is one world." Now in this atomic age, the countries of the earth must get along together, because now it will be one world or none at all.
You'll hear the disposition of this case in just a moment. Tonight, will you join the Equitable Society in a salute to an industry which will play a key role in building the better world of tomorrow? A salute to the scientists and workers in America's chemical industry. The outstanding wartime achievements of this industry are too numerous to mention. So let's take only one, the atomic bomb. The chemical industry made a major contribution toward unleashing the enormous power of the atomic bomb. Right now, this industry enters into your daily life in 1,000 different ways. Consider the food you eat. Its growth was aided by chemical fertilizers and insecticides. The clothes on your back, the shoes on your feet, the ink in your fountain pen, the paint on your walls. To all these and scores of other articles of everyday use, chemicals and chemical research make vital contributions. And it is to the chemical industry that thousands of other industries look for expert aid in developing the improved post-war products that will make life happier and easier for all of us. Members of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States will be proud to learn that their premium dollars have helped finance this great industry, and that over the years, Equitable Society funds have been invested in many of the great chemical plants that did so much to help win the war and will do even more to win the peace. Just as Equitable Society dollars were fighting dollars in wartime, so at all times they are security dollars for you, your home, and your country.
Elsa Gebhardt and her Confederate Max Coburg, upon trial and conviction, joined their fellow Nazi agents in a federal penitentiary.
The incidents in tonight's Equitable Society's broadcast are taken from the 20th Century Fox exciting drama, The House on 92nd Street, soon to be seen in all the nation's motion picture theaters, starring William Eyth, Lloyd Nolan, and Signe Hasso. This breathtaking story was adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Programs in this series of particular interest to servicemen and women are broadcast overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Tonight, the music was under the direction of Leith Stevens. The radio adaptation was by Jerry Lewis, and your narrator was Reed Hadley. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Dick Joy speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and inviting you to tune in again next week at the same time for This Is Your FBI.
This is the American Broadcasting Company.
Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum, the refreshing, delicious treat that gives you chewing enjoyment, presents for your listening enjoyment.
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, the thrilling drama of murder and mystery and the people who walk the Great White Way, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. For refreshment while you work, for enjoyment anytime, chew a stick of Wrigley's Spearmint Gum. The delicious, long-lasting, real mint flavor of Wrigley's Spearmint cools your mouth and freshens your taste. The good, smooth chewing helps keep you feeling fresh and alert, adds enjoyment to whatever you're doing. So indoors, outdoors, at work or play, enjoy chewing Wrigley's Spearmint Gum. Wrigley's Spearmint, refreshing, delicious.
In July, the night slips down over Broadway like a black silk stocking, and you drift to it because the other promises you made to yourself never happen. The part of your life that never counted is left behind. You stand on a street corner beating down the scream in your throat. The shadows start at 7 o'clock and deepen into night. You hug it close, because it's your chance that something will happen to you outside of the movies. And the tap on the shoulder starts it, or the laughter that floats down to your end of the bar, or a smile, or the man who runs down the hall after you.
Danny! Hey, Danny.
What's the matter, Sergeant?
Glad I nabbed you before you took off for the day. Phone call, Danny, from a hysterical woman. You know, I had a hard time piecing it all. 1647 East 56, Danny. 4th floor apartment. That's where her fiancé lives. The guy's threatening to blow his brains out. Here, the names and such I jotted on this paper.
Squad car, Gino.
Waiting for you downstairs. Muggerman's with it.
That's it, Danny, 1647. Who'd you say was doing all this threatening?
A man by the name of Blaine. First name's, let's see, David. Try the buzzer, Muggerman.
Yeah.
He did it! Miss Carroll said he was going to do it, and he did.
We're from the police.
It happened up there on the 4th floor. Mr. Blaine, it happened just now, not more than...
Who's that crying?
That's her, Miss Carroll. See her? See her? Hugging the banister up on the 3rd floor landing. And that's Mr. Fallon at the rail on the 2nd floor.
Let's go, Muggerman. Dead.
The gun's here, Danny, by his chair. It looks brand new.
Looks like Mr. Blaine had his choice.
Uh-huh. It's quite a gun collection, from Derringers on up. Complete equipment for a young arsenal.
Muggerman.
Yeah?
Those people we passed on the landing, that boy on the 2nd floor, Mr. Fallon, and Miss Carroll on the 3rd, I'll want to talk to them.
Yeah, Miss Carroll's still crying, Danny. You hear her? Poor woman.
And stand for a moment and consider the virulence of death. How it is not content with its own, must reach out to slash the livid scar into the heart of those crowding its edge. The woman crying softly. The other tenants whispering, moving restlessly in the lower corridors, and then hugging the wall because the attendants on violence must pass. The photographers, the interns, the technicians. And the moment is gone. It's routine now, official. The first entry in the file of night. The next morning, gather it into a neat stack on your desk and sit down to it, and be surprised at the opening door and the quick presence of the woman you had marked for later interrogation.
The man who was with you last night, he said you wanted to talk to me.
It could have waited, Miss Carroll, until you felt better and until you...
It'll not be forgotten that easily, Mr. Clover. That's what you mean. If you've something to ask, ask. Only don't prolong it. Don't make me wait and wonder. Sorrow's enough by itself, don't you think?
Yes, it is. And you, try to understand us, Miss Carroll.
A man I loved, who loved me, is dead. By his own hand, by his own will. He could have lifted his burden onto me, whatever it was, but he didn't. And now he's dead. You want more than that?
Maybe, because this is my job. Because I can't rule out the possibility that David Blaine was murdered.
Awful. How ugly of you to think a thing like that. That anyone could have wanted my David dead. It's ugly.
Tell me about him.
He loved me. He was going to marry me. He was polite, gentle. Sometimes he'd forget himself. Then he'd beg my forgiveness. Wept sometimes. Showered me with gifts, so I'd be quicker to forgive. This watch, he called it an engagement present, but it was really an atonement for... Look at it. See how he loved me?
It's a beautiful watch, Miss Carroll.
See? Listen to it. It ticks, ticks, ticks away my life with David, softly, gently.
Listen to me, Miss Carroll. Why would David kill himself? You were in love, you were going to be married. Why?
He had a secret. That's it. He had a secret. He didn't want to stain me with it. Isn't that it, Mr. Clover? Isn't that why a man kills himself for the girl he loves?
Oh, I I'm sorry, Danny. I thought... But it's important...
It's all right, Dr. Sinsky. You can come in. Well, that'll be all for now, Miss Carroll. Thank you.
All?
You helped a great deal. Thank you.
You have nothing more?
Nothing. Not now.
Then I'll go. If you should want to talk to me again, I promise I'll be... Goodbye.
It's not easy, huh, Danny? To pry into grief, to scavenge.
You got something, Doctor? Just tell me.
Oh, forgive me, Danny. Sometimes my mouth gets the better of me. I studied it, Danny. I put it on your desk for you to study. Read it sideways, upside down, still comes out suicide.
Then it's done. Finished, huh? Nothing to bother our brains about.
Like you say, Danny, finished. Except when a man who dies as Blaine did in shock spasm, arms rigid at right angles to his body, fingers clenched, how is it the gun was not found in his hand but on the floor? It's just a small question, Danny, to gnaw at the brain of a medical man. Sometimes it happens so, but...
Yeah. Go practice medicine, Doctor. Maybe I can bring you back an answer. Maybe where a man died, someone has an answer.
I'm busy right now.
Your name, Richard Fallon? I'm from the police.
I guess that gives you a right. Come on in. You want to sit? Over there. Move those papers off the couch. Just put them on the floor.
You a writer, Fallon?
You interested or curious?
What do you write about?
About your city? About how it's not like my part of the country? About your many-faceted city? About your stinking city? Your people? Your small people, your hurry-up people, your no-place-to-go people. The no-tears city, the rat-hole city. That's what I write about.
Any material up on the 4th floor?
I figured that'd be your gambit. Nothing. Your city caught up with a man and he shot himself before it drowned him. I'll think about the man and smile and wish him well.
Know anything about him?
His name was David Blaine. He walked arm in arm with a 3rd-floor woman, Miss Carroll. Last night I heard a shot. I ran out into the hall. Mrs. Galvin downstairs ran out into the hall. Miss Carroll upstairs ran out into the hall. We looked up the stairwell to the 4th floor from where the shot came. David Blaine was dead. I know that about him.
What else?
Nothing. Sit there if you want, but don't stare at the back of my neck when I write. It makes me self-conscious.
My gratitude for permitting me my 10 minutes at the water cooler, Danny.
Feel better, Gino?
Goes without saying. And now to the toils of the day. It comes to that part of the rundown in which I proffer you your daily piece of resistance in 2 parts. To wit, gun found at side of deceased David Blaine is indeed gun with which deceased did do himself in.
Now, Gino, that hasn't been...
Patience, Danny. Part 2 will settle the question itching in your brain of suicide versus murder.
Scratch it for me, Gino.
Delighted. Part 2 of report from technical states. Impossible for any tenant to have shot said deceased, made an escape down the fire escape, arrived in the hallways in time to look up and yell, "Man dead on the 4th floor," in your presence. Add to this the double whammy I have held out on you.
Give it to me, Tartaglia.
Piques you, huh, Danny? The legman assigned to such duty have come up with that David Blaine did indeed lose upwards to 50 grand by sour bets in the stock market. This in the period of the last month. 50 grand in 30 days. For this, guys killed themselves, Danny. For a lot less sometimes.
Yeah. All right, Gino, close the file on Blaine. There's nothing more to... Danny Clover speaking.
They switched me to you. You the man on that Blaine thing?
Yes, what about it? Who are you?
Blanche Hemby, mister. 1834 East 59. Room 11.
You said Blaine. What have you got?
What have I got? I got he was murdered, mister.
And go there, and walk the hallway mottled with shadows and scuffings, the short corridor that ends in the door with the tin numbers and the pull-down bed and the basin in the corner. Knock on door 11. Get no answer. And go in, because there was urgency in the voice that said, "Come here." And the bed was pulled down. The rug was frayed, and the splotch of blood trailed off it onto the floor. The girl was behind the couch, huddled, her knees drawn to her chest, and only the fat summer fly pinging against the window made sound. That and the lonely room silences that intruded upon the dead girl, the murdered girl.
For refreshment while you work, for enjoyment anytime, chew a stick of Wrigley's Spearmint Gum. When your mouth feels dry, when you're warm or tired, Wrigley's Spearmint is really refreshing. The lively, full-bodied, real mint flavor cools your mouth, moistens your throat, freshens your taste. And the chewing itself gives you a little lift, helps you feel your best and do your best. So for chewing enjoyment plus pleasant refreshment, chew delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Gum. We now continue with Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
In the glittering midsummer's day, Broadway takes time out to shimmer. The chrome is polished high, the better to reflect the passage of women who lean for a moment against the summer's heat and then walk slowly on. The mouthpieces of the payphones glisten with the moist whispers of an empty summer afternoon. A money clip glints through the dark of an alley, and you know that someone has gotten odds on a piece of the day. There's the drone of the neon and the tired wind nudging a headline in a shining trash bin. Cop finds murdered girl in tenement room, and the wet shirt pulled from your back. Like other summers, other days. And where I was, in the corridor between my office and the show-up room, that had happened before, too. Only the names of the dead were different.
Blanche Hemby. I got the rundown on her you wanted, Danny.
What'd you get, Muggavan?
Oh, I'll have to slice it off fast, Danny. I'm due at the show-up. The woman there, Mrs. Westfall, real eager to identify a prowler she dreamed last night.
I'll walk you down.
This girl, Blanche Hemby, frequent visitor. Got her name on her guest book maybe 5 times.
For what?
Oh, nothing sensational. Brawl over a hairdo with another dame in a bar. Phonograph screaming. Her screaming, disturbing the neighbors. Beat a guy's head open with a bottle because he called her a gimme-gimme girl. Things like that.
Any tie-up with David Blaine?
I noticed around the bars where she had the trouble. The tenement where she lived, the place she was working at 2 weeks ago.
They fired her?
No, she gave notice, Danny, 2 weeks ago. Said she was sick and tired working for nickel tips behind the hamburger counter. She had better, she told him, a lot better. Bit a hole in her time card, threw it on the griddle, walked out.
Work anywhere else? See anyone else?
No, I checked that, too. Blanche slept away the days in her room. 3 times a day she got up to phone for beer, once a day for sandwiches. Here I am. I'll check with you later, Danny.
Yeah.
How do I know where I got it? Why don't you leave me alone?
Muggavan.
Stop making a show.
That kid up there.
What about him, Danny? Some punk, probably.
That's the boy who was the tenant on the 2nd floor where Blaine was murdered. Get him, Muggavan. Bring him up to my office.
Sure, Danny, right away. Here he is, Danny. He's not anxious.
Sure. Hands off me. You're scum, all of you.
Take it easy, kid. What happened? The city trying to drown you the way you said it does to people?
I hate it. I get drunk at night because I hate it. That way I see it for what it is. And you can't stand that when someone like me sees you for what you are. You hate me. And you kick me, you throw me in jail because I'm better. Even drunk, I'm better.
He's right, Danny. He's a lot better than us. He goes around with a pocket full of watch, like this, because he's so much better.
I see it. Where'd you get this watch, Richard?
I held out my hand and I begged, and a kindly person dropped it right into my begging hand.
Where'd you get it?
I told you. I walked the streets and it fell into my hand because I was crying and lonely. And sick for home.
Miss Carroll, your neighbor, has a watch like this. You steal it from her? You steal it, Richard? Lock him up, Muggavan. A watch exactly like the one Regina Carroll owned. Her engagement present from the man now dead, presumed a suicide, suspected murdered. If it were Miss Carroll's watch, what was Richard Fallon doing with it? It was a simple question, and Richard couldn't answer it. So call Miss Carroll. Get no answer. So open the plush box that held the watch. Levante, jewelers for over a century. That's what the satin ribbon said, glued against the inside top. Stolen from Levante, jewelers for over a century? Go there. Ask Mr. Levante.
Oh, no, not stolen. Purchased.
By whom?
A policeman, you said you were? Let me see, please.
Sure. Here.
Yes. This watch was purchased.
You've already said that.
Apologies. I'm temporizing, you see. I'm trying to gather my forces together. Now, as to who purchased this watch, perhaps to a Miss Carroll, my old friend, Miss Regina Carroll. Of course, it's impossible to tell.
What are you trying to tell me, Mr. Levant?
You see, this is quite an unusual watch. We rarely sell more than one a year. Our own design with a foreign mechanism. However, we sold 2 in the last few months. Remarkable?
Who did you sell them to?
Even more remarkable. A few days ago, Miss Carroll purchased such a watch. A few months ago, a fiancé. Now dead, I've heard, a few months ago. This gentleman also purchased such a watch as an engagement gift for Miss Carroll.
That makes 2 watches for Miss Carroll, both the same kind. Is there an explanation for it, Mr. Levant?
Well, Miss Carroll said she lost her engagement watch. Thus, she purchased another one. She cautioned me not to mention it to her fiancé, or to anyone for that matter. But now, you, a policeman, Mr. Blaine dead, well, you don't think I'm going back on my word to an old friend, do you?
Miss Carroll is your old friend?
Her dad and I were close. I toddled Regina. Poor woman.
You mean about her fiancé?
About all of them.
What do you mean?
There were 4 of them, you know. 2 at college, 1 when she was a sophomore, 1 when she was a senior. Then about 10 years ago, a young man, since quite successful in groceries, has a nice store for select customers on Madison. Chap named Mason, I think.
Miss Carroll was engaged 4 times, huh?
She's 37, you know. She doesn't look it, does she? Still a beauty. A bygone day kind of beauty, if you know what I mean. Victorian? Would that be it? I often wondered why she never married any of her young men, why they backed out on their marriage.
I wonder why, too.
You need some help, sir?
I'm looking for a Mr. Mason.
All right, I'm Mason.
I'm Danny Clover, police.
The first name's Pete, Danny.
You got a couple of minutes?
Any time for you, fellas. I need a couple of minutes to recuperate anyhow. Mrs. Smythe just had me on the floor.
Oh?
She comes in here with her French poodles, 3 on a leash. Maid and chauffeur trailing in back. Orders a dozen... Well, did you ever hear anybody say bagel with a broad A? She wants a dozen boggles. I don't understand her. Finally, she tells me what she wants is receptacles for a delicacy known as locks.
How did she say locks?
Locks, the chauffeur said. What can I do for you, Danny?
You were once engaged to a Regina Carroll, weren't you?
It was an experience. I'm not sorry for it.
Who broke the engagement?
You've got to ask that because it's important for the police to know, right, Danny? I broke it.
Why?
Why? That's a question I often ask myself. Sometimes my wife asks me. And I'll tell you what I answer.
Go ahead.
Regina was a girl just like the girl that married dear old Dad. Close to the wedding, I discovered this is not the type of girl I wanted. Personally, the girl that married my dear old Dad, my mom, nagged my father to an early grave. Mom and Regina, 2 peas from the same pod.
Go on.
I'll tell you about Regina. I figure she has a picture in her head of a husband in a smoking jacket with satin lapels and a curved pipe and a fireplace. I don't fit the requirements. Personally, I like poker better than cribbage.
Uh-huh. What else?
Well, Regina, how she dressed. Pretty, you understand. But she made her own fashions, which she never changed. Ribbons, dresses choked against the throat, and always a little too long. She slipped on the ice once, and I told her she had pretty legs. She slapped me. That's what about Regina Carroll, Danny. That enough?
Plenty. Thanks. Thanks a lot. Gordon?
Danny Clover. I couldn't be more charmed if I tried.
A quiet evening and technical, huh, Gordon?
It was. Now the place screeches at me. Did you do that, Danny, just by walking in here?
You mix yourself bitter pills in those test tubes?
I don't have to. I have company. No offense.
The gun that killed David Blaine. Get it out. Go over it again.
I've already examined it thoroughly. My report was placed on your desk.
Get it out.
Well, I can recall it to you if memory fails you. .32 caliber, Smith & Wesson, fired once.
Get it. Examine it.
All right, Danny. See? I'm examining. It's still as it was when Blaine held it close to it.
The barrel. Put it on a slide. Hold it up to the light, whatever you have to do.
If you ask, Danny. I'll do better. Perhaps this will amuse you. The spectral micrograph enlarges 45 times. And there. Have a look, Danny?
You look.
All right, Danny. All right. Wow.
What?
These infinitesimal scratch marks on the barrel. Fascinating. And a new quirk. It didn't register on me before. I checked the rifling in the barrel against the slug, which we call standard operating procedure. I didn't think of looking at the outside of the barrel. Why should I, with a suicide? I guess I should have, huh?
And what would you have found out, Gordon?
That the man killed himself with a silencer on his weapon. Now, that's what I call taking quiet pleas a shade too far, huh, Danny?
Oh, Mr. Clover. I knew you'd come back. Knew there'd be more things you'd want to know about David. Did you come in?
Thanks.
You may sit down, that chair.
No, thanks. What makes you think I wanted to find out any more about David?
I assumed it. Suicide. Files to complete. I realize it's my duty to be cooperative.
Miss Carroll.
I can tell you so much about him. He was generous. He was a gentleman. Rare thing to find nowadays.
He was murdered.
You suggested that before, Mr. Clover. I didn't believe it then. I don't believe it now.
Murdered. He was dead minutes before we got to him.
That's stupid.
Listen to me, Miss Carroll.
Stupid because I heard the shot. We all heard it. We all ran out into the hall.
Do you have a gun, Miss Carroll?
Yes, I have a gun. David gave it to me. Woman alone.
Did he show you how to fire it?
Of course he did. He loved guns. I interested myself in them. Shall I get the gun?
It isn't necessary for now. You don't have to get the silencer either.
What are you talking about?
The gun you shot David with, his own gun, was equipped with a silencer.
Mr. Clover, I don't understand you at all. I'm a lonely woman. And I admit it, I'm a helpless one. How could I have killed anyone? Someone I loved.
Nice view from this window, Miss Carroll. You could stand here, see Detective Muggavan and me coming, fire a blank cartridge from your gun, run out into the hall. Look up, and everyone thinks the shot came from the floor above, from David Blaine's apartment.
Mr. Clover.
Do you admit it, Miss Carroll?
No. No.
I want to show you something. Here. Look at it, Miss Carroll. A watch, just like the one you're wearing.
I didn't kill him.
David Blaine broke his engagement to you, didn't he?
I didn't kill him.
The kind of woman you are, proper and proud. You gave him back the watch. But what to tell your friends? Tell them that someone else walked out on you the way 3 other men did? A proud woman like you? So you bought another watch, just like it. The one you're wearing.
Please, please.
Because I have the one you gave back to David. The watch you had that boy, that writer, Richard Fallon, steal from David's apartment. So the police wouldn't find it there and ask questions. You told him to get rid of the watch. He got drunk instead, got picked up.
Look. David jilted me. But I didn't kill him.
You did. You couldn't live with the thought of another man's walking out on you, like the other 3. That's why you bought the watch, so your friends would think you were still engaged.
Mr. Clover.
So your friends would think David died because of the money he lost. And Blanche Hemby, the reason why David walked out on you.
Filth.
The woman David loved.
Filth!
Beat her to death.
Beat her!
Let's go, Miss.
Like David, here is filth. Instead of me, her, a woman like that.
Miss Carroll.
It's not true what you said. Those men didn't turn me down. I turned them down. College boys. The grocer. Not good enough. It isn't true. It isn't true. Why? Take me away. Put me someplace. I don't want to look at anyone. I can't look at anyone.
Broadway's deserted now. Maybe it's the heat. Maybe it's just that people get tired and want to go home because Broadway threw sand in their eyes. Maybe you found what you were looking for and couldn't stare it in the face because it's a street that'll give you anything you want, any way you want it. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Remember, friends, for refreshment while you work, for enjoyment any time, chew a stick of Wrigley's Spearmint Gum. There's lots of lively, real mint flavor in it to cool your mouth, freshen your taste, and sweeten your breath. And chewing Wrigley Spearmint helps keep you fresh and alert. You feel better, work better, get more fun out of doing things. So indoors, outdoors, at work or play, always keep delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum handy. For refreshment while you work, for chewing any time, chew a stick of Wrigley's Spearmint Gum. The makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum hope you've enjoyed tonight's story and that you're enjoying Wrigley's Spearmint Gum every day. We invite you to join us next week at this time when Detective Danny Clover returns again with Broadway's My Beat. Broadway's My Beat, brought to you by Wrigley's Spearmint Gum, is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis with music composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. The program is written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin and stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia and Jack Prussian as Muggavan. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
I petition, I attest, I insist that Joseph Moriano was wrongly and unjustly convicted of murder. No matter how long it takes, I'm going to prove it. It will be then, and only then, that the defense rests.
The National Broadcasting Company is proud to present Miss Mercedes McCambridge in The Defense Rests, the first in a new and exciting series of cases from the files of an outstanding woman attorney, Martha Ellis Bryant. When young, attractive Martha Ellis Bryant chose law as a career, she was expected to take advantage of her prominent family background and attend to the minor legal needs of the rich. Instead, she accepted the challenge of defending the defenseless. Joseph Moriano was one of the defenseless. So was the elderly, poorly dressed, grimly determined man who came to her office on the night of May 6, 1950. He opened the door without knocking.
Who's there?
Excuse me.
Yes?
I'm looking for Martha Ellis Bryant.
I'm Miss Bryant, but the office is closed. I thought that door was locked.
My friends tell me you are the one I should see.
Yes, well, it's very late, and I was just leaving. I have a dinner engagement.
No, please. I take only a minute. I've come about Joe.
Joe?
Joseph Moriano. They say he killed a man named Freddie Cellini. You know about this?
No, I don't think I do. When did it happen?
In December 10th, 1939.
1939? Well, that was almost 12 years ago.
Yes. It happened in a restaurant run by Bella Groton. It's down on State Street. You remember now?
No, I'm afraid I don't.
Yeah. In the back of Bella's restaurant, there was a gambling room. But the police were after Bella, so on the night Freddie Cellini was murdered, the back room it was closed up tight.
Hi, fella. I come in and get warm.
Yeah, Freddie. Yeah.
No, honest. That wind out there really cuts you up. Boys, coldest December 10th on record, you know that?
Yeah. Ready to close up. It's late.
Yeah, sure. No customers tonight?
Not the kind of customers you mean.
Oh, sure, I know. Gotta be careful, fella.
Yeah. Come on out to the kitchen, Freddie. I'll give you something to warm you up.
Okay, all right.
What makes you so nervous?
Nervous? I'm not nervous. What's that?
Someone?
Who is it? Who?
There's a man coming in the restaurant.
Who? Look, Bella, some of the boys have been saying I went to the cops about places like
Shut
this.
up, he's coming back here.
Yeah, but it ain't true. But they're after me, see?
He's got his face covered up. He's got a gun. It's a stick-up.
No. Guns for me. I was warned about it. Look, tell him, Bella. Tell him I didn't do it.
Freddie! Freddie! Freddie!
So that was the end of Freddie Cellini.
Yes, Mr. Bryan. Nobody really know why he was killed. Nobody much cared. He was not a good man. But then one day, police come for Joe Moriano, and they say he killed Freddie. Joe is not at home, only his wife and the two bambinos. The police look for Joe, but they don't find him. And then Joe, he's here. The police look for him. He goes to a police station to say he did not do it.
Yes, and then what happened?
Joe's sent to prison for the rest of his life. He's there 12 years now. But he's not do it. I tell you, he's not do it.
Do you have proof?
I am Tony Moriano. Joe is my son. My son not kill Freddie Cellini. My boy is not a murderer. I know.
Oh, I see. That's your proof.
Well, you not believe me.
Mr. Moriano, I'm very sorry. I know it's hard for a father to believe, but if he was convicted and sentenced for life, there must have been good reason.
My boy, he don't do it. Someday, somehow he get out. I see to that. I live for nothing else.
Why did you wait for 12 years before taking any action?
My friends, they tell me it take big money to find a man who really killed Freddie Cellini. Now I got the big money. $5,000.
$5,000? That is a lot of money.
Not if it buy freedom for my boy.
Suppose it doesn't.
Then somehow I get more. Someday, somehow Joe is a get out.
City desk, Crane speaking.
Hello, Judd. Oh, I'm glad you answered the phone.
Now, wait. Don't tell me. Let me guess. It's Martha Ellis Bryant.
Yeah.
I hate to mention this, old friend, but you stood me up tonight. We had a date for dinner.
Yes, I'm terribly sorry, Judd. I'm still at the office. I was detained, and I couldn't call.
Another man?
Yes. A man with $5,000.
Well, that's the breaks. But how could I hold your interest forever on a mere reporter's salary?
Judd, listen to me.
Don't think I'm bitter. If I can ever be of help...
You can be of help. You can meet me at Bishop's Steakhouse in an hour. With some information.
Information about what?
About a 12-year-old murder.
Anyway, after this Freddie Cellini was killed, the police moved in fast. This all had something to do with an official war on small rackets. I guess the cops were afraid his death would cause an outbreak of gang killing. They got a tip on this Moriano.
Where did it come from?
Well, it was never brought out. At least there's nothing on it in the files of the dispatch. They just got the tip on him, and at first they couldn't find him. Later he surrendered.
That's right. Voluntarily.
Yeah, protesting his innocence every inch of the way. How did you know?
I'll tell you in a minute. The point I'm trying to make, Judd, is this. If a man is innocent, he surrenders to clear himself. Otherwise, he lets the cops find him.
Maybe. But Moriano was brought to trial.
But on what basis? I think I'll have some coffee now.
Okay. Eddie, some hot coffee for Miss Bryant. Coming right up. Well, the basis was confused testimony about what he was doing on the night of the murder. He told one story, the wife another. Until he had a record, he was on probation.
Oh?
It was enough to get him life in the state penitentiary.
Life? On such flimsy evidence?
No. Bella Groton cinched the conviction. She identified him as the killer.
She'd have identified anybody as the killer to save her own skin. She was tied up with every petty racket in town. Didn't the court question her testimony?
Oh, Bella was nobody's fool. The minute the police put the heat on, she slapped a padlock on her back room and became respectable citizen number 1.
Yes, but even so...
Yeah, but it all boils down to this, Marty. The state wanted to make an example of Moriano. Like I told you. They didn't want a repeat of the bloody gang wars of 1932.
I still think the sentence
Here's
was a
your
little...
coffee, Miss Bryant. It's nice and hot.
Thanks, Eddie.
You like a little music, too?
Sure.
So how about a nickel?
Okay. Here.
Judd, it was Joe Moriano's father who came to my office tonight.
The guy with $5,000?
He said he had $5,000. He wanted me to use it to get Joe out of the penitentiary. He says the kid didn't do it, that he was framed.
Come now, you don't
No,
think
he was so sincere, so on the level.
Why did the old man wait 12 years?
It took him that long to get the money.
Where'd he get it?
The money?
Yeah.
Well, he didn't say.
Oh. You'd make a fine reporter. There might be a good story here. Do you have old Moriano's address?
Yes, he gave it to me. He wrote it out on a slip of paper, and I put it in my purse. It's right here, son. Here it is. Oh, this can't be it. This just says Tony, Box 32.
Box 32? Oh, baby, did you get taken?
Taken?
Sure. So sincere. So on the level. If anyone was framed, it was you. Almost.
What are you talking about?
Just this. The old man's probably a front for young Moriano's mom. They've obviously decided the kid's cooled his heels long enough, so they've cooked up some phony idea to spring him.
I still don't see what that is.
Marty, Box 32 is the post office address of a little village out on the flats near the river. You know the place. It's made up of packing crates, burlap, and busted hopes.
Oh. Pauper's Paradise.
Mm-hmm. Now, how would a guy who lives in Pauper's Paradise get $5,000?
Come on, Judd. Let's find out. We just want to know one thing, Mr. Moriano. Where did you get the money? The $5,000?
Here, there. It's not important.
No, but it is important. Did Joe have it hidden away somewhere? Or is it from some mob who's trying to spring him?
A mob? No. No, the money is mine. For 12 years I work for it. Day, night. Finally, I even sell my home. Why do you think I live here in this place, And now Joe has no home when he get out. But he get out someday. Somehow. I get him out if it take the rest of my life.
Life? That can be a long, long time.
Yes. That's what my boy think when he get a sentence for killing he don't do. Life can be a long, long time.
Hello?
Judd, Marty.
Oh, I've been looking through the paper for your yarn on Moriano. What's the matter? Isn't a father's faith in his son even good for a human interest story?
Oh, lay off, Marty. I told you how I feel. I don't believe a word the old man said. I still think he's a tool for young Moriano's mob. The setup just isn't on the level. And I'm not going to write a sob story just to glorify a killer.
Oh. Have you got proof that he is a killer?
They didn't give him life for shooting pool. Besides, he had a record. He was on probation.
Sure, I just read the transcript of the trial. He was public enemy number 1. He robbed a grocery store. He got $2 and a record.
Look, Marty, can you prove he isn't a killer?
I don't know, but I'm going to try.
NBC is bringing you The Defense Rests, starring Miss Mercedes McCambridge as the outstanding woman attorney, Martha Ellis Bryant. An old man's dogged faith in the innocence of his son is a poor substitute for concrete facts. Still, it was that faith, and that alone, that drove Martha Ellis Bryant to state penitentiary, where she is talking to Joseph Moriano.
You say you're not guilty, Joe. But I read the transcript of your trial. And you couldn't prove your innocence then.
No, ma'am. My lawyer wasn't much good. He didn't even let me understand. He was afraid. I don't know why. But Judge Clinton knew I wasn't guilty. He said so.
The judge who gave you life?
Yeah, in his chambers after the trial.
Oh. He said it after the trial.
You can check on that, Miss Bryant. He'll tell you that it's so.
I'm afraid not, Joe. Judge Clinton died several years ago. Are there any other facts that didn't come out in the trial?
They took me from one police station to another every few hours, taking me around the horn, they call it, so my lawyer couldn't get me out.
Anything else?
No, only Bella Groton.
What about her?
Well, the first 2 times she saw me, she said I wasn't the man. Then all of a sudden she said I was.
Uh-huh. Joe, what about your wife? I'd like to talk to her. Do you ever see her?
No, ma'am. Rosie's dead, too. She died having a baby about 4 months after I got sent up.
I'm sorry. Where are the children?
In a home. I try not to think about them.
Oh.
Miss Bryant, do you think you can help me? Do you believe that I'm telling the truth?
For your sake, Joe, you better be telling the truth. Judd?
Hmm? Oh, hi.
Hi. I'm sorry to bother you here at the paper, but I want to talk to you for a minute.
Sure. Here, sit down.
Well, isn't there somewhere more private?
In a newspaper office? Ah. Is this about Moriano?
Yeah.
I haven't changed my mind, Marty. I still...
No, Judd, listen. He's innocent. I'd swear to it. Yesterday, he passed a lie detector test.
What kind of proof is that?
I know it doesn't count legally, but it counts with me.
Well, were you able to get any other evidence of his innocence?
No, nothing. Not concrete evidence, that is. But the judge who sent him up told him that he wasn't guilty.
Well, is that Moriano's word? Or did you check with the judge?
I couldn't check with the judge. The judge is dead.
How handy for Moriano. So it's just his word.
Yes. And it was just his word that the examining officer tried to get him mixed up on his testimony prior to the trial. They hammered questions at him for hours. Then they forced him to say one thing when he meant another. And they dragged him from station to station so that his lawyer couldn't spring him. And then there was Bella Groton. On 2 tries, she couldn't identify Joe. But the 3rd time, she did.
What do you mean? That was all, just his word. Didn't you examine the police records?
No, that's why I came to see you. I was stopped today from examining those records. Does that mean anything to you?
No, wait, Marty. This conviction was legitimate. It was upheld by the Supreme Court.
I don't care if it was. That boy was put behind bars by an administration that had to get a conviction and couldn't admit it was wrong.
For what reason?
I don't know. That doesn't interest me. But what does interest me is this. Joe Moriano is doing life for a crime he did not commit. He was a victim of the worst mess of political corruption I have ever seen.
You don't have to write it out for me.
No. I want you to write it out for me.
Bryant against corruption in Moriano case. The state's attorney's office today endeavored to stop prominent attorney Martha Ellis Bryant from examining records behind the conviction of Joseph Moriano in 1939. Miss Bryant says that she was... Police still withholding vital information, says Martha Ellis Bryant. Today, in another exclusive interview with this paper, the well-known woman lawyer who was attempting to reopen the Moriano case stated that...
Hello?
Judd, Marty.
Oh, I've been waiting for you to call. Gee, how can I ever thank you?
Oh, for what?
For helping me speak my piece through your paper.
Oh, you're always good copy, Marty.
That's nice of you to say so. But the copy has come to an end.
What? You're pulling out?
On the contrary. I just got to look at those records. I found what I was looking for.
Yeah, what?
Oh, it's a Lulu... Uh-oh. Judge Stan Ellenson from the state's attorney's office just walked in the outer door. I'll call you. No, let's get together at the steakhouse about 7.
It's a date.
All right. I'll tell you about it then.
Miss
Bryant?
Hello, Mr. Ellenson. Won't you sit down?
I won't take much of your time, Miss Bryant. I think you know why I've come.
Certainly. It's about the Moriano case.
You've been doing a lot of talking.
I know, and I gather the state's attorney doesn't care much for the things I've said, which doesn't surprise me.
It's not only Hendricks. It's the commissioner and the governor.
I've only told the truth.
You've been smearing the police force and discrediting the present regime for what happened in another regime.
If I have, it's because I want action, Mr. Ellenson.
You're going to get it, Miss Bryant. That's why I came here today.
So that's it, Judd. The governor wants to settle this thing once and for all. He'll set up a special hearing of the pardon board next week, and if I can prove that Moriano is innocent, he'll get a pardon. And if not, I'm to drop the whole matter at once.
Yeah. But will you?
No. Moriano is innocent. I know it beyond any doubt.
Your folks want to order?
What? Oh, yeah, a hamburger, Eddie. Well done with everything. And coffee, black.
Yeah, I'll have the same. No onions on the burger.
Cancel the onions on mine, too.
Ah, you sly vixen, you.
Well,
That be all?
Huh? Yeah, that's all.
No music?
No music.
Okay, so no music.
Now, just what evidence do you have that Moriano is innocent?
Well, after I got at those records, I found the bailiff of the court where Joe was tried.
Mm-hmm.
And he gave me a signed affidavit that Judge Clinton had promised Moriano a new trial. Of course, that evidence is inconclusive. Judge Clinton is dead.
Yeah. And the lie detector test is inadmissible.
I know. That was just for my own morale. But I do have the picture I lifted from the police record files.
What picture?
Judd, Bella Groton testified that she didn't see Moriano from the time of the murder until she identified him on the 31st.
Well?
Well, this picture shows a cop taking Moriano into a precinct station, and with them is Bella Groton.
Bella Groton. When was the picture taken?
On the 30th, obviously. That's when he surrendered. That's when they were taking him from station to station.
Now, Marty, you can't say obviously it was taken then. You have to prove it.
But it's right.
It could easily have been taken after she identified him. Admit it. You have no evidence. You got no case.
Well, then I've got to find Bella Groton.
Where? After all the stuff that's been printed, she would have come out to defend herself. If she were around.
She lied. She knows she lied. She's kept hidden so that she wouldn't have to admit it.
Then what makes you think you can change her testimony?
Yeah, I'll meet that problem when I get to it.
Well, how are you going to get to it? That's what I want to know. Where are you going to find Bella Groton?
I got an idea. She used to run around with a fellow who ran a carnival. That's a good place to hide. Those people take care of their own.
Yeah, those outfits float all over the country.
This one floated, but it was a local affair.
But you can't...
I'll find it if I got to cover every carnival in the state. And, Judd, I'd like you to cover me.
What?
Talk to your city editor about it. See if he'll give this search a big build-up in the paper.
Well, a build-it might drive her farther into hiding.
But it might smoke her out. Anyhow, I gotta risk it. I've only got a week. Never heard of Bella Groton, huh? Thanks anyway, mister. You were my last hope.
Hey, sister.
You calling me?
Come on over and try the game. Just look at them beautiful prizes. There's a prize with every toss of the ring.
Oh, no, thanks. I don't like...
Step right up, ladies and gentlemen. Play the game.
Hey, you that Bryant dame, ain't you?
Yes, why?
Oh, I've been reading about you.
Step right up, folks. A prize with every toss of the ring.
You want to know about Bella Groton?
Can you tell me?
Come on, folks. Don't be bashful. Don't be afraid to take a chance. Come on.
What's in it for me?
That depends. What do you want?
Me? I want to marry Sam. She should not have took him from me. I told her she'd pay.
Where is she?
Oh, with Sam. They quit the Carney business months ago. She never thought I'd find her. Here you are, sister. The address is on this card.
Thanks. Here's something for you.
Oh, okay. I'm much obliged.
Okay, folks. Let's go now. See the beautiful prizes. Step up and toss the ring, ladies and gentlemen.
Come in, come in. Who are you, sister?
My name is Martha Ellis
Get
Brown.
out, you're wasting your
I
time.
want to talk to Bella Groton.
Get out, she ain't here.
I only want to know if she could have been mistaken when she identified Joe Moriano.
I said she ain't
It won't
here.
do any good to hide her. I intend to find her, you know.
Oh, that's a good story. Get out.
Now, look.
You caused me enough trouble.
I don't see why it's Bella I want, and she's caused a little trouble herself. I want her to change her testimony about Joe Moriano. I want her to tell the truth.
She'll never change her testimony. You get that? Never.
Well, why not? Surely she...
Okay, sister, okay. I'll tell you why not. Last week, Bella took poison.
She's dead?
Yeah, she's dead. Out in the graveyard. Now get out of here.
All right. I'm going. I didn't want you to read about it in the paper, Mr. Moriano. That's why I came out here to tell you. But I'll have to call off the hearing. And you better take that money, get yourself another house.
I still don't understand.
Mr. Moriano, there's not a chance in the world to get Joe a pardon.
No chance?
No chance. Without Bella Groton, there's nothing I can do. I'm going before the pardon board in an hour and request that the petition be withdrawn.
My Joe is not get out? Not ever?
I'm sorry, Mr. Moriano. Sorrier than I can say.
Where to now, Miss Bryant?
What? Oh, the State Board of Appeals, Al. 1911 Noir Street.
Okay. Hey, I just been reading the afternoon paper. You seen it?
No.
A good article in about a forgery.
Yeah.
Yeah, the cops broke a forgery case by enlarging some writing on a check 1,000 times. They proved...
Oh, wait a minute. Enlarging 1,000 times?
Yeah. What chance the guy got it?
Hey, this picture I've got of Bella and Joe together. Al, take me to the police lab. Fast as you can.
The special hearing of the Board of Pardons is now in session. Where is Miss Bryant? Well, is anyone here to speak for Miss Bryant?
Gentlemen, I'm very sorry to be late. I apologize. Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Miss Bryant?
May I address the board?
You may.
Thank you. As you know, I've been assembling evidence in the Moriano case. Such debatable items as a lie detector test, a signed affidavit from the bailiff of the court where Moriano was tried, an affidavit saying that Judge Clinton had promised the boy a new trial.
Well,
I know you're unable to accept these things. You want only evidence. But sometimes the weight of evidence, just because it's on the record, is heavy enough to crush the truth.
We'll discuss the shortcomings of our judicial system some other time.
Yes, I know. All you want are facts, and gentlemen, I have them. About an hour ago, I uncovered conclusive evidence in support of Moriano's petition.
You may produce the evidence.
Well, gentlemen, Bella Groton is dead. A suicide. What? But she was the one responsible for Moriano's conviction, and I know that she lied.
Can you prove that?
Moriano was arrested on December the 30th at 5 a.m. He was not booked until 6 p.m. of the 31st, a day and a half later.
That often happens.
I know, but I ask you to look at this picture. It shows Joe Moriano and Bella Groton entering a precinct police station together.
Well?
If I prove that this picture was taken on December 30th, the day before Bella Groton identified Moriano at the police lineup, what then?
In that event, we might be obliged to render a favorable decision.
That's all I wanted to know. The police lab has enlarged a section of this picture for me.
Oh, a close-up of Bella Groton?
No, it's a close-up of a clock on the building across the street from Bella Groton. Will you all look at it, gentlemen?
Oh.
It proves that Bella Groton did see Joe Moriano on the 30th. It proves that Joe Moriano was convicted on perjured testimony. Gentlemen, look at the face of that clock. There's a mechanical date line right across the middle. The sign above it says, "This date is always correct." And the date, gentlemen, is December 30th, 1939. Members of the Pardon Board, the defense rests.
You have been listening to The Defense Rests, starring Miss Mercedes McCambridge, the first in a new and exciting series of cases from the files of an outstanding woman attorney, Martha Ellis Bryant. Mercedes McCambridge may currently be seen in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Inside Straight, Warner Brothers' Lightning Strikes Twice, and the United Artists production The Scarf, currently having its premiere at the Park Avenue Theater in New York. The Defense Rests was written by Cameron Blake, produced and directed by Warren Lewis. Your announcer is Don Stanley.
A Life in Your Hands used a different premise for a crime drama, putting the listener in the courtroom, presenting the evidence, and then letting the listener decide the solution to the crime. It ran from 1949 to 1952. Created by Earl Stanley Gardner, who also created Perry Mason, the fictitious Jonathan Kegg is the narrator of the show, interviewing witnesses on both sides of the case, representing neither the defense nor the prosecution. In the Gene Harling case, a collector of antique treasure maps, Gene Harling, agrees to buy a treasure map from a shady figure, Captain Mendoz. Other shady figures are interested in the map also, however. When Captain Mendoz is found murdered, with Gene Harling running away from the scene, she's arrested and tried for his murder. Is she guilty or innocent? You, the listener, must decide based on the facts presented. It aired August 8, 1952. Then we have The Man from Homicide, another great crime drama. And despite only running for one season from 50 to 51, it was a fantastic show, story-wise, acting-wise, production-wise. It starred Dan Duryea as Lieutenant Lou Dana of the Homicide Squad of a fictional police department. His motto, "I don't like killers," which he reminded us of at least once every episode. Dana was a stickler for proper procedure, but he also tended to violate this rule by using excessive force on occasion, breaking into buildings without a search warrant, etc. Others were Sergeant Myers, played by Larry Dobkin, who also voiced many other characters in most episodes. And despite being very well received by fans and an outpouring of fan mail, the show was canceled after only one season. I wished I knew why. If you haven't heard this great show before, you owe it to yourself to give it a listen. In the Muriel Smith case, Lieutenant Dana investigates the murder of a nightclub singer named Muriel Smith, who is found dead in her hotel room. Ironically, he gets a confession right away, but it turns out to be false. Like all of the surviving episodes of this great show, this is a complex and very twisted plot that just gets weirder and weirder as the story progresses. It aired June 25, 1951. Then we have Under Arrest, which ran from 1946 to 1954 and starred Joe DeSantis as Captain Jim Scott. A great technical police procedural crime drama, somewhat similar to Dragnet, that put emphasis on the police not only getting the bad guys, but also in their duty to protect the citizens. In the Sam Carver case, a man is murdered during a seance, and all of the witnesses say that the killer was his business partner, who's been dead for years. A strange, sinister, and intriguing mystery. Obviously, a person cannot be murdered by a disembodied spirit. Or can they? It aired February 6, 1949, and starred Jack Curtis, Andy Donnelly, and Cass Eastman. Next up is Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar, one of the most popular detective shows in radio, running from 1949 to 1962, and going through several actors in the title role, from Charles Russell, Edmund O'Brien, John Lund, and finally Bob Bailey. Working as a freelance insurance investigator, the show aired 809 original episodes over its run, with most of them surviving to this day. In The Poor Little Rich Girl Matter, which aired September 1st, 1957, the young, blonde, gorgeous Cynthia Durbin has been married to the wealthy playboy Peter Durbin for 3 years. She wants to take out a $200,000 life insurance policy on him without telling him, which brings Dollar into the picture. Why? The obvious answer is not necessarily what you think it is. And then Danger Dr. Danfield, where the main character is a criminal psychologist played by Steve Dunn, and Joanne Johnson played his secretary, Rusty Fairfax. Herb Butterfield played Police Captain Otis. The doctor narrates each episode as if he is dictating the case to his secretary, with dramatization of the story in between. I've always liked this show. I think the stories are really unique and well written. In Norman Miles, which aired September 8, 1946, we have a really strange tale of murder, inheritance, and conflicting clues and conflicting motives. Dan receives 10 $1,000 bills in the mail, telling him to be smart and forget where he was on August 31st. On that date, Norman Miles had called Dr. Danfield, asking him to investigate 3 of his relatives, one of whom he believed was planning to murder him. When Dr. Danfield receives a phone call from the police telling him that Norman has been found dead, he begins his investigation. All right, time to enjoy these great crime shows. I will see you on the other side.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Earl Stanley Gardner's A Life in Your Hands. Was there a knock on the door? Did you hear the violin? When did she scream? Listen while we place A Life in Your Hands. You never know when you step from the safety of your home when you may witness a violent death and be called upon to testify as to what you saw and heard. Murder is a dark enigma that strikes fear into the heart of man. Strange, baffling, mysterious. But the darkest crime one man can invent, another man can unravel. Such a man is Jonathan Kegg, created by Earl Stanley Gardner, the world's most popular writer of mysteries, creator of Perry Mason, Doug Selby, and other outstanding characters.
Fiber here, get your fiber here. Amusement park killer accused. Read all about it. Fiber.
Give me the Times, Joe.
Oh, come right up, Mr. Kegg. There you are.
Keep the change.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Say, there's a picture on the front page of the Dispatch, Mr. Kegg. Don't you want a copy of that?
No, thanks, Joe.
Old stuff, huh? One killer down and plenty more to go. I read about you questioning all those people at the trial. Sure was something, huh?
A man was almost given the death sentence for a murder he didn't commit.
Yeah, close call for him. What are you working on now, Mr. Kegg?
A quiet evening and a night's sleep.
That's all I ever get. Day after day. Oh, wish something big had happened to me.
You never know, Joe. You never know when you may be called upon to testify to an act of violence in which you have become involved quite innocently. Why, Joe, even now, somewhere in the city, there may be a crime in the making.
Mendoz, are you in there? Mendoz, it's Kramer.
Wait a minute. What you want?
Didn't you hear me yelling for you downstairs?
I was asleep.
Sleeping off your drunk last night, huh?
None of your business why I sleep.
I keep a good rooming house. You want to stay, you come home nights sober and quiet. Somebody's calling you on the phone. It's a woman.
Oh, why you not say so? I wait for her.
You can talk down at the end of the hall.
Who will listen to what I say?
Nobody's paying any attention to your business. I'll hang up when I get downstairs. Gino, shut that thing off. Go on up the 3rd floor with it.
Yes, sir.
Keep it quiet while I'm talking on the telephone.
I cleaned the horse.
Find something else to do. Now, the phone's on the wall there.
Well, why you wait around, eh? You want to hear what I say?
No concern of mine. Get your talking over quick. Don't tie up the line.
This is Capitan Mendoz speaking.
Dean Harling, Mr. Mendoz. Your letter came today. I'm interested in your proposition.
I thought you would be interested, Miss Harling.
Is it genuine?
I know the old man in San Barbados who keep it for almost 100 years.
Tell me, why are you offering it to me?
You are a crazy woman who will pay more than treasure is worth to find it. This would be a little game you have never played.
Where is the place you want me to meet you?
At the waterfront, 708 Kinnaid Street.
I have no idea where
You will find it. Come at 9 o'clock tonight.
Oh, I can't possibly. I have other
I will show you the map at 9 o'clock. Ask for Capitan Mendoz or come to my room, 301. It will be a pleasure to see you again, Miss Harling. Adios.
Gino, turn off the sweeper. I said turn it off. Where were you when Mendoz was talking on the phone?
I go to third floor like you tell me.
You're lying.
No, it is true.
You weren't running the machine.
But it would not go.
You listened to what he said, didn't you?
I work. I do not listen.
Was he talking about the map?
I could not hear what he say.
You're lying. I'll find out what you know if I have to break it.
My arm. You hurt my arm.
Talk. Is it the map?
See the map.
Who's the woman?
The name is Harling.
Her old man's the banker. What did Mendoz tell her?
He say she come here at 9 o'clock and buy map if she want it.
If she'd buy it from him, she'll buy it from me.
That's all I know. Let go of my arm. You hurt me.
I'll let go. Now, get up on your feet. Keep working if you want to stay around here.
I work.
You tell Mendoz this happened.
I not tell. I not tell.
You'd better not. Keep your big mouth shut. Your ears open. And when I ask you something, answer me. You catch on?
See, I catch on. I catch on.
I can't talk any longer, Betty. Oh, I just can't. Well, now that you've heard about it, will you go? Why not? I think it's the most exciting thing that ever happened. We'll fly down to Miami to pick up the cabin cruiser and take everybody we know and some shovels. What is not silly? Oh, to some waterfront rooming house. Well, of course, alone. Don't worry, I'll carry a hat pin. Look, Betty, it's almost 9 o'clock. You think over the cruise, and I'll call you when I get back with my treasure map. Goodbye.
Well, Captain Mendoz, how are you tonight?
Move out of my way.
Going out to eat, Captain?
What I do is my business. Stand away from the door. Let me through.
270 pounds, Captain. If you want to try pushing me around, help yourself. You don't want to try, huh? Well, I'm glad you don't. It's no use us fighting. You know, I think it's about time we had a friendly talk. Got acquainted.
I have nothing to say.
Come on into my room and sit down.
I have nothing to say.
You've had a change since last night. You were talking loud and long then.
I go up to eat.
Whatever you say. Tell me where you're going to be, Mendoz, and I'll send over the immigration officer to pick you up. Surprise you, huh?
How you know that I...
Come on in where we can talk. Never can tell who's listening out here in the hall. A chair for you. Sit down. You sure had a time last night. I know now why you were laughing so hard about that freighter, the Edgemont. I talked to the third mate on her today. He tells me they didn't know they had a passenger this last trip.
I stay in my cabin.
Hid in a lifeboat. Smuggled yourself ashore.
I leave tomorrow. I do not stay.
I can't blame you for sneaking into the country. The customs inspectors might have asked questions about a treasure map.
You know the map?
Sit down, Mendoz.
No, I leave this place.
That woman that's coming to buy it tonight. Why don't you let me talk to her?
No.
I'll make a better deal for you. Get you twice what you want, and take my share for not turning you into the police. Seems to me like that's a
I
good...
have a knife, Senor Kramer.
Get away from me.
You speak to the police, and when I leave this country, I will leave this knife with you, Senor.
My friend, wunderbar, wunderbar. Like the nights we spend in the park in the old country. The music, the talk, good friends together. It's so good to see you and hear you play, Herman.
Ja, Franz, ja.
Again, Herman. Play again for your old friends.
But the neighbors. I worry about the other people in the hotel. They try to sleep, maybe.
9 o'clock at night? They do not sleep so early.
Perhaps they do not like the violin.
What if they don't? Next door, the man break up the room, open and close the drawers to his bureau. I hear him banging while you play. Downstairs, they run the cleaner. Listen. Someone is always coming in or going out. All night long, it is a noise. We can have music if they have bang and crash and boom all the time.
Yeah. If you think it is all right, I will play.
Yeah. Play the song we used to sing with Frida before the war.
Oh, Frida. Poor Frida. She's dead, you know.
Yeah, she's gone. So many are gone. That is the way of resistance. In the underground, you live or you die. You escape or you are caught. No one is wounded or captured.
Frida. I remember Frida.
Ich weiß nicht. She used to sing it so beautifully. I remember one night in the...
someone at your door.
Yeah.
You see, what did I tell you? They do not like the violin.
I go tell them. I said...
I will leave. Tell them I am leaving.
No. Sit down, my friend. It is next door. No one is bothering us. Huh? Forget the neighbors. Now, play Ich weiß nicht, the song we used to sing with Frida.
Yeah, but softly.
As loud as you want to play. I will move out if they don't like it.
Captain Mendoz, it's Jean Harling.
Aha, a woman.
Yeah.
What is it?
A woman screamed.
Where? What happened? What was it?
We stay here. We do not witness. You know what it is to see in the old country during the war? The witness dies, too.
But that was the Nazis, Germany. This is America, the United States.
We stay in the room. Later, the police come.
She said her name. After she knocked, she said her name.
Jean Harling. Herman, play something. Play. So we will not be afraid.
Faber! Get your late Faber here! There is tried for waterfront murder! Get your paper, late Faber!
Oh, here, Joe.
Oh, thanks. Hey, this new murder, Mr. Keg, this Jean Harling. You figure she did it? A lady like her, money up to here, killing some waterfront mug? It don't seem natural.
The prosecution says he was stabbed.
Yeah, that's right. You know, I always had the idea classy people like her never use a knife for anything but eating. Know what I mean, Mr. Keg?
Yes. Yes, I do. I know what you mean exactly. Here, keep the change.
Oh, thanks, but... Hey, I barked. You gave me $1, Mr. Keg. What did I do? What did I say?
If the court pleases.
Yes, Mr. Keg. Please come to the bench.
If it please the court, I would like to enter this case as amicus curiae.
It does please the court, Mr. Keg. I am very glad this case has interested a man of your reputation and standing in the legal profession. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, your attention. This is Jonathan Keg. He will serve me as amicus curiae during this trial. To explain, he is officially a friend of the court. He serves neither side, prosecution nor defense. Mr. Kegg's object is to assist us in arriving at the truth through cross-examination. If there are no questions from the jury, you may proceed, Mr. Keg.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would like to call the defendant, Miss Jean Harling, to the stand. Miss Harling, what was your association with the man known as Captain Juan Mendoz?
He wanted to sell me a map, a treasure map.
You intended to dig for this treasure?
Yes.
But, Miss Harling, isn't your family reputed to be wealthy?
Yes, but I thought it would be fun.
Did you inform your family of this plan?
I told some of my friends. I asked them to go along and make it a party.
How much did the captain ask for his map?
We didn't set a price. I was to go to his room.
You went there alone?
Yes, I knocked on the door to room 301, then waited. He didn't answer. I tried the door. It opened. The captain was lying across the bed with blood.
Mrs. Grogan, who lives down the hall, says she heard a scream, opened her door, and saw you running for the stairway.
That's right.
Why didn't you call the police?
I did.
Yes, after the story was in the newspapers. After you had talked with your lawyers. Why the delay, Miss Harling?
I was upset. I was never in a place like that before. I never saw a murdered man. I was afraid.
Afraid after the murder. Yet you went to such a place unescorted, without a weapon, solely on the strength of a letter from a man you did not know.
That's not true. I knew Captain Mendoz. 2 years ago, I had the cruiser in Haiti. My skipper went ashore, didn't come back, so I hired Captain Mendoz for the rest of the trip.
How long did he work for you?
2 months. He was insolent. I fired him.
You parted in anger, then?
I wasn't mad. I just didn't want him around anymore.
Look at this knife.
Yes.
Have you ever seen it before?
No.
This is the murder weapon, Miss Harling. Take a good look at it.
I am.
You knocked. You entered the room. Why did you scream?
I think I saw a man. I'm not sure. That's why I never mentioned it before.
Go on.
A shadow. It might have been the curtain. The window was open. It was like a man climbing out onto the fire escape.
Describe the man.
I can't. He was just a shadow.
Perhaps a shadow created in your mind to divert suspicion.
Oh, you can't say that. I didn't kill Captain Mendoz. I didn't.
That will be all, Miss Harling. The next witness, please. I want to question Mr. Bert Kramer, owner of the rooming house. Captain Mendoz was your guest, Mr. Kramer?
Checked in the day before he got killed. Came home drunk that night. I told him to get out. I run a clean place, and I don't want any shenanigans.
You have a criminal record, I believe.
That's why I try to keep a clean place. I don't want to get mixed up with anything since I turned honest.
You knew about the treasure map?
Mendoz did mumble something about a map when he came home roaring drunk. I didn't pay no attention.
Where were you when he was murdered?
In my room, alone. No alibi.
You seem to anticipate my questions.
I've had a few shot at me before.
Yes, I'm sure you have. Mr. Kramer, did you know Miss Harling was coming to see Captain Mendoz on the night of his death?
All I knew was some woman called him. I answered the phone.
You didn't know her name?
She didn't say. I didn't ask.
Did you see her enter the building?
She walked by my door.
Did you see her leave?
Pushed by me in the stairway. She was in a hurry.
That'll be all.
Guess I didn't help you much, Mr. Kegg. That's too bad.
I gained 2 valuable impressions, Mr. Kramer. You are hiding information, and you do not care to help the court find the Mendoz killer. You may expect further questions. Step down, please. Next witness, Gino Arucci. You are employed by Mr. Kramer?
Si.
Did you know Miss Harling was coming to the rooming house the night of the murder?
I hear Captain Mendoz talk on phone. She wished to buy the treasure map.
You knew about the map, too?
I am the one who tell Mr. Kramer. I don't wish to speak, but he twists my arm so it break. I tell.
Oh, he forced you to speak.
See? He say if I tell Mendoz anything, he kill me.
Go on.
Later, he talk with Mendoz. I listen. If Kramer wants part of the money for the map, or he will tell the police on Mendoz.
Tell them what?
Mendoz sneak into the country.
Did Mendoz agree?
He say he killed Kramer.
Gino, did you see Miss Harling the night of the murder?
I see her. I hear a woman scream. I run down from upstairs and see her run away.
What were you doing upstairs?
Anyone will tell you. They hear me. I clean the hall with my sweeper.
At 9 o'clock at night?
See, I have nothing else to do. I like sweeper. All other cleaning boys have broom. Gino have sweeper.
I see. You've done very well since you've been in this country.
See, I have machine to clean for me.
Thank you, Gino. That'll be all.
I go back to work now?
Please stay in the courtroom, Gino. I may have to ask more questions.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I would like to request a recess until tomorrow. At that time, I would like to cross-examine an innocent bystander to the Mendoz murder.
Court will recess until tomorrow at 9 o'clock, when we will call whomever you wish, Mr. Kegg, and that person must testify.
Jonathan Kegg is about to call another witness. It could be you. If it were, could you remember what you have heard? It would be vital that you do, for you would hold a life in your hands. Over 27,000 people will be accidentally killed in their homes this year. And unless you're careful, you or a member of your family may be one of them. So safety check your home and practice good housekeeping. Anchor throw rugs. Keep stairways cleared. Keep lamp cords and switches repaired. Use safe ladders. And be careful with inflammable liquids. Make home safety a family affair. Jonathan Kegg has called as his next witness Franz Gelkin, a roomer on the same floor as Juan Mendoz.
Franz Gelkin?
Yeah, that is me.
Your occupation?
I'm a watchmaker.
Where were you on the night Juan Mendoz met his death?
In the next room.
You seem nervous, upset, Mr. Gelkin.
I have told you that I know nothing.
Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, my witness was a member of the underground in Germany during the war. I have tried to assure Mr. Gelkin that he is not on trial and is in no personal danger. I hope you will understand if I have difficulty in this cross-examination.
Mr. Gelkin, our purpose is to find a killer and protect the innocent. The court is aware of your experience. However, we would appreciate your cooperation with Mr. Kegg.
Mr. Gelkin?
I understand.
Now, I want you to recall every sound you heard that might have a bearing on the murder. What were you doing at the time?
Herman, he's my friend. Herman was playing the violin. We had some beer. We talked, and I listened.
You were concentrating on the music?
Yeah.
You wanted to hear the violin. Were there other noises which bothered you?
Oh, this place is terrible where I live. The walls they make from cardboard. You can hear people snore. They boom, they bang, they crash. I get used to it. I pay no attention.
A man was murdered in the next room, Mr. Gelkin. Now try to recall what you heard.
I think. I try, but nothing.
Your Honor, I would like to make an unusual request.
Proceed, Mr. Kegg.
As you know, memory is linked with the situation. Using this principle, I would like to ask Mr. Gelkin's friend, Herman Kleiner, to play the music he did the night of the murder.
It is irregular, but I will grant your request. Is Herman Kleiner present in the court?
He is, Your Honor. Will you please help us, Mr. Kleiner?
Yeah, I help.
Mr. Gelkin, try to concentrate on the room you're in, the music, everything that happened.
Yeah.
And speak whatever comes to your mind.
I close my eyes.
That might help.
We talked about the neighbors. Maybe they do not like the violin. Maybe the man next door open and close drawers to his bureau. Bang, crash. After a while, he goes out.
Later, the door opened and closed. Did you hear a key in the lock? Now think carefully.
A key? Yeah, there was a key.
Then someone entered the room. Probably Captain Mendoz.
Yeah, that is right. The room is quiet. I hear the boy cleaning with the sweeper upstairs. It keeps running. The woman comes to the door. We think it is our door. She knocks. We talk about Frida's song. Then the knock comes again. We know it is next door. She says her name is Jean. It is Jean Harling. The door opens, and we hear the scream.
How long after the door opened?
A moment, 2 or 3 seconds.
What did you and Mr. Kleiner do after you heard the scream?
We sat in the room. We were afraid. In Germany, if you see too much, they kill you also.
We understand, Mr. Gelkin. And now, to sum it up, bureau drawers were opened and closed. Someone entered the room. It was quiet until Miss Harling knocked. She entered and seconds later screamed.
Yeah, that is what I hear.
There was one other sound. A cleaner. An old-style vacuum sweeper running on the floor above.
Yeah, that is so. The boy, he pushes it around all the time.
If the court please, I wish to demonstrate the sound of that sweeper.
If you feel it has a bearing on the case, proceed, Mr. Kegg.
The machine would be passing back and forth over a rug. It would sound like this. If the machine is standing in one place, if it is not being used, it will sound like this. Mr. Gelkin, which sound did you hear? This, the sweeper in motion? Or this, the sweeper standing in place?
That was it. That was what I hear.
Thank you, Franz Gelkin. You, an innocent bystander, have supplied us with information that will lead us to the killer. Your Honor, 3 people knew about the treasure map. Gene Harling, Gino Arucci, and Bert Kramer. Only one admits going to the murder room.
I didn't kill Captain Mendoza. You must believe me.
From the time you opened the door to the moment you screamed, there wasn't time. You are innocent, thanks to the testimony of Franz Gelkin. But you, Mr. Kramer, have no such alibi.
I was in my room.
Can you prove that?
No. You know I can't. But I didn't murder the swab. I wouldn't dirty my hands with him.
You have a good motive, money. You have a record of crime. You cannot account for your actions during the time of the murder.
Sure, but I didn't kill him.
We shall see, Mr. Kramer. The only person with an acceptable alibi is Gino Arucci. Mr. Arucci, will you take the stand? Gino, you hate Bert Kramer, don't you?
See, I hate him.
Where were you when Captain Mendoza was killed?
I tell you, in the room above.
You said the hall.
See, in the hall, too.
You were cleaning the room. You saw the open window, the fire escape. You climbed down to search for Captain Mendoza's treasure map.
Kramer will not have it. I won't let him have it. I take it away from him.
Mendoza returned. He found you in his room, so you killed him with this knife.
I do not want to kill Captain Mendoza, but he twisted my arm like Kramer. I'm blind with hate. I think only of Kramer.
So you stabbed Mendoza. You left the room when Miss Harling entered. She saw your shadow. Now, Gino, what did you do with the map?
In my sweeper. I hide it in the bag of my sweeper.
The sweeper you left running to cover your actions while you searched Captain Mendoza's room.
See, where the sweeper is, there is also Gino. Everybody says this to me. Everybody knows this.
Yes, Gino. Your Honor, Franz Gelkin's testimony leads us to an unusual murderer. Gino Arucci killed one man to revenge the injustice of another. A brutal man who twisted his arm.
Bailiff, hold Arucci for the murder of Juan Mendoza. Mr. Kegg, this court owes you a vote of thanks. We greatly appreciate your help in bringing out the truth in this case.
That's very kind of you, Your Honor, but the thanks should go to our innocent bystander, Mr. Franz Gelkin.
You're right, of course, Mr. Kegg. We can only hope that all Americans will heed this lesson in real citizenship from a newcomer to our land.
Thank you. And good night.
Good night, Mr. Kegg.
A Life in Your Hands is created by Earl Stanley Gardner, with script by Doug Johnson, directed by John Cowan. Jonathan Kegg is played by Carlton Cadell, with musical effects by Adele Scott, conducted by Whitey Berquist. This has been a partially transcribed Bell production. And this is George Stone, extending a cordial invitation for each of you to be with us again next week, when the National Broadcasting Company will again place A Life in Your Hands. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Man from Homicide. Every week at this time, the American Broadcasting Company brings you the distinguished star of stage and screen, Dan Duryea, as Lieutenant Lou Dana, the Man from Homicide.
According to Webster's dictionary, homicide is the killing of one human being by another. But to the men of the homicide squad, it's the beginning of a dirty, dangerous job that doesn't end until the killer is found. Lieutenant Lou Dana doesn't mind.
I don't like killers. There's not much to see up at headquarters. Desks, typewriters, filing cabinets, tools on a job. Yeah, the cops, too. They're also tools, except they've got a defect. They remember things. Things like blood and tears, and the eyes of the frightened, and sometimes the eyes of the dead. They were blue eyes, and they stared up at a dirty ceiling in a cheap hotel room. They were blue eyes, and they belonged to a girl who registered as Muriel Smith. Smith. All right, boys. Outside, huh? Her hair was brown. Age maybe 25. Her dress was expensive, and she was lying on her back. She was also dead, having been hit in the chest by several bullets. After a while, I stopped looking at her and looked at the other girl in the room.
I killed her. I killed her.
And your name is,
Susan Carter. I've already told the policeman.
We have a kind of routine in these things. Mrs. Carter?
Yes.
Who was she?
She... Muriel. Muriel Smith.
Oh, no.
Why do you say no?
Her dress. Not in a hotel like this.
She called herself Muriel Smith. That's all I know.
Those gloves you're wearing, they're not very clean.
Oh, they're only for drive... Oh, that is, I wore them so I wouldn't leave fingerprints.
Yeah. It also helps explain why you waited around for the police, huh?
I don't especially like you.
You and me both. Why did you kill her?
Your questions, you keep jumping around.
It's supposed to confuse you.
I killed her because she was taking my husband away from me.
Is he that valuable?
I'd rather tell this to someone else.
The trouble with killing people is it limits your choice of company. How did you know she was here?
I overheard Mike phoning her.
Mike being your husband. You beat him to the appointment?
Yes.
Tell me how you killed him. Start outside in the hallway. You came to the door. You'd knock, of course.
Naturally. I'm not
a cop. You knocked. Then what?
She opened the door and I came inside.
Now, we can skip the introductions. What then?
I had the gun in my bag. She laughed at me. So, what more do you have to know?
You shot her. She fell down and died. Then you waited for the police to arrive.
Yes.
What did you do with the gun? Eat it? I found I was looking at Muriel Smith again. I found I didn't like her being dead. I wished she'd close her eyes.
I'm not going to say anything more to you.
If you insist on meeting an assistant district attorney, come with me, please. Murphy, Mrs. Carter's going to headquarters, district attorney's office. Goodbye, Mrs. Carter. The room had been thoroughly searched. There was no gun in it. There was nothing in the room except what would be Exhibit A in a murder trial. Nobody would mention her eyes. The butler at the Carter home didn't delight in me. My tie seemed to bother him most. I decided that before I visited the next time, I'd get it hand-painted. Mr. Carter?
Yes?
Lieutenant Dana. My, credentials.
Well, don't waste them on me. What can I do for you?
Is your wife in?
Yes, she's upstairs asleep. It's rather late, you know.
I know. Would you mind asking her to come down?
I think I would, unless it's terribly important.
It's important.
Well,
I don't have a warrant. I could get one, though. It'd be even later by that time.
I see. Well, will you wait, please?
I didn't know exactly why I put him through it. Maybe it was because his tie was already hand-painted.
Lieutenant?
Yep?
My wife isn't feeling very well. She can't come down.
Uh-huh. When did you see Muriel Smith last?
Smith?
Let's just leave it at Muriel. We'll discuss last names later.
I think perhaps you'd better get that warrant.
Did I mention I'm from Homicide?
No.
I'm from Homicide.
Must be interesting work.
No, nasty. When did you see Muriel last?
Why not ask the lady?
There's a technical difficulty. She's dead.
She's what?
Dead.
You're quite serious?
I'm serious.
Well, how did she... I mean, you said you're from Homicide.
She was murdered.
That's ridiculous. Who would want to murder...
Depends on who she was.
Her name was Muriel Allen. She sang at the Golden Slipper. Her voice was very beautiful.
She's still dead.
I find it hard to believe. She had such quality.
We could manage without the piano.
I'm sorry. That was Ravel, his pavan for a dead princess.
Yeah?
Yes, Lieutenant.
A man named Marv Blakey runs the Golden Slipper. He's short, fat, and greedy. He doesn't hire princesses.
What do you mean by that? She sang for Blakey, that's all.
And what did she do for you?
Get out.
Uh-huh. Keep your appointment at the Standard Hotel tonight?
That is not... I had no appointment tonight.
It might pay you to keep in touch with your wife. Good night, Mr. Carter.
Good night.
She's downtown, holding conversation with the district attorney. Your wife, I mean. It was 1:33 in the morning. Lieutenant Dana was having unpleasant thoughts. It took me a while to notice the black coupe on my tail. I proceeded south on Market, and then at a point equally distant from either cross street, swung my car across the road and got out. The black coupe burned brake lining, but made it.
Hey, get that car out of the way.
Get out.
What's the big idea? You're blocking traffic.
What traffic?
Okay, I'll get out, wise guy.
That's better. Looking for me?
Look on my arm. Who do you think you are?
Who do you think I am?
All right. Now maybe you won't be so smart.
Got a license for that gun?
You mind your own.
Thanks.
Hey, that's my gun. You can't do that.
Who put you on my tail?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Who put you on me?
Nobody. Now, you can't get away with beating me up.
You're a hood, carrying a gun. Maybe you never heard, but I don't like hoods. I lose my temper with it.
Stop it, would you?
Who put you on me?
Mr. Blakey.
The boy with the golden slipper? Pull your car over at the curb. We'll use my car. The city pays for the gas. I wouldn't want this visit to cost Mr. Blakey anything. The Golden Slipper was open for business. Most of it dirty. The hood and I didn't stop to enjoy it.
This here's Mr. Blakey's office.
Don't knock.
What? Okay. Mr. Blakey.
Benny, what are you doing here?
He's trailing me. Trailed me right into your office, Blakey.
Benny?
I had a little trouble.
The other side of the door, Benny.
Not quite so fast, Lieutenant. Benny.
Well, he's got my gun, Mr. Blakey.
Oh? Benny doesn't feel right without protection, Lieutenant. There's the license for his gun.
Pretty engraving. Too bad I can't read.
You could get into trouble taking Benny's gun.
He could get into worse trouble. He's a little careless.
Now that you mention it, perhaps he is.
Oh, Mr. Blakey, he beat up on me. Look at my face. It's all swollen.
Biggest mosquitoes you ever saw
Mr.
this
Blakey,
year.
you ought to do something about it, because you sent me after...
Get out.
You ain't sorry, Mr. Blakey.
Get out.
Because I couldn't help it if the guy... He wouldn't have tried nothing if I had a chance to get a gun on him.
Benny.
I don't want to talk to you.
Here's your gun. Catch. Now you got a gun on me.
Out, Benny.
Benny isn't a very strong character.
Wasn't a character analysis of Benny that brought you here?
No.
I don't want any trouble with you, Dennis. I realize you can make trouble, but why?
Why did you put Benny on me?
I didn't. You misunderstood his instructions. Now, why not let the whole thing drop, huh? This isn't your beat.
Homicide's my beat.
All right. Maybe the prices I charge the suckers is murder, but...
How'd Muriel Allen go tonight?
Muriel?
Muriel Allen.
She didn't appear tonight.
Why not?
I don't know.
Where were you at 11:30 tonight?
Right here. Reading a good book.
How many witnesses?
4? 7? How many would you like?
You got a large payroll.
What happened at 11:30 tonight?
Muriel Allen quit the Golden Slipper.
Practicing to be a theatrical agent, Lieutenant?
3 bullets hit her. I need the gun they came out of.
At 11:30 tonight, I was here reading a good book. 7 witnesses, Lieutenant.
And I'm only one dumb cop. You're playing it too straight, Blakey.
Which means?
You had it for her.
Well, that may be true. It's a habit of mine.
I've seen her. More than habit, Blakey. She was worth a gross of your ordinary stock.
All right. So I'm all broken up inside by the news.
It wasn't news. Why was Benny staked out at the Carter house?
Good night, Lieutenant.
I can still use that gun. Good night. The hallway that ran behind the club was dark. I headed for the floor quick, but halfway down I found out it wasn't entirely my own idea. Oh! For a while, everything was very still. Everything was very black. But then they began peeling the layers of velvet off me, and something began to pound. It must have taken me 20 minutes to discover it was my own head. I lifted it off the ground, and the air smelled good, which meant I'd traveled. There were trees around and a sky. From which handful of obscure facts, Lieutenant Dana deduced he was out in the country. The gun somebody'd been careful to put in my hand was still warm. I got to my feet and crossed over to him. Dying hadn't improved his looks any. Benny was a very dead boy. Not a frame, especially. Nuisance value, maybe. Time consumed, more likely. But time for what? They still had the green lamp burning out in front of headquarters.
What?
You sound like a Hawaiian, Sergeant.
I'm wide awake, and further... Oh, hi, Lieutenant.
Hello, Dave.
Well, you've been gone quite a time without checking in. Hey, what's with your head?
My head? Oh, now you mention it, the blood's tickling the back of my neck.
Who slugged you?
Little boy Blue. I've also got a corpse out in the car for you.
Oh, anybody I know?
Have the boys collect them.
Sure. Now, you ought to do something about that head.
Trade it in for a new model, maybe. Dave, I want conversation with Susan Carter.
Not tonight, Lou. The DA threw her out. Didn't care for her confession, especially without the gun to go with it.
How long ago?
Oh, a half hour, maybe.
Come on. I'm dumping the corpse in your lap, and you've got the lap for it. I'm in a hurry.
Okay, Lieutenant. Now, why did that girl confess?
Maybe because she loved her husband.
Like that, huh? He must have something.
Sure. Hand-painted ties and plays the piano.
Where are you heading?
I still want conversation with Susan Carter tonight. Maybe I was wrong. My head was still pounding and confused. And I was more worried about a dead girl named Muriel Allen than current events. The Carter house was dark when I got there. A huge pile built by $1 million and a lousy architect. I'd hoped the butler would try to stop me. I had no luck. He must have been asleep. The front door opened to the second key I tried. The skating rink they called a foyer was dark, but a line of light at floor level down the corridor told me where I wanted to go. I went. And rehearsed my manners for the Carters. Nobody noticed my low bow as I went through the door.
Lieutenant!
Which way?
The window.
I caught a taillight going around the corner. There's nothing special about a taillight. I was late. Seconds late. I turned back into the room. Susan Carter was as white as the belly of a dead fish.
Lieutenant,
The faint was a break for her. She could stop looking at her husband. As for him, well, maybe he was looking at something, but it wasn't anything a pair of living eyes could see. Maybe it was a girl named Muriel. The rich are always lucky. Lou Dana here. Put out a call fast for Marv Blakey, late of the Golden Slipper. That's right, Blakey. And when you pull him in, drop me a card, huh? I ordered half dozen policemen and waited. Life caught up with Susan Carter.
I can't.
Take it easy, Mrs. Carter. You got a long time to settle down with your husband's death.
It's not possible.
It's possible. Happens all the time. Ask any cop in homicide.
But who?
That's for later. This one you wouldn't want to confess to, would you?
How can you say things like that?
Practice. I need a little information from you, and I need it quick.
My husband is just... Mike is...
He's gonna stay that way. And there's nothing you can do about the dead.
You're brutal.
I try. What happened back at the Standard Hotel? That confession isn't worth a small smile now.
The hotel... I got there after Mike. From the hallway, I could hear them quarreling. And then the shots. I wanted to run, but I went in. Mike wasn't there. I can't go on. I can't.
You don't have to. The rest's for me. I think I'm gonna like it. The uniformed men came along, and the technicians, and a doctor. It was probably the first time Mike Carter had a doctor without a Park Avenue address. He didn't put up any objections, though. I got out, went back to headquarters, and waited. Somebody sneaked in and bandaged my head. I didn't notice at the time. Later on, I admired the bandage. Plenty of reports came in. The weather was going to be fine tomorrow. Captain Slocum had a baby over at the 16th Precinct. It was going to rain tomorrow. And then it came. They'd run Blakey down, but were having trouble. I decided to go and have trouble with him. Make me smart, Dave.
Blakey's inside, Lieutenant. Only way of getting to him is through the alley, and he's got a couple of guns on it.
So?
We sent for the heavy artillery, and they ought to be getting here soon.
I can't wait.
Lieutenant, what are you going to do?
Go in and take Blakey?
Now, Lou, the alley is clear. You'll be a setup.
I don't need artillery for Blakey. I'll be seeing you.
Lou! Lieutenant, you can't. You're not bulletproof.
Quiet. A thing like that's liable to get around.
Dana,
Yeah?
stop where you are.
I'm coming in.
I told you.
I'm coming in. Hello, Blakey.
All right. All right, you got this far, so what?
I'm taking you in for murder.
Yeah, you make a nice announcement.
Thanks. Let's have your gun.
Why don't you come and get it, Carver?
All right. I will.
All right, you better stop right where you are.
I want your gun.
All right, now. Another step, just one step more, and you get it. I don't mean the gun either. I mean bullets in the belly. They hurt there.
Your gun, Blakey.
What's the matter with you? What's wrong with you? You think bullets won't hit you? You think you're different from anybody else because you're a cop? All right, well, you stop moving in on me. What's wrong with you? You're...
I'm Lou Dana, Blakey.
All right. All right, take it.
No, Blakey. Pick it up. Hand it to me.
All right.
Thanks. All right. Let's go make marks on the sergeant's blotter, huh? Marvin Blakey was booked at headquarters, the charge being murder. Marvin Blakey, being booked, was put in a cell to await his lawyer and his trial. Marvin Blakey had a few things to say.
Carter killed Muriel. Benny, how safe would I have been with him on the loose? I see you're grinning, Lieutenant. You mean how safe am I now? Never mind. Carter killed Muriel. You didn't know her, did you? Even now, with me where I am, I can almost figure it's worth it. I did know her, see?
I left him. Maybe he'd crack in the months to come before the state put him away. Maybe walking to the death chamber, having known Muriel, wouldn't help. How would I know? I was a cop on my way to make an official notification. The sky was turning dirty gray. The Carter house was large. The uniformed men and the technicians had long since gone. Michael Carter had gone with them. I rang again. It wasn't the butler who opened the door. It wasn't the girl I'd seen for the first time that night a few hours earlier. This woman was older, grayer and tired.
Lieutenant Dana.
Yeah. Mind if I come in?
I don't think I'll ever mind anything anymore. Come in.
Thanks. Let's go where you can sit down.
Kindness doesn't become you. Well, Lieutenant?
Your husband ever wear driving gloves?
No.
This is the summertime. He wouldn't have worn any other kind of gloves.
He didn't.
Your confession didn't make very much sense, Mrs. Carter.
Do we have to...
Without the gun. We found that gun.
Did you?
Your husband's pocket.
Should I be surprised?
No. His prints were on it.
Yes.
Very clear prints. Too clear.
Too clear, Lieutenant.
A man fires a gun. The prints tend to be smudged a bit from handling. But supposing a gun is wiped clean, and then the man's fingers are carefully pressed on the handle, then you'd have his prints on it, but they'd be too clear.
I never knew that.
No. I had the lab give his hands a paraffin test.
What's that?
When a man fires a gun, small gunpowder particles are embedded in the skin.
Oh?
Michael Carter hadn't fired a gun recently.
I'm tired. I'm not sure I know what you're trying to say. With Michael dead, you've got his murderer. Why did you make all these tests?
Because Muriel Allen registered at the Standard Hotel as Muriel Smith.
She was ashamed.
A club singer? Working for Blakey?
She was going to see Mike.
Then she wouldn't have registered as Miss Smith. She didn't take that room for romance. She took it for a meeting with you.
Lieutenant Dana, what are you getting at?
Something very simple, Mrs. Carter. I'm just believing your confession. She stared at me. Through the long windows, the sun was starting to flush the sky. She stared at me and worked her tongue over her dry lips. She wanted to say things, but didn't know what things to say. You were jealous. You met Muriel Allen in that hotel room and killed her. Your husband was there. He took the gun you'd used away with him. Why? Maybe because he loved you once.
Aren't you being sentimental?
He was. And it led to his death. He thought maybe he was giving you a chance to get away. That's why he lied to me when I got to your house. Said you were upstairs sleeping. You didn't even try to get away, though. Instead, you made your confession. A confession that would seem false. That would make it look as though you were trying to protect your husband. That's the way Blakey figured it. That's why he killed your husband.
I couldn't have known.
Would you have cared? With your husband dead, you remembered the gun in his pocket. You took it out, wiped it clean, and then carefully pressed a corpse's fingerprints on it. The corpse didn't object.
You're very clever.
No. I just get feelings about killers.
All right. I'll go with you, Lieutenant. But
Yeah?
what about the feelings you get about the dead?
Susan Carter was booked at the 12th Precinct for the murder of Muriel Allen. We gave her a number and a file card, and the law would take its due process. There was dust on my desk at headquarters. I signed my report, Louis Dana, Lieutenant of Detectives, Homicide Squad. In a little while, I'd get up and go home. Till then, I could think about a girl whose eyes stared up at the dirty ceiling of a cheap hotel room. I don't like killers.
You've just heard the first in a series starring Dan Duryea as the man from Homicide, with Larry Dobkin as Dave. Mr. Duryea can be seen starring in Al Jennings of Oklahoma. In tonight's cast, you heard Gene Bates as Susan Carter, Bill Boucher as Blakey, and Howard Culver as Michael Carter. Music was by Basil Adlam. The Man from Homicide is written by Lou Vittes, directed by Dwight Hauser. Be with us again next week, same time, over most of these same ABC stations, to hear Dan Duryea as the Man from Homicide. Bill Spargrove speaking. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Mutual presents Under Arrest.
Into your cell.
Criminals behind bars. Under Arrest, the story of Police Captain Jim Scott's fight against crime.
Captain Scott.
Harry Gavin, Jim.
Yeah?
I'm at Madame Cherini's.
Great. Aren't you supposed to be on duty?
I am. I'm sitting up with a corpse.
Has the corpse got a name?
Sure has. Jerome K. Wade.
Jerome K. Not the gun manufacturer.
That's right.
The fellow who used to be partners with Sam Carver?
On the button. He's been shot.
Who did it?
Sam Carver.
Oh, you're crazy. Sam Carver's been dead for 4 years.
Yeah, I know.
Now, look, Gavin. From what you tell me, an important man's been murdered. I don't like to joke about such things.
I'm not kidding. Madame Cherini's a medium. She swears Sam Carver did it.
A medium?
Yeah, one of those people who bring back the dead. Looks like she brought back Sam Carver. Cute, huh?
I didn't think it was cute. The Sam Carver case had been looked upon as a suicide. Carver was partners with Wade in the gun factory, and it was his job to inspect the guns before shipment. He passed a defective bunch, and they were shipped to the Army. Some of the boys at Okinawa got a rough deal when the guns didn't function as called for, and the incident created quite a scandal. Carver wrote a full confession, then blew his brains out in the library of his home. Only one thing didn't jibe. We never could locate the gun. Madame Cherini's place was located over the Red Parrot Bar and Grill. You had to pass through the bar to reach the back steps.
Hey, where do you think you're going?
Get my fortune told. I have a date with Madame Cherini.
Ah, wise guy, huh? Well, if I were... Oh, excuse me. Didn't know you wore a badge.
That's okay. Which way is it?
Turn right through the door there, and it's one flight up at the head of the stairs.
Thanks.
Hello, Captain.
Oh, Larry. Where is it?
Right here. That third eye in the middle of his head is a bullet hole.
Thanks. You find a gun to go with it?
No, Jim, and I've been all over the room.
No gun?
That's right. Just like it was with his partner, Sam Carver. This is Madame Cherini.
No?
This is a terrible thing to happen, Captain. I've been practicing for 30 years, and I never had any trouble before.
It's always the first time.
Oh, believe me, Captain, I run a respectable place. Such a thing has never happened to me.
Nothing happened to you. Not yet. It happened to Wade. Were you here when he was shot?
Yes and no.
Yes and no.
I was in my trance. Mr. Wade wanted to communicate with the spirit of his dead partner. We held a seance. I remember nothing. I just reached through to my control.
Control?
The spirit who makes my contacts for me, Kathy. Communication was established. The next thing I knew, I heard a shot. It penetrated the veil, and I came back to Earth once more. The room was pitch black except for a light behind me. I turned and saw him, just as plain as I see you now. It was Sam Carver, a gun in his hand. Oh, it was a beautiful materialization, beautiful.
Yes, no doubt. What happened then?
It vanished right into thin air. Of course, it couldn't stay once I was my conscious self.
Of course.
I turned on the light. The switch is right here under the table.
Oh?
Mr. Wade was exactly opposite me. He had a look on his face, a look that I'll never forget. His mouth was open as though he were about to say something. Then he toppled out of his chair, just as he is now.
You were conducting a seance?
Yes.
You need more than 2 people for a seance. Who else was here?
Mrs. Wade and Mrs. Carver.
Where are they now?
Mrs. Carver took Mrs. Wade home.
You mean Mrs. Wade saw her husband shot and she left just like that?
Oh, she was hysterical. She kept screaming about divine judgment, and our husband got what he deserved. Benny might be able to tell you more about it. He helped her out.
Benny?
The bartender downstairs. He came running up just as soon as he heard the shot. Do you want to talk to him?
Yeah. Yeah, go get him, Larry.
Check.
I think it might not be such a bad idea to question this Benny. While Gavin went to get the bartender, I took a look around the room. Nothing unusual about it. No secret trapdoors, sliding panels, nothing like that. There were heavy plush hangings, but they covered bare walls only. A low-hanging chandelier hung over the round table, and the light switch, as she said, was under the table. But you couldn't see any props, nothing to create contrived effects. Madame Cherini herself didn't look the part of the conventional medium, except for the fact that she was dressed completely in black and had a pair of the deepest, blackest eyes I've ever seen.
There he is, Captain.
Hello, Benny.
Captain?
Madame Cherini tells me you rushed up to the room as soon as you heard the shot. Is that right?
Yep.
Why?
Why?
Weren't you afraid of getting shot yourself?
Oh, I see what you mean, Captain. Well, no, frankly, I didn't think of that. Madame Cherini's a good friend of mine. I only thought she might be in trouble.
And you're not afraid of guns?
Not as much as most people, I guess. In a way, I'm kind of used to them.
Where did you get used to them?
Okinawa.
Okinawa?
Yeah, it was a war. Do you remember?
Yes, I remember, Benny. I also remember a certain ugly incident. Bad guns delivered to our boys in a certain company. Could be some of your buddies died on that account. Jerome K. Wade and Sam Carver manufactured those guns. I'm not saying Wade didn't deserve to die, Benny.
I ain't saying he didn't deserve it either. I think that... Hey, why look at me? I didn't do it.
There was nobody in the room but the women when you entered, and nobody could have passed you on the stairs. Maybe you didn't run into the room at all, Benny. Maybe you were here all the time.
Nuts, I was down at the bar waiting on my customers till I heard that shot.
Why couldn't it have...
Yes, exactly. Why couldn't it have been one of the women?
I don't think so. As I remember seances, you all hold hands around the table. Isn't that right, Madame Cherini?
That's right, Captain Scott.
And Wade held each of the women by the hand, and they in turn held the hands of Madame Cherini. Doesn't seem possible, unless all 3 women were in league to kill Wade. In that case, the other 2 could have released Madame Cherini, but that seems like too long a shot.
Yeah? Well, then maybe you can explain how I got to look like Sam Carver, huh? They all agree that it was the ghost of Sam Carver who killed Wade.
Who do you mean all?
Mrs. Carver, Mrs. Wade, and Madame Trini here.
That's right, Captain. We all recognized him. There couldn't have been any doubt that it was Sam Carver.
Sam Carver's been dead for 4 years. Yet you're sure you recognized him. You must have known him well.
Very well. Sam Carver was interested in spiritualism. Mr. Wade always used to laugh at him.
Yet you claim it was Wade who asked for this seance. And it was here he was murdered. Now, who killed him?
Sam Carver.
Bunk. Dead men don't go around killing people.
In my profession, Captain, you find out that dead people are not quite as dead as they seem.
I got a funny feeling as I looked at the corpse. There was something in the expression. Kind of fixed smile. And the bullet hole Larry Gavin had described as a third eye. For a moment in the dim light, I could have sworn the dead man winked. But it's my job to catch live murderers, not ghosts. Jerome K. Wade was killed by a slug from a .32. Nothing ghostly about that. But as far as the gun was concerned, it might just as well have been ectoplasm. I warned Madame Cherini and Benny, the bartender, not to leave town. Lieutenant Gavin went to look up Mrs. Wade and get her story. Myself, I went to pay a call on Mrs. Sam Carver.
Captain Scott, I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting.
Quite all right, Mrs. Carver. Naturally, you're upset.
Naturally. First Sam, then poor Jerry. Would you care for a drink? I think I need one.
Thank you. I don't. She looked anything but upset. Mrs. Carver must have been quite a beauty in her day, and her day was not quite past. She moved like an animal with a lithe, sensuous grace. She smiled invitingly and sank down on the couch beside me, sipping her drink. Pity we have to meet always under these circumstances.
Isn't it? I won't pretend I'm exactly grief-stricken about Jerry Wade. He was just as responsible as my husband, even more so, for that arms shipment. Yet poor Sam took all the blame.
What happened tonight? Exactly.
Probably just what you already heard. Mr. Wade invited me to attend this seance.
I thought Mr. Wade didn't believe in such things.
No, but he knew I did.
Oh?
Sam and I were always great believers in spiritualism, and especially in Madame Cherini.
Well, what was Wade's idea?
To convince me he had nothing to do with Sam's passing. I've always suspected something peculiar about my husband's death. I could never quite believe that Sam committed suicide, although it was I who found the body and the gun was right next to his hand.
That gun. What happened to it?
It simply disappeared.
Like the murderer disappeared tonight?
Murderer? I'm sorry. The truth is, Captain, I don't like my husband being called a murderer.
Your husband? Oh, you mean the ghost.
I saw it with my own eyes. So did the Wades and Madame Cherini. There couldn't have been any disguise.
Well, it was dark in the room.
There was a light around him. He was pale and his eyes were burning. He looked straight at Jerry Wade. The same gun was in his hands.
The same gun? How do you know?
Don't ask me how. I just knew.
Yes, go on.
He looked straight at Wade, and I heard Wade say in a strange, broken voice, No, Sam, I didn't mean to do it. I didn't mean to, honest. And then...
Yes?
My husband uttered one word, murderer, and fired. Madame Cherini awoke, and my husband disappeared.
With the gun?
Of course.
Now, look here, Mrs. Carver. That was no ghostly bullet which killed Jerry Wade. It was a real bullet like the one which killed your husband. By the way, who was present in this house the night your husband was shot?
Was shot? You don't think he killed himself, then?
I'm not sure. In any case, he was shot. I'm asking you who was here.
Well, there were Mr. and Mrs. Wade, my son.
Your son?
John. He'd just come home from college. There was quite an argument between him and his father. It was on account of that scandal about the guns.
Where is he now?
Away at school at Yale.
Yes, go on. Anybody else?
Oh, yes, of course. There was Madame Cherini. She stayed to dinner. We were going to have a seance later.
Who was the last person who saw your husband alive?
Madame Cherini, I think. She had a talk with Sam in the library. Sam was very upset about the argument with John. Madame Cherini was his advisor.
You don't look like the mother of a grown son.
Thank you, Captain. Are all policemen so gallant?
I imagine they would be. With you.
Thank you again. Are you sure you don't care for a drink?
Quite sure.
Too bad, Captain. We could both do with a bit of relaxation.
It was late when I got to my office next morning. Larry Gavin had seen Mrs. Wade, and a story checked with those of Madame Cherini, Benny, and Mrs. Carver in every particular, even to the exact words used by her husband and the ghost. Lieutenant Gavin had his own theory about the crime, and I wasn't too sure he was wrong.
Jim, I say it's all hypnosis. This medium sets up the mood, gets them all into a frame of mind where they're ready to believe anything. She shot Wade. It was dark in that room. How else could anybody plug him right in the middle of the forehead without being close up and knowing exactly where he was sitting?
Well, maybe an ordinary guy couldn't, but a ghost could.
Now, don't tell me you're going soft in the head, too.
Well, all the stories check. They couldn't all have been in on a plot to kill Jerry Wade.
I don't say they were. I'm saying the old gal hypnotized him. It adds up.
Maybe. I'd like to check with ballistics first. Captain Scott, get me the lab.
Yes, sir. Yes?
Captain Scott, did you check the Wade bullet against the bullet in the Carver file?
Yes, I did, Captain.
Well?
It's from the same gun, Captain. There's no doubt about it.
Are you sure it's from the same gun?
Positive.
Thanks.
Well, that clinches it. It must be the medium.
Why?
Wasn't she there the night Carver was shot?
Right.
Aren't all these mediums pretty good sleight-of-hand artists?
Right.
Wouldn't it have been a simple matter for a good magician to divert attention and pick up the gun in Carver's hand?
Right.
And wouldn't she use the same gun to kill Wade?
Wrong.
Why not?
Why should she plan a murder in her own home, where everything points against her?
So she could blame it on a ghost.
What motive would she have in killing Wade?
He thought she was a phony. He was an enemy of Sam Carver's, one of her oldest friends.
Not enough. Nobody risks the chair for that.
Then what do you think? The ghost did it?
Maybe.
Oh, have you gone nuts?
Maybe. Get me the Red Parrot Bar and Grill.
What are you going to do?
Make an appointment with the ghost.
Oh.
Hello?
Benny, Captain Scott.
Oh, yeah, Captain.
Could you call upstairs and bring Madame Cherini to the phone?
Don't have to call her, Captain. She's right here.
Oh, well, you know, she's right there.
Madam Cherini, this call is for you. Take it here.
Yes, Captain Scott?
Madame Cherini, you claim you brought back the spirit of Sam Carver last night. Materialized, I think, is the word you used.
Yes, Captain.
Then, could you materialize this spirit again? For me?
I don't think so. Why should you want me to do that?
I'd like to remind you, Madame Cherini, this ghost is wanted for murder.
Oh, nonsense, Captain. You can't electrocute a ghost.
We can try.
I won't do it.
Madame Cherini, I'm afraid you don't realize your position. If you're a faker, then the ghost killer is something cooked up by you, and you're under suspicion of murder. If you're on the level, it's up to you to prove it by producing the ghost.
Spirit materializations are not easy. I may not be successful.
Well, that would be too bad for you.
The atmosphere has to be propitious.
What's wrong with the atmosphere?
There's too many policemen. They're all over the place. Spirits are allergic to policemen.
Well, send them away.
I can't rely upon you for that.
You've got my word.
All right, then.
When?
Tonight. Tomorrow morning, rather. Say about 3 a.m.
Why so late?
I want the circumstances to be favorable. I don't want any noise from downstairs. At 3 a.m., the bar will be closed.
Okay, you've got a deal.
One more thing.
What is it?
We'll need at least 2 others, sympathetic spirits. I think I can get Mrs. Carver.
Fine. How about Mrs. Wade?
Oh, I'm afraid she's too upset. I have it. We'll use Benny.
The bartender? Is he sympathetic with spirits?
You ought to be. Dishes enough of them out.
Shut up.
What is that?
I'm sorry, Madame Cherini. I wasn't talking to you. Okay, it's a date, 3 a.m.
Another thing. You must purify your mind.
Oh? Well, how do I do that?
Go into seclusion.
Seclusion?
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Larry, who have you got trailing Madame Cherini?
Hennessy.
Where is he now?
Across the street in a cigar store at Maple and Clark.
Phone him. Tell him not to lose sight of Madame Cherini for a minute. It's urgent.
Okay. Where are you going?
Into seclusion. You heard what Madame Cherini said.
Where can I reach you?
My room. Phone me if it's important. Hello?
Jim, Larry Gavin, and this is important.
Yes?
Hennessy's been telling Madame Cherini she's gone to Mrs. Carver's house.
Only natural. She's inviting him to the seance.
She's been in there with her for over an hour. All she wanted was to invite her. She could have used the phone.
I see. Okay, I'll take care of it.
You going to the Carver house?
No, I'll wait for Madame Cherini at the bar in the room.
Is that the way to purify your mind?
It's my way. Did you call the boys off?
Yes, Captain. Do you think it's smart?
I'll let you know after tonight. All right, if anything comes up, I'll be at the bar.
Boy, I wish I were a captain.
Oh, good evening, Captain. What's your pleasure?
Anything with the original label? Madame Cherini told you about the seance?
Yeah.
Ever been to one of those things before?
Yeah, lots of times. I'll have to hold your hand tonight, Captain. Do you mind?
No, not so long as somebody holds your other hand.
Here it is, Captain.
Well, here's mud in your eye.
Not mud, Captain. Ectoplasm.
Captain Scott, I didn't expect to find you here.
Just checking up, Madame Cherini, making sure everything's all right for the seance. But, shouldn't you be resting yourself?
Well, even mediums can use a little fresh air.
Is that all you went out for? Fresh air?
And asked Mrs. Carver to attend.
Will she?
Yes.
Fine.
This is hardly the atmosphere for you before a seance. You should be alone with your thoughts.
I was just going, but just one question. Mrs. Carver told me you spoke to her husband shortly before his death.
Yes?
Did he sound to you like a man who was going to commit suicide?
No.
Yet he left a suicide note.
Not a suicide note, Captain Scott. A confession. There's a difference.
Suppose it weren't suicide. Have you any theory about what might have happened?
Well, this is only a supposition, mind you, but in the light of recent events...
Like the ghost of Sam Carver returning to shoot Jerry Wade?
Exactly. There was a big argument at the Carver house the night he was killed. His son, John, wanted both Wade and Carver to confess and take the consequences. Shortly afterward, both men retired to the library.
And what happened?
Well, I wasn't there. I can only suppose.
Yes?
Wade could have pretended to be convinced that it was best for them both to write full confessions.
Then what?
Once the confessions were written, Wade could have shot him and placed the gun near his hand. Then all Wade would have to do was sneak out through a side exit, taking his own confession with him and leaving Carver's. It would look to everyone as though Sam Carver had taken his own life in remorse.
And what could have happened to the gun?
Oh, Wade would have been afraid of his prints on the gun. He could have pocketed it later while no one was looking.
Or someone else could have picked it up. Yourself, for instance.
What do you mean?
Skip it. Did you tell Wade about your theory?
I did make certain suggestions.
Enough to convince the unbelieving Wade to attend a seance? Now, this is only a theory, mind you, Madame Cherini, but I'm going to be as generous with you as you are with me. Suppose you were the one who lifted the gun. Suppose you weren't an authentic medium, and suppose you wanted to frighten Wade into a confession of guilt. A confession only you would be able to force.
Why should I want to do that?
It's an ugly word, Madame Cherini. Blackmail.
Well, there's an uglier word, Captain Scott. Murder. If such was my intention, why should I kill the goose that lays the golden eggs?
Well, it's only a theory, Madame Cherini. I was only supposing you were a fake. You are an authentic medium, aren't you?
Of course, Captain. But you'll find that out tonight, won't you?
I hope to find out a lot of things tonight. It was uncanny. I now understood the purpose of the curtains on the walls and the dark dress worn by the medium was to absorb even the faintest suggestion of light. Try as I would, my eyes could not penetrate the darkness. I sat directly opposite Madame Cherini. Mrs. Carver held my left hand, and I could feel her knee brush mine under the table. Benny held my right hand. The medium held theirs. The circle made a chain of communication that was almost electrical. Through the hands of those next to me, I could feel the medium stiffen as she went into a trance. She began to moan, and then called upon her control, the spirit who was a guide in the other world.
Kathy. Kathy. Are you there? Kathy. Kathy, answer me. 2 raps if you can come through. 3 if there is interference. Do you hear me? Good. Are the channels clear tonight? 2 raps, yes. 3, no. I will speak no more. Mrs. Carver will ask you questions, and you will answer her through me. Is that clear?
Kathy? Can you hear me? Is the spirit of my husband with you? Can you make him materialize? Kathy, can you hear me? Yes. Can you make my husband appear?
Mrs. Carver's hand gripped mine tightly, and I felt the bartender's hand stiffen. I strained my ears, anxious to catch the slightest sound. I thought I heard the creaking of the hall door, but it might have been the wind. We sat tense, holding our breaths.
Kathy!
I couldn't believe my eyes. Slowly, a circle of light began to form at the other end of the room. A man's head and shoulders were framed in the light, as though suspended in midair. The face was supernaturally pale, the eyes dark and glowing.
Sam! Sam! Captain Scott is here. He's a policeman. Show him what you did last night.
From nowhere, a hand appeared, a hand with a gun. The figure uttered one word. Murder. I heard a click. I crashed to the floor, sweeping Mrs. Carver down with me. There was a flash, and the shot reverberated through the room like a thunderbolt. Under cover of the darkness, I lunged toward the figure with the gun. He seemed to be running toward the fire escape window. There was a crash as the window broke. I pulled my gun and started after him. Too late, I realized I'd been tricked. The so-called Spectre had thrown something through the window, probably the gun, and then made for the hall door leading to the stairs. I heard him go running down the stairs. Madame Cherini! Madame Cherini! Put on the light!
What is it? What's happened?
Put on the lights. The switch. Under the table. Mrs. Carver found the switch. For a moment, I could not get used to the glare. When I was able to focus my eyes, I saw Madame Cherini on the floor.
She's dead.
The hole was in back of the head this time. Ghost or no ghost, our murderer was a dead shot. And then I noticed Benny was gone.
Down the stairs.
I was about to follow when I heard a noise in the hall. Somebody was coming up.
Okay, Chief. Here's your ghost.
John! Oh, John!
No doubt about it. The ghost was John Carver, Mrs. Carver's son. It explained the resemblance to Sam. The resemblance had fooled Mrs. Wade and trapped her husband into blurting out a confession. John Carver was dressed all in black. The inside of his black topcoat was smeared with phosphorescent paint from the waist up. In the darkness of the room, all he had to do was to open his coat slightly to get the ghostly glow we had all seen.
Nabbed him as he came charging outside. He almost got away in the dark. It's a good thing his coat was open.
Good thing you disobeyed my orders and was here to catch him. Well, what have you got to say for yourself, John?
It wasn't his fault. He didn't know what he was doing.
No, it's all right, Mother. Yes. I killed Wade. He deserved to die.
And the medium? Madame Cherini started the whole thing. She knew I never believed my father committed suicide. She came to me with a plan for trapping Wade into a confession. Got me to play the ghost. Was Madame Cherini who gave you the gun? Yes, she had smeared it with some of that shiny paint to scare Wade. That was my idea, too, at first. But when I heard Wade admitting his guilt, practically confessing he murdered my father, something snapped inside of me. I pulled the trigger. I'm a good shot. We know that much. I hid behind the curtain. When Benny took Mother and Mrs. Wade down, I stole after them. The bar was crowded. All eyes were on Mrs. Wade, who was hysterical. They left through the front door. I slipped in, mixed with the crowd, and made my getaway. Why did you kill Madame Cherini? She came to the house. She was furious because I'd shot Wade. Said something about killing the goose who laid the golden eggs. It was evidently her intention to blackmail him. Wade was dead, so she chose to blackmail me instead. Through Mother.
John, why did you?
My mother had nothing to do with all this. I couldn't stand by and see that woman tortured. I know. And I'm not saying I don't understand, son. But no man is big enough to take the law into his own hands. Ready to go, Larry?
All set, Jim.
Take your prisoner.
Under arrest.
Into your cells.
All prisoners present and accounted for.
You have just heard Under Arrest, presented by Mutual, a new series featuring Joe DeSantis as Police Captain Jim Scott. Under Arrest is directed by Martin Magner. Today's drama was written by Norman Lessing. Original music is composed and played by Milton Kay. Madame Cherini was played by Virginia Payne, Mrs. Carver by Linda Watkins, John Carver by Leon Janney, Lieutenant Gavin by Carl Eastman, and Benny by Annie Donnelly. All names of persons used in Under Arrest are fictitious. Any resemblance to names of actual persons, living or dead, is coincidental. Broadcast engineer, Cy Paget. Sound effects, Ronnie Harper and Walt Shaver. Their announcer is Jack Curtis. This program came from New York. Straight Arrow, the thrilling story of an Indian's adventures on the Western Ranges, becomes a top Mutual feature tomorrow and every Monday evening. You can enjoy Straight Arrow, and then stay tuned for intriguing mystery with the famous Sherlock Holmes, another Monday night highlight on the world's largest network. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Bert Major, Masters Insurance and Trust.
Oh, hi, Bert. What's up?
Poor little rich girl in California wants to take out a $200,000 straight life policy on her husband, with herself as beneficiary.
A lot of dough, but not too unusual, if you can afford it.
Effective in 2 weeks, and hush-hush, a surprise.
But who'd want to... Why?
Exactly. Nice piece of change for the company in commissions, or for her in payoff, if she's playing that kind of a game.
You talk like you don't know her.
Name only. Deal was arranged pending through her lawyer in Los Angeles.
You
could be out there in the morning, Johnny.
All right, Bert. Who gives me the fill-in?
Our agent out there, Roger Hackey. He'll meet you at International Airport.
Bob Bailey in The Exciting Adventures of the Man with the Action-Packed Expense Account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
And now, Act One of Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar. To the Home Office, Masters Insurance and Trust Company, Hartford, Connecticut. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the poor little rich girl matter. Expense account item 1, $280 round-trip plane ticket and incidentals, including sunglasses, Hartford to Los Angeles. I arrived, rested, ready, and right on schedule. Also on schedule was Roger Hackey, Masters Los Angeles agent, who turned out to be a repressed comedian become insurance salesman.
Yep, I said to myself, that's Johnny Dollar, I said. You are Johnny Dollar, aren't you?
In person, you Roger Hackey?
In person? You got the old feel, haven't you? Simpatico, we call it out here. Have a nice trip?
Yeah.
Good. Airplanes scare me. Don't like being up there in the wild blue yonder. Terra firma is my dish of tea. Slow but sure, they call me.
Yeah, well, look,
Now,
I-
if you just follow me, we'll jump in my jalopy, and I'll have you at the Beverly Hilton before you can say Happy Hooligan.
You say it.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Well, here we go. Cloud of dust and all that.
The ride from the air terminal to the hotel was hot, silent on my part, and unproductive so far as the case was concerned. Roger Hackey kept up a running commentary on everything from bad actors to the Zodiac. It wasn't until I was settled in my room with drink in hand and Shula's feet propped up that I could get him to switch to the $200,000 surprise.
Her name is Cynthia Durbin. Now, how much do you know about her?
Nothing. Bert Major said you'd give me the background.
Now, she's a strange one. You know what a chameleon is?
Sure, a lizard that changes color, so what?
So, that's the kind of a gal Cynthia Durbin is. At least she is now.
You're losing me, Roger. Begin at the beginning.
Now, you're the doctor. As the Siamese twins said after the operation, what's missing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How did you meet Cynthia Durbin?
Well, she came into the office yesterday. No call, no appointment. There she was.
Oh, what's she like?
Trim. Real trim. And expensive.
Just casually announced she wanted to buy $200,000 worth of insurance, huh?
Well, not exactly. She started asking about various policies, endowments, straight life, etc., and how and when they paid off. And she kept giving me the big eye and cross-leg routine.
She tell you anything about herself?
Oh, didn't have to. I already knew. She's practically a fixture in the society section of the Sunday papers. Garden parties, opening nights, and all that. Yeah, but only lately.
Her husband?
Peter Durbin. He's been a public figure ever since they got married about 3 years ago.
But she hasn't.
No, just the last couple of months or so.
How old is she?
Oh, around 25. Blonde, blooming, and gorgeous, figuratively speaking.
I take it she has the money, huh?
Yeah, right. He was a well-torsoed movie bit player with a champagne appetite.
I see. Now, what about this surprise angle?
Well, she came right to the point. Said her husband had just had a complete physical. Asked if his doctor's report would be acceptable. If so, okay.
But you didn't sign her up. Why?
She didn't give me the chance.
What do you mean?
All of a sudden, she reached in her purse and pulled out a piece of paper with a name and address on it, announced this was her attorney. See him, she said, smiled big, and walked out.
Did you go and see the attorney?
Right away. A guy by the name of Crane Collins. Has big plush offices downtown, old senior partner type.
What did he have to say?
Oh, nothing except routine questions about filling out the forms, expediting the procedure, importance of secrecy for the surprise.
Well, why didn't you ask a few questions?
Couldn't?
What do you mean, couldn't?
She was there.
Doing what?
Sitting back in a corner, all huddled up like a mouse waiting to be pounced on. Didn't say a word. While Collins and I filled out the papers. Yeah, she signed them as if they were a death warrant. Went back to the corner and stared at the wall.
Now I see what you meant by that chameleon remark.
Yeah, she's too much for me.
Yeah. A leopard can change its spots, too. Expense account item 2, $3.25 taxi fare to the offices of Crane Collins. So far, all I knew was that the wealthy young woman wanted a pot full of insurance on her husband. If it hadn't been for the surprise request, it would have been routine. Now it wasn't. And the people involved, one of them at least, were not routine. I was ushered into an oak panel office high above the streets of Los Angeles.
Good afternoon, Mr. Dollar.
Mr. Collins?
Your card identifies you as an insurance investigator, Mr. Dollar. I don't believe I understand.
Cynthia Durbin is your client?
Why, yes.
You represented this client yesterday in the signing of an application for a $200,000 straight life insurance policy on her husband.
Yes?
I represent the company.
Everything is in order, is it not?
Insurance is a lot of things, Mr. Collins. A surprise to the insured is one of the things it isn't.
My client is adamant in this respect. Call it a quirk, if you will.
You expect the company to issue a $200,000 policy on a quirk?
Well,
how long have you known Mrs. Durbin?
Since she was born.
Then you know her father?
Knew him. I am his executor.
Uh-huh. Mother?
Also deceased. Both parents died when Cynthia was 17. I was her guardian and have been her legal advisor since she came of age.
Was she well provided for?
Very.
What kind of a man is her husband?
Young, about 30. Tall, good-looking.
No, Mr. Collins, not statistics. Your impressions.
He plays an excellent game of golf. Gets along well with people when he wants to.
But you don't like him, do you?
In this profession, Mr. Dollar, I neither like nor dislike people. I represent them, and that representation is based on fact.
Well, in my profession, we go by feel as well as fact. Well, tell me candidly, Mr. Collins, do you think there's anything strange about this request for insurance on her husband?
As I said, I deal in facts, not feelings. As a client, she sought professional assistance. Ergo, I supplied it.
Where do the Durbins live?
I'd rather
Oh,
not.
now look, I can get it from any society editor in town.
My secretary will give you the information.
All right, thank you. By the way, don't tell Mrs. Durbin or anyone else that we've had this discussion. If you do, there will be no insurance issued. Interference with investigative procedure. Fact, Mr. Collins.
I understand.
Expense account item 3, $2.60, phone call. Then taxi to Roger Hackey's office. A neat one-story building in the Miracle Mile on Wilshire Boulevard. Purpose? To borrow Roger's company car. The Durbins lived in one of those colonial mansions out in Beverly Hills, surrounded by curving driveways, spacious lawns, swimming pool, and cabanas, all of it enclosed by thick, high walls and electronically controlled gate. The mention of insurance on the intercom got me in. Cynthia Durbin was everything Roger said she was. The first time he met her, that is.
Please excuse my appearance, Mr. Dollar. I've been swimming.
Oh, I don't mind at all, Mrs. Durbin.
Really, you shouldn't have come here to deliver the policy. What if my husband had been home?
No surprise.
No, that would have spoiled everything. Well, may I have it, please?
The paperwork has not been completed yet.
Then what are you doing here? What do you want? Get to the point.
Well, just a few questions, Mrs. Durbin. My colleague, Mr. Hackey, should have handled these details yesterday, but he was somewhat rushed.
Oh, then there's nothing wrong with... Would you care for a drink, Mr. Dollar?
Thanks.
The bar's out by the pool. Shall we?
She was wearing a bikini and high-heeled beach sandals, and she led the way. I was hoping it was 2 miles to the pool instead of the 75 yards it turned out to be. I mixed the drinks, and we settled down in a couple of sun lounges.
Ah, those details, Mr. Dollar.
Just formalities, actually. You're to be the beneficiary?
Yes. That was discussed yesterday.
Oh, yes, so it was. What does your husband do, Mrs. Durbin?
He doesn't work, if that's what you mean. He doesn't have to. I have enough for both of us. Johnny.
Yeah?
Freshen my drink, will you?
Oh, sure. Say, tell me, did you ever contemplate divorce?
Divorce? Whatever makes you ask a question like that?
Well?
Of course not. We've had our differences, minor ones. What couple hasn't?
Yeah, I suppose you got a point there. Here you are.
Thank you. Johnny.
Why did you pick 2 weeks from today to be the effective date of the policy?
Isn't that my business?
His birthday, Mrs. Durbin?
What?
Your husband, the surprise.
Well, yes, it is, but all these questions...
Plan to throw a big party for him?
Yes. No, I don't know. Johnny...
Your husband would be worth a lot more to you dead than alive, wouldn't he, Mrs. Durbin?
Hand me that robe, please.
Sure. There you are. But you haven't answered my question.
I'm sorry, you'll have to excuse me. I have a headache. Terrible headache.
Something was definitely wrong here. A girl of her age should have flared at my questions. Should have snapped back at me instead of blindly running away. Yeah, something was wrong, all right. But I'd seen what I'd come to see. Both facets of Cynthia Durbin's personality. And was one of them actually thinking in terms of murder? My job, find out.
Act 2 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in a moment.
An interesting parallel hit me the other day. When a baby takes its first 3 steps, everybody is happy and gives a cheer for its progress. The same thing happens when a country takes important steps toward lasting world peace and freedom. That great American patriot, Benjamin Franklin, outlined 3 important steps in the drive toward a lasting world peace and freedom of mankind. The last and most important of these steps was, and is, to get the people of the world to talk to each other and to help each other. This is the essence of the people-to-people program that Americans have put into operation all over the world. It has been such a great success that it is beginning to work both ways. Not too long ago in Korea, Tom Lawrence, a yeoman in the United States Navy, lost his wallet on a street in Seoul. The wallet was found by a 15-year-old Korean boy who gave it to his father. The father promptly returned it to Lawrence with nothing missing. Tom Lawrence decided that this kind of honesty should pay off. He visited the 7 members of the Korean family and gave them 80 pounds of rice. He then promised to bring the family 50 pounds of rice each month he remained in Korea. The Korean father said, "I think this is much more than I deserve." Maybe it was, and maybe it wasn't. But who can put a price on better understanding among the peoples of the world? For through better understanding of each other comes an understanding of freedom, the right of all men, everywhere.
And now, Act Two of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, and the Poor Little Rich Girl Matter.
I sat beside one of the plushest swimming pools in Beverly Hills, alone. I finished my drink slowly. Cynthia Durbin was a strange one, all right, but her actions seemed compulsory rather than natural. If she really was thinking about murder for $200,000 in one chunk, she was pretty crude about it. If she was trying to impress her husband for some unknown reason, she'd selected a mighty offbeat way to do it. If she was going off her rocker, well... The extension phone hung on a post beside the bar. I don't ordinarily listen in on other people's conversations, but this one...
Thing wrong, darling?
Eric? Oh, Eric, I've got to talk to you. Something has happened. I think
No, Cynthia, not on the phone. Meet me here in half an hour.
But Eric...
Half an hour. Here. Goodbye, Cynthia.
Hello, Eric. As I strolled to my car, nobody asked me to come back again sometime. Not that I expected it. I parked a block down the street, adjusted the rearview mirror, and got comfortable. A cigarette later, she came zooming out in a CAD convertible and headed my way. I've tailed a few cars in my time, but this kid was either scared silly or she'd learned her evasive tactics from Bull Halsey. I lost her in the first 10 blocks. So I drove Roger Hackey's car back to his office and prepared for the horse laugh I had coming. It came.
She lost you, huh? Oh, that's a dandy, a real dandy.
Hey, tell me, do you always laugh when you're about to lose the commission on a $200,000 policy?
Yeah? Oh. Well, what are you going to do now, Johnny?
Who is Eric?
Well, he's not a brother, that's for sure. Oh. I don't know.
You know, for 2 cents, I'd turn in a negative report and go on back to Hartford.
Oh, wait now. You can't do that. This is a big deal.
For you. For me, it's a pain in the neck.
But you can't turn in a negative report just because she's got an extracurricular boyfriend. You don't even know who he is. And what about her husband?
Yeah, what about him?
Here. I got the dope right here. Today's paper, and it's a good picture of him. Read what it says.
Peter Durbin, one of Los Angeles' better amateur golfers, plays out of Silver Oak Country Club where the state open is being held this week. He's expected to finish in the top. Roger, what time is it?
4:30.
Thanks.
Huh? Hey, where you going?
I'm going to try my hand at being a reporter.
What? What are you talking about?
Roger, I'm going to interview Mr. Peter Durbin for the Interstate Publicity Press Association.
Huh?
Expense account item 4, $2.40, cab fare to the Silver Oak Country Club, which nestled in a big ravine north of Sunset Boulevard, some 15 minutes from Roger's office. The last players were coming in for the afternoon round when I got there, and Peter Durbin was among them. I waited until after the radio and TV boys had got through, and then caught him in a corner of the locker room.
Yes? Who are you?
Johnny Dollar, Interstate Publicity Press. I'd like to ask you a few questions, please.
Well, I've already given my interviews.
Well, sure, I know, but this is feature stuff. Best part of the day. There's the gallery body and stuff like that.
Oh, all right, but make it quick.
Yes, sir. Is your wife here?
No, she never watches me play.
Oh? Where is she now?
Well, at home. Where else? But now, see here, don't you think...
You're playing a great game, Mr. Durbin. You figure you're going to win this tournament, huh?
Yes, I think so. McMahon has turned into 69, of course, but I'm still 3 strokes up on him. I play a much steadier game than he does.
Oh, yeah, sure. This is your home club, isn't it?
Oh, yes. It's one of the best in the country.
Yeah, mighty fine course. You must be pretty well heeled.
Well, That's none of your readers' concern.
Oh, I'm sorry. Say, you have a birthday coming up soon, haven't you?
How did you know?
Oh, well, you're a prominent personality, Mr. Durbin. We keep a file on this sort of thing, on important people like you.
Oh, I see. Well, sure.
I suppose you're going to have a big affair.
No, as a matter of fact, the annual Western Road races fall on my birthday each year. As a reporter, you should recall that I won both last year and the year before.
Oh, yeah, sure. Well, happy birthday, Mr. Durbin, and good luck.
Well, is that all you want?
That's all I need to know. Thanks.
Act 3 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in a moment.
No folklore could be all boastful and dynamic. Some of it is about the man at the bottom of the pile, like the one they tell of the traveler who just had to get across a river. He argued with the boatman, but that boatman wasn't about to move. Nope, not with the spring thaw making it a mighty ugly river. The traveler was insistent. Finally, the boatman agreed, but it was going to cost a whole quarter to get across.
But I ain't got but 15 cents. You gotta take me for that. Your regular fare's only 10 cents.
The boatman stood firm.
I ain't going, that's all. Anybody that ain't got but 15 cents, it just don't make no difference which side of the river he's on anyhow.
Folklore belongs to every nation's legendary past. And I guess we Americans have our share of some good ones. Like the one about... but we'll have to save that one for the next time we travel your way. See you then.
And now, Act 3 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, and the poor little rich girl matter.
Expense account item 5, $6 even. Taxi fare to the office of Attorney Crane Collins, with whom I could now agree on one point. I didn't like Peter Durbin either. It was 6:15 after hours when I entered the office of Collins, Douglas, Walsh, Hanley, and James. The senior partner was still there. His door was slightly ajar, and I heard voices, which stopped abruptly when I entered.
Oh, Mr. Dollar. Rather late in the day, isn't it?
I don't keep office hours, Mr. Collins.
I'm very busy.
Then I'll wait.
Very well, as you wish.
I wished, so I waited. But not for long. Because about 3 minutes later, Collins came out, carefully closed the door of his office behind him, and strode easily toward me, oozing his most charming professional smile.
Now, Mr. Dollar, what can I do for you?
Why didn't you tell me the first time I was here that Peter Durbin, in addition to being a first-class golfer, was also a racing enthusiast?
Why, it just didn't occur to me.
Do you know any insurance company in the world that would issue a $200,000 policy on a man who risks his life in a racing car?
Then your company will not issue the policy?
What do you think? Now tell me something. Who is Eric?
Eric?
That's right. Well?
The name is not familiar to me.
Now, look, Mr. Collins, I have a feeling that even you will admit that withholding information in connection with a possible murder is punishable by law. Fact.
I am fully aware of that, but I fail to see what that... What are you doing?
You didn't invite me into your office. I just wondered why is all.
Have you no ethics, man?
Cynthia Durbin was in there a few minutes ago, wasn't she?
Mr. Dollar.
Wasn't she?
If it is the intention of your company not to issue the insurance to my client, I will so inform her, and that will end the matter so far as you are concerned. Now, please be good enough to leave.
You really don't know or care what's going on, do you? You're so wrapped up in the letter of the law that preventing a possible murder doesn't even occur to you.
Another one of your feelings? Well, I don't have the remotest idea what you're talking about. Good night, Mr. Dollar.
Good night, Mr. Collins. Expense account item 6, $9.50, cocktails and dinner. I should have written my report negative and hightailed it back to Hartford. But when you see in your mind's eye the possibility of a racing car careening off the road at 125 miles an hour exactly 2 weeks from now, you don't just stick to business and call it quits. Eric, wherever he tended bar, was the key. But how to find it? I was on dessert in the evening paper, giving my subconscious mind a chance to work it out when all of a sudden I was looking at it on the society page. Expense account item 7, $19, including taxi fare to Los Angeles Police Headquarters, where I had a pleasant chat with the captain on duty. Then a tuxedo rental in the same taxi to the Statler Hotel. A special pass let me in as guest at a crowded and bejeweled society benefit. Enjoying the party, Mr. Collins?
Dollar, What are you doing here?
Enjoying the party, too. Have Mr. and Mrs. Durbin arrived?
You are the most annoyingly persistent individual I have ever...
Please, no compliments. See you later. After a few minutes, I spotted her, dressed to the teeth. She turned suddenly and saw me. I expected surprise, chagrin, fear, most anything but what I got.
Mr. Dollar, Johnny, I am glad to see you. I was such a bore this afternoon. Forgive me.
Well, your exit was rather sudden.
My headache's all gone. Isn't that wonderful?
Fine.
Will you dance with me?
Pleasure.
Dollar. That's such an exciting name.
Is your husband with you tonight?
No, poor dear. He's playing in a golf tournament and has to get his rest.
You came alone?
Yes. Don't you find it warm in here, all these people? Let's go out on the terrace, hmm?
Sure, why not? Once more, I was following her, and it was just as interesting as the first time. But my mind and eyes were elsewhere. Somewhere in this crowd was the Eric I was looking for. He had to be. Then I spotted him, 35, big and broad, hawk-nosed, circling toward the terrace from the left. She threaded her way to a potted palm in a far corner of the terrace, turned and looked at me. Her eyes were feverishly bright in the moonlight. She was beautiful.
You're a very charming man, Johnny. I wish...
You wish what?
You find me interesting. You haven't answered my question.
Oh, I find you interesting, Cynthia. Who is Eric?
Eric.
The man you went to see this afternoon after you left me. You know who I'm talking about. Because you and Eric, I don't know how, we're planning to kill your husband 2 weeks from now and collect $200,000 insurance. 2 weeks from now in the road race. Make it look like an accident, no doubt.
No, Eric! No!
I ducked and whirled around as a fist grazed past my ear and brought up one from the floor with all I had. Cynthia stood there a moment, then quietly folded up and lay on the floor in a heap, sobbing.
Oh, there you are, Dollar. What have you done to this poor girl? And that man?
Very simple, Collins. I've been combining feel and fact. The house dick and I got them out of there. Hawk-nosed to police headquarters, Cynthia to a hospital. Eric turned out to be a quack psychiatrist who preyed on unstable rich women and who was wanted in both New York and Florida. He had a perfect setup in Cynthia Durbin until he went for murder and the big money. Mrs. Durbin, well, the doctors tell me she ought to be normal mentally in a couple of years with proper psychiatric treatment. Expense account total, $317.75. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Our star will return in just a moment.
Our flag now numbers 50 stars, and behind each star there stands yet another flag, representing one of the 50 states. North Carolina's state flag bears the initial of her name on either side of a white star. Above, on a yellow scroll, is the date May 20th, 1775. Below, on a similar scroll, is the date April 12th, 1776. The 1775 date stands for an early Declaration of Independence, known as the Mecklenburg Declaration of Independence. April 12, 1776, was the date of the first Constitutional Convention held in Halifax. The Halifax Resolve was a document that placed the Old North State in the front rank, both in point of time and spirit, among those colonies which demanded unconditional freedom and absolute independence from any foreign power. North Carolina's state flag, the flag of the 12th state to enter the Union, was adopted on March 9, 1885.
Now, here's our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, a beautiful yacht, a beautiful, charming girl, and a man who wished he'd never heard of either of them. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, originates in Hollywood. Written by Alan Botzer, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Heard in our cast were Virginia Gregg, Herb Ellis, Frank Nelson, Marvin Miller, and Peter Leeds. Be sure to join us next week, same time and station, for another exciting story of Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar.
Danger, Dr. Danfield. The human mind is like a cave. Beyond the light, there are dark passageways and mysterious recesses. I, Dr. Daniel Danfield, have explored those unknown retreats and know their secrets.
Dr. Daniel Danfield, authority on crime psychology, has an unhappy faculty for getting himself mixed up in hazardous predicaments because of his astonishing revelations regarding the workings of the criminal mind. As our story opens, we find Dr. Danfield in his office dictating to his pretty young secretary, Rusty Fairfax.
Period paragraph. And naturally, I was glad to avail myself of the opportunity and excitement of studying a criminal mind when the criminal believed that he was completely free from suspicion. It was 4 weeks ago today that my secretary, Miss Fairfax, arrived 5 minutes late for work. Good morning, Miss Fairfax. Is that a package for me?
The postman just gave it to me. Mind if I open it?
Oh, why not, Miss Fairfax? Does the return address indicate from whom it was sent?
There isn't any return address.
No. Well, in that event, we'll open... Is there something wrong, Miss Fairfax?
There certainly is something wrong. Look.
By George. The package seems to contain some excellent samples of United currency.
It sure does. They're $1,000 bills.
How many are there?
7, 8, 9, 10. $10,000. Dan, who do you suppose sent them and why?
Well, possibly some counterfeiter wanted me to see an example of his work.
These bills aren't counterfeit. Wait a minute. Here's a note addressed to you.
Indeed? Let me have it, Miss Fairfax. Probably it contains the answer to the riddle. Wow, they're extraordinary.
Well, what does it say?
Say? Oh, here, I'll read it to you, Miss Fairfax. Danfield, be smart and forget where you were on August 31st. Most unusual.
Who signed it?
There's no signature, Miss Fairfax.
Well?
Well, what?
Where were you on August 31st?
Don't be ridiculous, Miss Fairfax. I haven't the faintest idea where I was on August 31st. Have you?
Of course.
Where were you?
With you.
Let's not be facetious, Miss Fairfax. The fact that someone has mailed me this money is highly significant. Now, let me see.
Dan, I know.
No, what, Miss Fairfax?
August 31st was the Saturday of Labor Day weekend. You didn't give your usual lecture at the university, and I went up to Connecticut to visit my folks.
That's right, Miss Fairfax, and that proves you're wrong, doesn't it? You weren't with me, after all. As a matter of fact, no one was with me. I spent the day... By George!
Think of something?
Indeed I have, Miss Fairfax. There was a telephone call from a man named, well, what was his name?
Are you asking me?
Yes, you see, it's very important...
Perhaps that's your mysterious friend calling again.
I doubt it. Hello, Danfield speaking. Oh, yes, Captain Otis.
Captain Otis. That means another case, I suppose.
Yes, Captain? I see. Well, what's unusual about the circumstances? Indeed? What's the gentleman's name? Norman Miles. That's it. That's the man's name. What? Oh, yes, I know you just said it was. I'm sorry, Captain. Yes, indeed I will. Miss Fairfax and I will be out to the Miles home in less than an hour. Goodbye.
Well, what's it all about?
A gentleman named Norman Miles was found dead in his bed this morning. He was murdered, Miss Fairfax.
What's that got to do with us?
It was Norman Miles who called me on the phone August 31st and asked me to investigate 3 relatives, one of whom he believed was planning to murder him.
But you're not a detective. You've said so 100 times. But I suppose you've got to have your fun.
Yes, you're quite right, Miss Fairfax. That's why I kept Mr. Miles' offer in the back of my mind. And the details that Captain Otis has just given me have put an entirely different light on the matter.
Oh, they have? Well, whatever Captain Otis told you doesn't prove it was Norman Miles who sent you this money.
I think it does, Miss Fairfax. In fact, I know it does. Norman Miles knew he was going to be murdered. He wants me to apprehend the man who murdered him.
I seriously doubt that statement.
Oh, then I shall prove it to you. You'll get your notebook and come along with me. I'll introduce you to one of the most interesting cases we've ever investigated.
Now for the second act of Danger, Dr. Danfield.
I still think we should have Mario along.
Do you, Miss Fairfax?
Yes. If all three of the relatives are at the Norman Miles house now and one of them is a murderer, we need protection.
That's certainly extraordinary.
Dan, what are you thinking about?
Things, Rusty, just things. Yes, I believe we're going to find an unusual situation. I hope you brought along your notebook.
Of course I brought my notebook. This the house?
Yes, and there's an officer on guard at the door. Otis is a man of his word.
I don't see why Captain Otis has to call you every time he gets himself in a jam.
Captain Otis is not in a jam, my dear. It was very kind of him to give me this opportunity. Hello, officer. I'm Dr. Danfield.
Oh, okay, Doc. We'll go on in. They're waiting for you.
Thank you. Well, I should judge by the pretentiousness of Mr. Miles' home that he was well able to advance us $10,000, wouldn't you, Rusty?
And for the same reason, I can see why his relatives would want him dead. Well, there they are.
Yes, and by their expressions, I should say they were a rather unhappy trio.
I suppose you're Danfield. Now, look here, Danfield. We're sick and tired of the way we're being treated.
I'll say we are. Who does this Captain Otis think he is, anyhow?
No, wait a minute, you two. Perhaps this isn't Danfield. Give the guy a chance to introduce himself.
Thank you. Yes, I'm Danfield. Now, suppose you tell me who you are.
If you're Danfield, then get us out of here. Why, I was never so humiliated
Shut up, Judith. Stop crabbing. Guy couldn't let us out of here even if he wanted to. There are cops all over the place.
You're quite right. I have absolutely no authority. Oh, this is my secretary, Miss Fairfax. I presume that you three are Norman Miles' relatives?
That's right. Vincent Warren. The old man was my uncle.
I'm Larry Kent, another nephew. This young lady is Judith Nelson, a niece.
The idea of saying one of us murdered Uncle Norman.
One of you did murder him, Miss Nelson.
What do you mean?
Nonsense. You're jumping to conclusions pretty fast, aren't you, Danfield?
Not at all. One of you three murdered him. All of my evidence points to that fact.
What evidence? You haven't been here 5 minutes. How could you have picked up any evidence?
It came by mail. $10,000 worth.
That's enough, Miss Fairfax. For the time being, I'll have to ask you people to accept my statement and cooperate.
Cooperate? How? By signing a confession?
I could hardly hope for that, Miss Nelson. In fact, I'd be disappointed if one of you did sign a confession.
Why?
Because my purpose of being here is to study the guilty person's mind while he or she believes himself or herself free from detection.
Do you mean that merely by talking with the three of us, you can tell which one of us is guilty? Assuming, of course, that one of us is guilty?
Precisely, Mr. Warren. Consider the facts. One of you is a murderer. To a man who has made a lifelong study of the human mind, it will be quite easy to determine the identity of the guilty party.
Well, how do you like that?
Now, wait a minute now. I always say every man to his own profession. Danfield, I understand, has one of those mixmaster minds. Maybe his idea will work.
Okay, what difference does it make? You haven't any alternative anyhow.
That's the point exactly, Mr. Warren. You haven't. I merely wanted to point out to you that I know one of you is guilty. You're all fairly warned.
Well, what do you want us to do?
First of all, I'd like to have someone tell me exactly what happened last night. I understand that when Mr. Miles' body was discovered, all the doors and windows of his room were locked on the inside.
Yes, that's right, they were. Uncle Norman had a phobia against an unlocked door or window. Couldn't go to sleep unless he had checked all the locks himself.
Then how did you know he got into the room this morning?
By breaking the door down.
Why did he do that?
Well, Uncle Norman was a victim of habit. He did everything by the clock. Went to bed, got up, ate meals, everything.
I see. This morning he didn't appear at breakfast at the regular hour.
Yes, that's it. We'd all come down to breakfast and we're sitting waiting.
Judith, you have to keep yawning. You're making me sleepy.
Oh, sorry, darling. I can't help it. I'm not used to getting up in the middle of the night.
Neither am I. Sometimes I wonder if all this is worth it.
Well, it's worth it to me. The way things are going in my business, I could use $1/3 of $1,000,000 very nicely.
Well, who couldn't? That's what I tell myself every time I'm ordered down here for a weekend. Then I say, 1/3 of a cool $1,000,000 is a lot of dough. Quit beefing and go earn your money.
Well, what kills me is that he picked a weekend to order us to come and see him. I had a party planned up in the mountains. Oh, well, it's worth it, I guess.
Yeah, sure it is. Uncle Norman can't live forever.
I'm beginning to doubt that. How old is he, anyhow?
73, his last birthday.
Say, wouldn't it be a joke on us if he left his dough to a home for stunted ducks or something?
No, he wouldn't do that. He's told us enough times that we're his kids.
Say, what time is it anyway?
Time? All right, 8:15. Why?
Why? Uncle Norman would die rather than be late for breakfast. He told us last night that breakfast was to be at 7:45.
Well, maybe he did die. In his sleep. Oh, well, why worry about it? He'll be all right.
I think one of us ought to go up and see if he's all right.
What good would it do? He always keeps his doors locked.
We could wake him up by knocking.
Are you kidding? Uncle Norman wouldn't wake up if a bomb exploded under his bed. He's that deaf.
I think Judith's right. We ought to do something.
I'll go up.
No, wait a minute. We'll all go.
What's the matter, darling? Afraid to let me have a few minutes alone with my dear uncle?
You bet I am, you little sneak. I don't trust you as far as I can throw an anvil.
Why, you rat, you just...
Quit it, you two. Let's get going. You know how Uncle Norman feels about us quarreling. Now, come on. The least we can do is respect his wishes while we're in his house.
Oh, don't set yourself up as a model, Larry. You're no paragon.
Well, at least I've got the decency to...
cut it out. We're all putting on an act, so why not lay off till we get away from here?
You started it.
Now, here's Uncle Norman's room. Now, shut up, both of you.
Listen to that guy, will you?
Try it again, Larry, and louder.
Uncle Norman! Uncle Norman! Hey, do you suppose something's happened to the old boy?
He's not that deaf. What are we going to do? We've got to do something.
Try the knob.
It's locked. He always locks his door.
He's had another heart attack. I just know he has. Uncle Norman! Uncle Norman!
Well, we'll never hear you.
Well, what are we going to do?
Why don't you force the door? We've got to find out what's wrong.
And raise the old Harry if nothing's wrong.
Well, we can't just stand around here all day waiting for him to wake up.
Something's happened to him, or he'd deal wait before now. Come on, Penny, put your shoulder to the door.
Okay, only don't forget it's your idea.
Once more now. Give me that does it. Come on.
Oh, thank heavens. There's Uncle Norman in bed, sound asleep.
Now open the window, someone. It's hot as blazes in here.
I'll do it.
Hey, Penny, come over here.
What's the matter?
Look.
Good heavens, he's dead.
He's not only dead, he's been strangled, murdered.
Well, that's a very interesting story, Mr. Kent. I think it answers my question all right.
What do you mean it answers your question?
Well, it tells me who murdered Norman Miles.
You're crazy.
And if you know who murdered him, why don't you tell us?
For several reasons, Mr. Kent. In the first place, my purpose in being here is to study the criminal and his reactions while he still believes himself unsuspected. Now that I know his identity, my task is going to be much more interesting.
Why, the man's crazy.
Look here, Danfield. If you really think you know who it is who murdered Uncle Norman, it's your duty to point out the guilty party.
No, Mr. Warren, I don't think it is. I'm not a policeman or even a private detective. If I pointed out the guilty party, I would only make things more difficult for the police.
Why?
Because I have none of the concrete evidence that the police require in order to establish the murderer's guilt.
In other words, you can prove nothing.
Does that relieve your mind, Miss Nelson? Miss Fairfax, have you your notebook handy?
I'm all set.
Fine. I'm going to ask 3 questions. I'd like to have you jot down the answers verbatim. I think the nature of the answers will determine at what point in our investigation we should ask Officer Moriarty, on guard outside the house, to step inside and make an arrest.
Well, how do you like that? This guy kills me. He's going to ask 3 questions, and bingo, he can prove who the murderer is. Well, I'm not answering any questions.
Neither am I.
I think you will, because the one who refuses will immediately be taken into custody. Let me see now. Mr. Kent, I believe I'll start with you. Are you quite positive that all the windows and doors in Mr. Miles' bedroom are locked on the inside?
Yes, I've already told you that. I checked them myself.
You mean you checked all but the window that Miss Nelson opened when the 3 of you came through the broken-down door?
Listen, Hawkshaw, if you think that
Please, Miss Nelson, I'll now ask you your question. Was the window locked when you went to open it?
Sure, it was locked. I unlocked it. And if you don't believe me, you can look for my fingerprints. You'll find them.
Very well. Mr. Warren, have the 3 of you been separated at any time since you discovered the body?
Well, since the others came through with answers, I suppose I'd better. No, we all came downstairs, called a doctor, and then the police. We stayed in this room until they arrived.
Excellent. Miss Fairfax, have you got all that down?
Verbatim, Dr. Danfield.
Thank you. Now, will you please step to the door and ask Officer Moriarty to come inside, please? Now for the 3rd act of Danger, Dr. Danfield. Here we are, Miss Fairfax. Well, they certainly demolished the door to Mr. Miles' bedroom, didn't they?
Dan, you annoy me.
Yes, the lock is sprung. That means the door was locked when the two men broke it down.
Giving that big build-up about asking 3 questions and then not paying at all.
Oh, careful when you step into the room, Rusty. You might tear a stocking on one of those splinters.
Never mind my stockings. There we were, waiting for Officer Moriarty to make the arrest. And then all you did was borrow his flashlight.
These windows are locked exactly as described. Now let's examine the open window.
Do you realize what those people downstairs think of you now? They're laughing at you. When this story gets out, your reputation will be ruined.
Indeed? Possibly we'd better check the fingerprints on this window lock just to make sure that Miss Nelson was telling us the truth. What's your opinion, Miss Fairfax?
My opinion is that we'd better get out of here before we make bigger fools of ourselves than we already have.
Well, look here.
Look where?
Never mind. Your lack of interest in this case surprises me, Rusty. Come along now.
No, Dan, wait. I am interested in the case, only...
Only what?
It's you I'm interested in. You've got such a good reputation. I don't want to see it ruined, that's all.
Rusty, you're really a very nice person. Come on now. In less than 15 minutes, we'll have found what we're looking for. I promise it.
Dan, it's awfully dark out here. I wish Mario were with us.
You're not frightened, are you?
Is there something to be frightened of?
Oh, yes. I have no doubt that someone will attempt to take our lives in a very few minutes.
That's a pleasant thought. What's the matter?
Look there. 2 depressions in the soft earth beneath the window of Mr. Miles' bedroom.
Dan, those marks were made by a ladder.
Quite right.
Then that means that someone put a ladder here last night and climbed up to the... Dan, that window up there is the one that Judith Nelson said she opened.
So it is. However, no one climbed up the ladder.
What do you mean no one climbed up the ladder?
The marks in the ground, Rusty. They indicate that the ladder was only 3 feet from the house. If anyone attempted to climb up it, he or she would have fallen over backwards.
I guess you're right. Then why was the ladder placed against the house at all?
Because someone wanted the police to investigate and discover what we've just discovered.
But why?
Well, because that would lead investigators to think that admission to Mr. Miles' room was not gained via the window above.
That doesn't make sense to me. The window was locked anyway.
Was it? Well, look here.
Now what are you looking at?
That tree. You notice how that branch extends over the ledge just below the bedroom window?
What about it? The window was locked. Dan, what are you going to do?
I'm going to climb the tree. You stay here.
Dan, no, I'm coming too.
Don't be ridiculous. Women aren't supposed to climb trees.
Danfield, you come back here. That limb won't hold you.
Don't shout so, Miss Fairfax. I don't want to be caught up in this tree.
Oh, you don't? Well, how do you think that I... Oh.
What was that? Rusty! Hey, this limb is breaking. Doggone it, I'm falling. Rusty! Hey!
Now, just a minute, Mr. Officer of the Law. I got to see Dr. Danfield.
Well...
Never mind, don't say it. I'm going to see him just the same.
Well...
I guess you don't know who I am, eh? Me, I'm a Mario Consoletti. You ever hear of me, eh?
Well, no.
You very funny fellow, Mr. Officer of the Law. All you say is, well. What's the matter? You don't speak English like me?
Well...
There you go again. Well. That Doc must have get himself in another pickle, man. No. You stay here, Mr. Officer of the Law. I'll fix him up. Hey, Doc! Doc, is that you? This is me, Mario, Doc.
Mario, over here.
Hey, what's going on around here? Who chopped down that tree?
Mario, Dan's under that tree.
What's that? The Doc hiding under the tree? What's this all about?
Mario, get me out of here.
The doctor. Okay, doctor, don't worry. I'll fix you up.
Be a little careful, Mario.
That's all right.
All didn't do me any good.
Yeah, you fell out of the tree, eh, Doc? Yeah, very funny. Hey, maybe you got a shot or two.
No, I didn't get shot. The branch started to break and he missed. There, I'm all right. Where's Rusty?
Dan, over here.
Rusty, you all right?
Oh, sure, she's all right, Doc. When a woman can talk, she's all right.
Now, let's not try to be funny at a time like this, Mario.
Me funny?
What happened, Rusty?
Somebody came up behind me and hit me. I went out like a light.
Yes, and then he shot at me. Well, I saw where he went. Rusty, you go back to the house now.
No, I'm going with you.
Oh, Rusty, sometimes you try me. Well, this is no time to argue. Mario, will you pick up the flashlight?
Pick up with the flashlight. Yeah. I got him. Where we go now?
Over to that small building behind the garage. Our attacker was heading in that direction. Well, frankly, Mario, I'm glad you happened along.
Me happen along? That's very funny. I've been looking for you all day.
You should not go off without Mario, Doc, no?
Perhaps you're right.
Shouldn't we be a little less noisy? If the person we're after is building...
He isn't in the building, Miss Fairfax. I'm sure of it. Here we are. Hold that flashlight on the door, Mario.
Okay, Doc.
Well, that was easy. Throw your flashlight around inside, Mario, will you please? That's fine. Now follow me.
No. You better let me go first, Doc. If that fellow is here...
He isn't here, Mario. I've already told you that.
The place is empty, all right.
Not quite, Rusty.
What do you mean it isn't? This is nothing but a tool shed.
Hey, maybe somebody's hiding behind those boxes, huh?
There's no one hiding behind the boxes. Well, just as I thought.
That Doc, he's always thinking.
Yes, that settles it. Come along. We can return to the house now, and this time we can identify our murderer without asking any questions.
Well, Judith, where have you been?
Out? Looking for a man who fell out of a tree.
Oh, so you heard it too, huh? You should have seen the expression on Danfield's face when he hit the ground.
I did see it. And I saw the expression on your face when you sawed the limb halfway through this afternoon.
Snooping again, huh, Judy?
Yes, snooping again. And so were you. And so was Larry. By the way, where is Larry?
Right here, darling. Did you think I'd try to escape? I would be a sucker to do that, wouldn't I?
This is really very amusing. We're all actually suspicious of each other, aren't we?
And if you're asking me, that's just what Danfield wants. He thinks the guilty party will break down on the strain of wondering which one of us he's going to put the finger on.
You sound worried, Vincent.
I suppose by that crack you mean I've got something to worry about.
Well, have you?
Oh, stop it. None of us killed Uncle Norman. If we keep this up, we'll be at each other's throats.
She's right, Larry. Sorry I went off the deep end.
Sure, okay. Let's forget.
Oh, here comes the great man now.
Remember, whatever he says, we stick together.
Oh, so you're back again, are you, Danfield? What's it going to be this time, a spelling bee?
Maybe he's thought up 3 more questions to ask us.
What I want to know is, who's the character you've brought along with you?
She means you, Mario.
She means me? Hey, lady, what do you mean by this character, this name you call Mario?
Never mind, Mario. Now, if you have all finished with your remarks, I'll ask Officer Moriarty to arrest the guilty party, and we'll be on our way.
Listen to it.
What are you going to do this time? Borrow the cop's gun?
How about the 3 questions? Don't we get to answer questions this time?
No, Mr. Kent. I can prove you killed your uncle without asking you any more questions.
I killed him?
Certainly, Mr. Kent. You killed him. I've known it all along, but it's been only within the past 5 minutes that I've been able to secure enough evidence to establish your guilt definitely.
I killed him. Vinny, did you hear what that guy said?
Yes. I heard him, Larry.
Too bad, isn't it, Larry?
Why, you...
I don't think you'll get much sympathy from your 2 cousins, Mr. Kent. You see, they've known all along that you were guilty, but they were afraid to... Mario!
Don't worry about me, Doc. I'm all ready.
You are, eh? Well, how do you like this?
Funny fellow. You wanted to know how Mario likes it? This. Very funny. I like this. Too.
Now for the conclusion of Danger, Dr. Danfield.
New paragraph. I wish to mention that it was through the courtesy of Captain Otis of the police department and the able assistance of Miss Fairfax and Mario that I was availed this opportunity of studying the criminal mind under these circumstances, which... Miss Fairfax, I'm not through.
I'll say you're not. And if you don't tell that lecture class of yours how you knew how the murderer got into Norman Miles' room, I'll write it in myself.
Miss Fairfax.
I mean it.
I believe you do. Well, the murderer climbed the tree to the ledge and got in through the window.
How could he? The window was locked. Judith Nelson swears she unlocked it when she opened it that morning.
Miss Nelson only thought she unlocked the window.
What?
Yes, you see, Larry Kent had loosened the hasp earlier in the day so that when Mr. Miles locked his window at night, the lever slid over the catch instead of under it.
Then, of course, Mr. Miles didn't lock his window, but thought he had.
That's right. Kent later entered the room through the window and strangled his uncle. However, the next day, he had the problem of tightening the hasp without detection.
But you established that all 3 of the suspects had been together all day.
Yes, which meant that Mr. Kent had to wait until nightfall to tighten the hasp back into place and to remove his fingerprints.
And it was Kent who shot at you and then ran toward the tool house.
Yes, he wanted to return the screwdriver. He didn't want anyone to find out that he'd heightened the hasp.
But how did you know it was Larry Kent?
I saw him when I was falling out of the tree.
Oh. Then you didn't know.
Oh, yes, I did, Miss Fairfax. I knew he was guilty all the time because of my knowledge regarding the workings of the human mind.
I see. Dan?
Yes, Rusty?
Do you, by any chance, know what I'm thinking of right now?
Indeed I do, Rusty. Lift your chin a little higher, please.
Crime Classics was a unique premise for a crime drama, more like a docudrama, which aired dramatizations of true crimes that have occurred in history. It aired from 1953 to 1954 and was created, produced, and directed by Mr. Radio himself, Elliot Lewis. Thomas Hyland was the host of the show, played by Lou Merrill, and narrated each week's story about a famous crime from history. The presentation was almost like a history lesson, or a class lecture, but the sound effects, the writing, and the great performances draw the listener into each story. In John Hayes, His Head, and How They Were Parted, a war veteran returns home to find his wife partying with two boarders in their home. Soon afterwards, his head is found next to the River Thames and then winds up in a glass jar. As with all the stories from the show, it is genuinely informative and entertaining to find out the details of this crime and what is known about it. It aired October 28, 1953. Next, Mr. District Attorney was a great crime drama that aired on NBC and then ABC from 1939 to 1952, about a crusading district attorney fighting crime and corruption. The title role was a nameless attorney for several years, played by Dwight Weist, then Raymond Johnson, and then Jay Jostin, and then Tony Randall, and then finally David Bryan in the final years. The host was the voice of the law, played by Maurice Franklin and Jay Jostin before he took over the title role. Edith Miller, the district attorney's secretary, was always played by Vicky Vola. Miss Rand, the receptionist, was played by Eleanor Silver and Arlene Francis. Len Harrington, the DA's chief investigator, was played by Walter Kinsella and Len Doyle from 1940 onwards. In the case of the deadly train, which aired March 13, 1946, the district attorney is the sole witness to a gangster murder, and he must board a train going from Chicago to New York so he can testify in the upcoming trial. As you can imagine, it is anything but a simple trip going from point A to point B. And then our final show of the collection, Up for Parole. This was a unique radio true crime show based on actual authentic parole board cases, heard by real parole boards, and it aired in 1950. Some of the cases were quite shocking. In Fern Russell, which aired October 6, 1950, the story of Fern Russell is told, a 23-year-old woman who was convicted of forgery. She's a bitter, old before-her-time woman who hates all men and claims that her road to crime was paved by the men, who she describes as all louses, who put her on that path. A really great show and a twist on the true crime shows that usually depicted police departments or courtroom dramas, with showing individual cases of actual convicted criminals doing time and their chances to return to civilian life by the parole boards. All right, time to enjoy these last shows of the collection. Thank you so much, as always, for listening and watching and enjoying. I hope you'll give the video a thumbs up if you liked it, leave a comment, and subscribe if you haven't already. I'm Greg, and I'll see you on the next one.
Good evening. This is Crime Classics. I am Thomas Hyland with another true story of crime. Listen. The glass you just heard broken was not ordinary glass. It was a closed vessel of exact contour of the man's head which it held. It was raised exactly 1 millimeter above the skin, all around, and above the hair. No small feat, since the hair on the head was lush and curly. Another masterpiece by Dom Llewellyn, whose secret of blowing glass to enclose human heads died when he died. Dom Llewellyn had been called in to do a job of work on what was left of Mr. John Hayes, which was all above the neck. So tonight, my report to you on John Hayes, his head, and how they were parted.
Crime Classics, a series of true crime stories from the records and newspapers of every land, from every time. Your host each week, Mr. Thomas Hyland, connoisseur of crime, student of violence, and teller of murders. Now, once again, Mr. Thomas Hyland.
The 18th century was only a few years old, and the town was Warwick, and the season was spring. Things were budding all around, trees, flowers, and there happened to be a 16-year-old girl named Catherine Hall. She appears suddenly in history, this girl, walking down the road. Suddenly, because nobody knows what parentage put her there. Isn't that nice? A young girl swinging down a road in May. Tra-la-la-la-ing. Skipping. Stops, together nuts. And alongside her, 3 soldiers, officers of His Majesty's Dragoons, and gentlemen. Gentlemen 3, and guardians of Catherine, and Lieutenant Ombersley has the papers in his bandolier to prove it. Guardians and their ward at a crossroad.
Catherine?
Yes, Uncle.
Uncle Fred and Uncle Ned and I think the time has come.
For what, Uncle?
The time has come.
Do not be shy. How is it that always you are shy when the sun shines?
We have a wedding gift for you.
Uncle.
From all of us to you.
Uncles.
The gift, here, a scarf.
Uncles.
We'll miss you.
And I you.
And the time now to tell you of him, of the man you will marry. Of the man who comes down this road anon to take you from us, from Uncle Fred and Uncle Ned and myself.
Is he as tall as you?
He is very rich.
Is he as handsome as Uncle Ned?
He is very rich.
And has he the strength of Uncle Fred?
He is very rich.
Then I know I shall love him well.
Catherine.
Yes, Uncle.
Your duties as wife.
Yes, Uncle.
Always water in the pail, and loving nuptials cannot fail.
And?
Happy marriage in a springtime day, child in the cradle on New Year's Day.
Oh, yes, Uncle. Oh, yes, Uncle.
He is prompt.
I die with impatience.
He has a fine span of horses, see?
Oh, trembling.
Oh, John Hayes! Oh!
You, girl. If your name be Catherine, get in.
Uncle?
Get in, girl, get in.
A kiss, Uncle, for farewell to you and Uncle Ned.
Which we did in tears and kisses the whole night past. Get in, girl, get in.
Here's your money, Lieutenant. Small sackful, as was contracted for. Giddy up!
They were married that night, these impetuous 18th century lovers, these young people, Catherine Hall and John Hayes. History records that it was a rather hectic marriage. The groom's father went temporarily blind from drink before the ceremony. There was unruliness among the servants, and some sources state that the bride herself tried to sneak off and had to be restrained. But married they were just as evening sun went down. And that evening, after the house of John Hayes had quieted down, after the pig had been eaten and the toast drunk, after the celebrants had gone home and the windows bolted and the doors barred, after all these things...
There you are. There you are. Come on out now. There you are. Glibberty Bird.
You know what you ought to do.
What?
Join the army.
Join the army?
Join the army.
Why should I do that?
I'd be so proud of you.
Aren't you proud of me now?
Think of you in a uniform.
Oh, I never did.
Well, then let's do it.
All right.
The scarlet trousers and the scarlet coat.
Oh, my.
And the golden sash and the gleaming scabbard.
And I'd stand up straight like this.
On your curly hair, a three-cornered hat and a cockade.
And I'd march. And I'd march.
And perhaps...
what?
They'd send you to America.
Yes! No.
You would volunteer for it.
Oh, no. You'd miss me too much. You'd suffer.
Oh, I'd write to you every day.
Well, the boats to America do not sail very often.
I'd knit things for you and bake things for you. But mostly...
What?
I'd be proud. Oh, so proud. Dear John.
Well, I don't know.
Join the army.
Proud?
Oh, yes.
What would you do?
Well, tell people. John.
Yes.
Golden sash and gleaming scabbard, and on your head a three-cornered hat with a cockade, John. And you'd march so straight and tall, you'd march...
like this?
Yes.
Like this?
Yes. Oh, yes.
Dear Father, I am writing this letter to tell you that I have just come back from a 20-mile march under full pack, and I do not like it. In the 6 months I have been in the army, I have not found a thing that I like about it. It is march, 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 march. In spite of my education, I am still but a grenadier. 2 of the lads who joined the army with me are lieutenants and wear cockades, so please... Dear Father, present the government with £20 and secure my release from this life. I would do it with my own funds, but I had wisdom enough to assign my wealth to my wife's name before joining the army. I do not wish to bother Catherine in this matter, as I'm going to surprise her by my appearance in civilian garb and put an end to her loneliness. Please, Father, do me this favor, your loving son, John. Oh, P.S. Please, Father, just consider it a loan.
That curious tailor from Tottenham.
Oh, Mr. Wood, you're the one.
And how about me?
Oh, you're a one too, Mr. Billings. You're... If it's the butcher boy, Mr. Wood.
Yeah, I'll send him on his way. Aye.
Who are you?
Who are you?
I am John Hayes.
Who?
John Hayes.
Oh, he be in the army.
Not now. I am John Hayes, and I've come home to my wife. Where is she? Catherine!
Who is it?
Catherine! Catherine, I'm home!
Dirty deserter.
No.
Oh, shame.
Oh, listen, I'm out of the army.
But you cannot be. I just sent you a sweater.
I'm out. My father paid a bounty for me, and I'm home again. Who are these men, Catherine?
I'm, Billings, the cooper.
I be Wood, the alehouseman.
Tradesman?
I?
What do we need a cooper and an alehouseman here?
Are you questioning me, husband?
Well, I'd like to know why a cooper and an alehouseman...
Welcome home.
I
welcome home. Ruddy hero. Come to home. Drink a cheer, boys. Ruddy hero, come to home. Ruddy hero, come to home. Come to home. Come to home.
Oh, husband.
Dear wife.
I was so proud of you when you were gone.
And you told people...
Oh, yes.
Drink a cheer. Here. Drink a cheer.
And now, wife?
We will celebrate, you and me and Mr. Billings and Mr. Wood.
Well, I
thought. We'll have a celebrate.
John, you're dusty from the road. Go wash. There's a full pail, always waiting for your return. Go wash.
Yes.
Mr. Wood.
Aye, Katie.
Mr. Billings.
How did you come to marry such a one, Kate?
He's very rich.
And he's come home.
His wealth is assigned in my name. I receive it but in driblets.
Poor lady. Shame.
If I were a widow...
The money?
All at once. All mine.
Billings? Aye. Let's make a widow. And how to do that? You kill an husband, you make a widow. Ain't that an axe above the fireplace?
Oh, dear friends.
I washed Catherine.
I was proud.
Ruddy hero.
A soldier had come home, to his wife, to his neighbors. There was wine in the room and a good fire. But it was one of the shortest celebrations on record.
You are listening to Crime Classics and your host, Thomas Hyland. This Saturday night, learn the true details of the Wheel of Misfortune case on Gangbusters. When a wheel, gangland terminology for a driver in a crime, runs afoul of the law, he cuts himself out of the crime in question. After the robbery comes off, the wheel declares himself in for a cut of the spoils, and murder results before police clamp the lid on the crooks. Gangbusters, this Saturday night on most of these same stations. The same evening to listen for CBS Radio's thrilling Gunsmoke series. And now once again Thomas Hyland and the second act of Crime Classics, and his report to you on John Hayes, his head, and how they were parted.
Historical background. We are concerned here with England in the early 1700s. George I sat upon the throne, and the terms Whig and Tory were being muttered and bandied about and chalked on walls. During one February, the great Sir Hugh Burdenny took time away from the Navy, went ashore long enough to invent the side pocket, only to die a year later in the Fijis. And in April, a month which concerns us most, King George put his queen in prison because of her part in the von Königsmarck affair. But we are concerned most with a citizen of the time, Mr. John Hayes. We hear of him next on the evening of April 22nd. Two lovers who had never heard of him strolled along the Thames. Strolled.
Let's sit here, Duck.
No, Thomas.
So they strolled on.
Mary, Duck, let's sit here.
Oh, no.
And on.
I like it here beneath the bridge, don't you?
Well...
See how the shadows lie like lacy web?
Where?
Yon.
Oh.
Let us sit and watch and see how they quiver as riding moon, a trail in the sky.
Here?
Just so. Mary, Duck, you are dear to me.
Hush.
And how to hush this torrent inside me. Fair Mary, fairest and most lovely. And now the blushes to your cheek beneath the moon.
Thomas.
Yes, Mary. I, too.
Thomas.
This is an unreality which we see, Mary. A conjugation of shadow and moonlight and...
But it has such curly hair.
Lacy shadows.
And eyes and lips that grin. A head with no body. There in the mud.
It'll go away.
How can it? It's an abomination. Come...
It's not real.
It is real.
It is not.
Go see.
Duck.
Go see.
All right.
Well?
Go.
A head.
Of a man.
Of a curly-headed man. I knew it. Thomas Ascot, I did not want to come down here in the first place. You made me. You made me.
A head. Go.
So they discovered the head in the mud of the Thames, and after they married, they had a lot to talk about. It was the head of John Hayes, all right, but nobody knew it then. Thomas Ascot reported his unusual find to the constabulary, who went to the spot, saw that the lad was indeed a truthful lad, poked about searching for a body to go with the head, failed, and then brought back what had been found to the sheriff's offices. They cleaned and combed the find, known as dressing the head in the trade. Then they mounted it neatly on a 10-foot pole. This was the custom of the day. Whenever an extra head was found, mount it on a pole, exhibit it in the town square so it could be identified. Nobody, however, came forward in the prescribed 3 days, so Dom Llewellyn was called in. Do that thing you do with glass, Dom, he was told, with heads, and close this one for preservation purposes. And Dom did, with caliper and a secretly fashioned glass and blowpipe. And Tom did. In the meanwhile, back at the home of Catherine Hayes, she's just stepped out of her door on her way to the cheese stall.
Mrs. Hayes! Woo! Mrs. Hayes! Good morning to you, Mrs. Martin.
Good morning to you. A marketing?
A marketing?
Mind you if I go along, if I walk with you?
Neighbor who walks alone, neighbor's alone.
Aye. Wise was the poet who first said that. Mrs. Hayes.
Yes?
A question.
Ninny do.
How go your 2 boarders?
Apace.
So?
Yes.
Mr. Wood is an attractive one. Wouldn't you say?
In truth, I had not noticed.
Nonny.
In truth.
I suppose you'll say you have not noticed the prettiness of Mr. Billings.
Not at all. Through the goodness of my heart for poor tradesmen, they live in my cellar. Truth, I never see them.
And Mr. Hayes, your husband.
Of him what?
I have not seen him. I heard he has returned from the army, but I have not seen him.
No wonder.
No wonder?
If he is on his way to Portugal, how could you see him?
How indeed? But Mrs. Hayes.
Yes?
So long he was in the army, then home to such as young and comely as you, then within 4 days he offs to Portugal.
Oh, restless John. My last words to him as he left.
Restless indeed. Huh. Would that my husband were restless like that, and off to Portugal. And a cooper like that Mr. Billings about. Some has all the looky.
And Mrs. Martin shook her head sadly all the way to the cheese stalls. There she selected a good round Edam and went home and told all the neighbors that John Hayes had hied off to Portugal. And neighbors told neighbors, and everybody was satisfied. For a week. For it was a week later that Mrs. Martin went down to London on a visit to a friend. It was an infrequent trip for Mrs. Martin, and her friend took her around to show her the sights, the finest statuary, the best inns, and on a Sunday afternoon he took her to see a head, which had been encapsulated by Dom Llewellyn, and which was on exhibition at the Constabulary Museum. And seeing it, Mrs. Martin said this.
Why, I do believe I know that man.
And her friend took her to the sheriff, to whom she repeated herself.
Why, I do believe I know that man.
What man?
Why, the man in that room there. The one whose head's in the glass.
You know him, you say?
Did he?
You're certain?
Did he? Did he do?
Who is he?
A neighbor to me. Husband to a young lass. Poor lass.
Ah?
Poor lass, barely 17, I'd say. and her husband dead in such a way.
Who is she? What's her name?
Catherine Hayes. And he who you've got, like you've got, is her hubby, dear, John Hayes. I be confused, I be.
How?
What's he doing in that room, like he is, when he's in Portugal?
What's he doing there, indeed? Madam.
Aye?
Will you take me to your neighbor?
Deedy? Deedy, I will.
We've had enough of you around, Katie and I.
We've had enough of you around, Katie and I. What say you, Katie?
Settle it between you.
Listen to me, alehouse man. I'd as soon slit your gullet as look at you. And I'll do it if you don't leave us alone.
Talking. That's all you're good at, Billings. Come to me so I can let the air out of you with a knife.
Aye!
Now settle it between you. Yes, who be you?
Sheriff of London Town.
For what?
If you be Mrs. John Hayes, I come to take you with me.
For what?
To show you of your husband, if he be the one whose head we have.
Head?
Aye. And, madam,
I?
the two men I espy over your shoulder, may I inquire of their worth?
Friends to me?
And your husband?
I would say so.
We will all ride down to London Town. And now, Mr. Wood, I will show you a thing. Come with me. Look you. Who is this man whose head is in this glass?
I do not know.
Who is this man?
I do not know, I swear it. I am a pious man. And when I swear a thing, it is sworn to. And it is the truth.
Very well. Sit there. Mr. Billings? Close the door, please. Walk to that table, Mr. Billings, and tell me whose head it is encased there. Mr. Billings?
Aye.
What have you done with the rest of Mr. Hayes?
Mr. Hayes?
Did you put an axe in such a way as to sever his head?
Me?
You.
No.
Very well. Sit there. Mrs. Hayes, please. Is that your husband's head who is on the table?
No.
You are not looking at the head, Mrs. Hayes.
Nor do I need to. For my beloved husband, my strength and my love is in Portugal.
Mrs. Hayes.
What?
Will you look at the head, please?
I will not.
I will bring it to you so you can see.
Do not.
For what reason?
Do not. Do not. Oh, do not. Do not. How can it be my hubby-love John when he isn't?
Pretend, Mrs. Hayes. Pretend he is not in Portugal, and so pretending tell me, is this your husband?
No.
Are you sure?
It is not my husband.
Perhaps you need a better look.
No, it is not John, not him.
I hold him by the hair and close to you. Now tell me.
John, hubby-love.
Your husband?
Yes, oh yes.
And how got he here?
They did it. Billings and Wood.
Say, liar!
No shame and no lies. You The two of you evil men killed him and severed his head.
Aye, while you fetched a pail to catch his head.
And laughed as you caught it.
In the name of His Majesty, I charge the three of you.
Charge them, not me.
The three of you.
And the three of them were tried. Billings and Wood on the charge of murder. Catherine on the charge of petty treason, which was 18th century talk for killing one's husband. All were found guilty. Wood died in jail. Billings was hung in chains. And Catherine... Let me read to you from a journal of the times concerning Catherine. An iron chain was placed about her body and fixed to a stake. On these occasions, when women were burned for petty treason, it was customary to strangle them by means of a rope passed round the neck and pulled by the executioner, so that they were dead before the flames reached the body. But the flames leaped so high that the executioner burned his hands, so that he could not strangle, so that Catherine Hayes was burned alive. It is interesting to note that a graph of petty treason in England for a whole year after that shows a decided drop before it picks up again.
In just a moment, Thomas Hyland will tell you about next week's crime classic. John Hayes, tonight's crime classic, was adapted from the original court reports and newspaper accounts by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The music was composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann, and the program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. Thomas Hyland is portrayed on radio by Lou Merrill. In tonight's story, Betty Harford was heard as Catherine, Jeanette Nolan as Mrs. Martin, and Alistair Duncan as John Hayes. Featured in the cast were Ben Wright, Richard Peel, Charles Davis, and William Johnstone. Bob Lamont speaking. Here again is Thomas Hyland.
Next week, Mahadwat, India, in the year 1894. We will concern ourselves with a father and son who just didn't get along, to the point where one of them had to go. My report to you will be on Rashi among the crocodiles and the prank he played. Thank you. Good night.
Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Mr. District Attorney is brought to you by two famous Bristol-Myers products, Vitalis and Sal Hepatica. Vitalis for hair that's well-groomed. Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Vitalis, Sal Hepatica.
And it shall be my duty as District Attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens.
The Case of the Deadly Train. Our story opens tonight in the station master's office of a Chicago railroad terminal, just off the main waiting room.
I think you know the members of my party, Mr. Billings. This is Miss Miller, my secretary.
Mr. Billings?
How do you do? And this is my chief special investigator, Mr. Harrington.
How are you, Mr. Harrington?
And this is Tom Niles. Mr. Billings is the conductor of the train we're taking back home, Niles.
Go ahead, Niles. You can talk in here.
Look, can't we get going? I mean, isn't it time to get on the train?
He's handcuffed to you, Mr. Harrington? Yeah, that's right. Just a precaution, conductor. This is one trip we're going to be sure to make, huh, Chief?
I've told Mr. Billings the importance we attach to getting Niles back home with us, Harrington. I might say again, while we're all here, however, that we'll stop at nothing to make sure of it.
I read in the papers how important he is. Going to identify that killer for you in your trial, isn't that it?
Yes, Niles has agreed to make the identification. Unfortunately, the newspapers have also printed the fact that he's the only witness I have against Johnny Galena. That sort of publicity isn't helpful at all.
The Journal gave it the front page this morning, Chief. Did you see it, Harrington?
Yeah, I'll say I did. They hit it right on the nose, too. Said the district attorney considered Niles so important, he came out here personally to extradite him.
Hey, look, can't we...
Yeah, okay, Niles, calm down. Calm down. There's nothing to worry about.
Nothing to worry about. Are you crazy? Johnny Galina's got friends, ain't he? You think they're going to let me identify him if they can stop me?
They'll do nothing, Niles. You're in my protection now, and I'll keep my promise to you. Is the train ready, Mr. Billings?
I've got everything arranged.
Sure, you keep your promise. They let me out of jail here to go back with you, sure, and all I get out of it is to be a target. Don't you see,
You better get going, Harrington.
Yeah, right, Chief. Come on, Niles, and remember, when we go out that door, don't look to the right or the left, see? Just follow the conductor here.
I'll take them directly to drawing room B. Is that right?
Fine. You have your ticket, Miss Miller?
Right, Chief. Bedroom H. I'll get on last, the way you said.
Call me, Mr. Harrington.
Let's go, Niles.
I'll check with you later, Harrington, as soon as I get to my own bedroom.
Passengers holding tickets.
Just remember, CA, you're responsible for me.
Niles, I assure you, you won't be out of my mind for a moment. Not until I've got you safely on the stand against Galina. All right, Harrington, go on.
Right. Let's go.
You wait a few minutes, Miss Miller, and then board with the crowd outside. All right?
Yeah, I know what to do, Chief.
Good. I'll find you when I need you. In the meantime, don't recognize me on the train. It's better if we're not seen together.
Chief.
Yes?
You're worried about this trip, aren't you?
Frankly, Miss Miller, I am. Niles is my only witness in a trial that means... Well, you know what it means.
Sure, Chief.
I've got to get that man there to testify. Yes, and in condition to testify, too. So let's hope for the best.
Well? They're on the train, all right. The DA's assistant has Niles in drawing room B.
Harrington?
Is that the name on the orders?
Yeah. There's pictures in the folder.
Never mind, Elsie. It's him, all right. Niles was handcuffed to him. They're in B, right in this car.
The DA's with him?
He's in bedroom alone. This car, too. The boy sure worked that all right. We're right between them.
Oh. Johnny's got money, you know. Why shouldn't he get things worked right?
He will. Getting me to pull this job for him was the smartest thing he ever did.
Getting us, Ben. I come in on that fee. Don't forget.
Don't you always come in on what I do, baby?
Oh, sure. Like that washed-out blonde in the lobby last night.
Huh? Oh, I was just a kid, Elsie. Forget it.
Forget it?
Sure.
You leave me sitting in that lousy hotel room for 2 solid hours, and when I come down...
Okay. Forget it, will you? We got work to do.
One of these days, so help me...
Will you shut up? You've been harping about that dame all day.
Well, why not? If I hadn't come down for that movie magazine when I did, you'd probably be with her yet. Just a kid.
Will you pipe down? We got plans to make.
Sure. You want the ticket stubs?
Huh?
The guy collected while you were out.
No, keep them. I got plans to make, I said.
Let's have it.
Now, look. The way I figure it,
Well?
You stop glaring at me. How can I work with you shooting off your face all the time?
All right, go on. What's the plan?
All right. Well, they're all three on this car, see? Harrington, Niles, and the DA himself.
Yeah.
The best thing is to get over with it fast, Elsie. That way we can get off at Toledo, be back in Chicago before they know what hit them.
Back to the blonde, I suppose.
Will you listen, Elsie, and get this straight? I got a job to do now, a big job. For Johnny Galina, too, the biggest guy in the racket.
I know that.
So I don't fool around, get it? Now, you shut up and listen to your orders, baby. Because this is one show I'm going to run right.
Excuse me, may I get through, please?
Yes, certainly. Oh, here, I'll open the door for you.
Is everything all right, Chief?
So far, so good, Miss Miller. The conductor's collected all the tickets in our car, and he reports everything seems in order.
Harrington's in the drawing room?
With Niles, yes. I'm going to relieve him while he gets some dinner. In the meantime, I think you might circulate a little. See if anyone strikes you as out of the ordinary.
I will, Chief. I was just going into the ladies' dressing room when I saw you in the aisle.
Yes, I see. You might try the club car later on, too. You know what to do.
Right.
I'll wait here a moment until you're out of sight. If you need me, I'll be in the drawing room with Harrington.
All right, Chief. If I can't get back to you without being seen, I'll send a note by the porter.
All right, that's fine. And be careful, Miss Miller. Be just as careful as you can.
Oh, pardon me. Are you using this dressing table?
Oh, go right ahead.
Thank you.
I was just going to see if I can do anything with my makeup. Honestly, the way your face can get dirty.
Yeah, isn't it something? You going all the way through, are you?
That's right, dearie. Say, you don't happen to have an extra cleansing tissue, do you?
Why, yes. Yes, I do. It's right here in my bag.
Oh, thanks.
There you are.
Thanks a lot.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. The train swerved and I must have knocked your purse on the floor.
Well, don't worry. I'll get it.
Let me.
I'll get it, I said. Let my purse alone.
But I was only...
Never mind. You can have the makeup table if you want it. I'm finished.
I'm sorry about your purse. Surely you don't think I would...
Keep it. So long, dearie. Thanks for the tissue.
Yes, you're quite welcome. Oh, Porter. Oh. Down here, please, and hurry.
Here's a seat, young lady. Right here.
Oh, thanks. You sure it ain't taken?
Not if you wanted it, ain't? Best seat in the club car, too. Gives you a view of where you just been.
It's exciting, ain't it?
That's Indiana. Nothing exciting about that.
Oh, I don't know. Ever been in Gary?
We just passed through it, though. Hey, can I buy you a drink?
After a while, maybe. Ooh, I got such a head from last night. I don't think I can look at one.
Gary, huh? You in business in Gary?
I'm in business wherever I hang my hat, mister.
Yeah? What kind of business?
Why don't you guess?
Well, let me see. Could be a model, you know. Got the looks for it.
Thanks.
But you're not.
I guess you'd call me a booster.
Huh?
Always sticking up for the hometown. That's one definition, ain't it?
There are others, you know. Like shoplifting.
Yeah, so I've heard.
Want to trade handles, kid? Mine's Ben. Ben Mott.
Hi. Smith. Edith Smith.
I'll bet.
Girl's got to be careful, Ben. She can't go around spilling her name, can she?
She can if she's out from the wall.
Maybe she ain't.
Ever been nailed, Edie?
By the cops? Yeah, in Denver.
Yeah? Where in Denver?
In the shed. Railroad station to you.
I know the lingo, Edie. What was the rap? Boosting?
I was doing the hook for the troop. It was a go-back deal, and I end up with the bad man.
You know the lingo yourself. St. Paul, you said?
What are you doing, kidding me, Ben? Nobody but a lamster gives St. Paul a play. This was Denver. The fix was in, so here I am.
You know, Edie...
Yeah?
You're okay. Really okay.
Oh, sure. I'm in great shape, I am.
What's the matter, you broke?
I said the fix was in, didn't I? What do you think happened to my fall dough?
You, got any plans, Edie?
Oh, the big city. I thought maybe if I spend my last buck on a train like this, I could line up a mark.
Who for? Traveling with somebody?
No, I'm alone. I just thought I'd get in a new troop faster if I arrived with a sucker all set.
Yeah, you would at that. You're smart, Edie.
You don't sound so dumb yourself, Ben. Hey, I'll take that drink now.
Sure thing. I'll ring the... Oh, wait a minute. Maybe we can go back to my compartment and have a real drink.
You got a view of Indiana back there?
I got a plan, Edie. I think maybe you're just the kid would go for it, too.
How's the score?
20. Matter of fact, this is a business trip. Big business.
Oh?
I got a partner already, but, you know how it is. The way my business runs, I need new blood.
You know, Ben,
Yeah?
I got plenty of blood. Let's go back to your trap and, have that drink.
I won't be long, Chief. It's early. The diner shouldn't be crowded.
It's all right. Take your time, Harrington. I'll stay here with Niles until you get back.
What about me? When do I get to eat?
I don't think it would be wise to take you into the diner, Niles. We'll have something brought back here later on.
Yeah, I'll take care of it, Chief.
Right.
Say, is Miss Miller in her bedroom?
She's checking the train. Oh, and it'll be safer all around. All right, take your time.
Safer all around. And you do think somebody might...
Now, take it easy, Niles. Take it easy. Nothing's going to happen to you.
I'm scared, I tell you. I was a fool to tell the warden I'd do
Now,
it.
relax, I said. There's nothing to worry about.
Sure, that's easy for you to say. I'm the guy they want to shut up.
They won't. I've told you the trial in which you're going to testify means just about everything to me. And so help me, I'm going to see that you do.
Back?
I sent her in to get some food.
She? Oh, I see.
Do you?
What's the matter, Ben? She cramp your style?
You wouldn't. Would you, Edie?
What do you think? What's the job, Ben?
Not so fast, lady. Let's see who you know first.
Well, let's see. Did you ever hear of Swede Larson out of Cincinnati?
Point out man, yeah.
Kugler?
Runs a cannon mob in Shy.
Well?
How about a big boy, Edie? Say, like Johnny Galena.
He's standing a rap, ain't he?
Won't be a rap if Tom Miles doesn't identify him at the trial, you know.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
What would you say if I told you Niles is on this train?
And that's the job, Tom Niles?
Maybe.
You must be big yourself, Ben, doing a job for Johnny Galena.
I'm big enough to take care of you, Edie. The two of us for a long, long time.
Ben, Why, you louse.
Elsie, I thought you were in the diner.
Yeah, I bet you did. Well, that ties it. It's her.
Look,
Why,
Elsie,
you poor fool. That's the dame I was telling you about.
Huh?
She's the one gave my purse the once-over in the ladies' room.
What?
Why, that's true, but
I told you you'd make a false move, Ben. Now you've blown it for good.
Sit down, Elsie. Let's straighten this out.
Yeah? You think I'm nuts? She's probably got the train swarming with cops. I'm getting out of here.
Sit down, I said.
And stay for the rap? What kind of a fool do you think I am?
Now, wait a minute. There's been a mistake.
I'll say there's been a mistake, dearie. Him. I should have pulled out long ago.
I warn you, Elsie. Sit down.
You let go of me, you shoe-timing bum. I'm going to see to it that you get yours once and for all.
Elsie, put that gun down.
I knew she had a gun in that bag.
That's right, dearie. Now, here's where you get off the joyride, Ben, and right into the arms of the law.
Look, honey, calm down a minute.
A minute, my back is turned.
You know that ain't true, Elsie. I've always come back to you, haven't I?
Yeah, you've always come back, but that's not good enough.
Look, Elsie, this dame don't mean a thing to me, and she's not hooked up with a cop. She's a booster out of Denver.
That's right, Elsie. I'm not after your guy.
You keep out of this.
Elsie, look at me, baby. I love you, honey. You know that, don't you? Don't you?
Oh, Ben, if I could only believe
You
you.
know me, baby. Why I'm all for you. Always have been. Come on. Come on. Let me have that heat.
Oh, Ben, if you'd only play square with me. I get all riled up like this, and I don't know what I'm doing.
That's my girl. Now let me have the gun, Elsie.
Here, take it.
That's right, Elsie. Thanks.
You see, Ben, Oh, don't.
Don't. I haven't even started on her. Pull a gun on me, will you?
Ben, no.
So you're going to let me have it, won't you, Elsie? Huh? And with a rod, too. Nice and noisy, so the whole train could hear.
I didn't mean it, Ben. It was just my temper.
Yeah, well, I do mean it, kid. I'm through with that loudmouth of yours once and for all.
Ben, no. Look out, Elsie. He's got a
You
knife.
keep out of this. Come on, Elsie. Here's where we say goodbye.
Ben! You killed her.
Yeah.
You...
It's like we said, Edie. You blood for old. Now, come on. Let you and me straighten this out.
Yes, but...
You got questions to answer, little girl. And while you're talking, just keep your eyes on this knife.
Oh.
We'll see what your district attorney makes of this in just a moment. But first, a definition of an optimist.
An optimist is a man who takes the worst of it and makes the best of it.
Now, a man is certainly getting the worst of it when he wakes up in the morning feeling sick and headachy due to the need of a laxative.
But if he's an optimist, he makes the best of it.
Yes, chances are he reaches for his sal hepatica. For you see, a sparkling glass of sal hepatica when you get up brings quick, gentle relief, usually within an hour. That means you don't have to risk feeling miserable all day waiting until night to take a laxative.
And that's not all. In addition to quick, gentle relief, Sal Hepatica brings you another important advantage. This famous saline helps sweeten an upset stomach by helping to reduce excess gastric acidity.
So, friends, be sure that you, too, keep a bottle of Sal Hepatica handy. Remembering this caution, use only as directed. Noon or night, see how much faster you feel better thanks to gentle, speedy Sal Hepatica.
I'll take another look through the train, Mr. District Attorney, if you think that'll help.
Well, yes, I wish you would, Mr. Billings. I can't understand where she is.
I told you something would happen. I knew it.
Pipe down, Niles. Hey, Chief, you sure Miss Miller ain't in her bedroom?
I'm positive.
Suppose I have that look at the other cars. Will you be here?
Well, no, I think I'll go back to my bedroom, Mr. Billings. You'll find me there.
She'll turn up, I'm sure. One thing, she can't get off the train.
Yeah, Chief, I don't like this at all. You ain't seen her since she started back for the club car?
Before dinner.
Did you hear the conductor? He said she couldn't get off the train.
Well, she couldn't. It must be doing 70 through here.
She could get pushed off, couldn't she?
That'll be enough of that, Niles.
I'm scared, I tell you. You promised to take care of me.
Shut up, Niles. Shut up. You're all right.
Oh, I'll go back to my bedroom, Harrington. I don't like to stay in here with you too long.
Yeah, right, Chief.
We'll see what the conductor's search reveals. If he doesn't find Miss Miller...
Yeah?
Then we will, Harrington. I promise you we will. Yes, come in. Oh, come in, Mr. Billings.
She's not in sight, Mr. District Attorney. I cover the whole train.
I see.
But this turned up.
Yes?
Seems a young lady gave the porter a note for you before dinner.
Miss Miller?
I think so, sir.
Yes?
Here, it's written on the back of a ticket stub.
Let me see it.
The porter had been warned about this car, you see. I told him myself to be careful.
See. You say she gave him this note before dinner?
He held it, sir. He was afraid to deliver anything without checking with
I've got to
me.
get out of here, conductor. Which way is compartment G?
To your left, 4 down.
Wait for me. I may need your help. Excuse me, will you please? May I get through?
Take it easy, Bud. Just let me get out of your way.
I'm sorry, but I'm in a hurry.
You sure are.
Thank you. Excuse me, please. I've got to get through.
I tell you can't stop people like Johnny Galena. He'll do anything.
Oh, look, Niles, you've been whining ever since we left Chicago. Will you shut up?
Take off my handcuffs, Harrington. Chained to you this way, I haven't got a chance.
Look, for the last time, my job is to protect you. Do you understand? These cuffs stay, kid. You and me, real cozy like.
I'm scared.
Yeah, you said that. If I were you, I'd...
Hey, look, we're...
Hey, it's a wreck. Hang on, Niles. Hang on.
Let go. We're turning. The car's turning over.
Look out. Niles. Look out for the window.
Harrington.
Hey, Niles. Niles, are you all right?
I'm pinned, Harrington. I can't move.
It's this beam. It's on my chest.
Can't move, I tell you, Harrington.
Shut up. There's no need to get in a panic.
Get me out of here. Get me out.
I can't move either, I tell you. If you ain't hurt, just shut up.
Hey, listen.
Hey, they're coming in for us already. Do you hear them? They must be using the axe. Yeah, we're all right. Just get this beam off it.
You in there, Niles? I'm pinned. I can't move.
Just keep coming. I can see the light where you broke the side. Keep coming.
You, Harrington?
Where? Keep coming.
Through the side, see? Through the side of the car.
Don't worry. I'll get the... Just take it easy. Yeah, hey, wait a minute. Who are you? You'll find out, Harrington. So you're pinned, are you, Niles?
Harrington.
Don't get panicky, Niles. Wait till I reach for my gun. Just stay where you are, Niles. I'll take care of you.
Harrington, it's Ben Mott. He's going to kill me. I remember him from Chicago.
I can't reach my gun. Oh, this beam, if I could only push this beam up.
Harrington, you said you'd protect me.
There you are. Just a minute now, and I'll be there.
Harrington, look, he's got a knife.
Hey, drop that knife. Drop it. Do you hear me? Sure, I've got it covered. Right in your little pal here.
No, Mott, no.
So you thought you'd
Harrington.
turn rat on Johnny Galena, huh?
Harrington.
I warned you. I'll do nothing, copper. Now just lie there till I finish with him.
No, Ben, please,
One
Ben.
more push, Niles, and I got you, you dirty rat.
Harrington, help me! Help me!
I can't. Wheel on Johnny, would you? Here's where you... No!
Harrington,
Oh, Chief.
you all right in there? I can't see over this body.
Yeah, you got him, Chief. It's okay now.
Just lie quietly, Harrington. We'll be through to you in a minute.
Right. Hey, Niles.
Niles, are you all right?
I'm all right. He's dead.
All right, men. Let's cut away this beam.
Oh, Chief. Chief, that was close.
You get some water, Miss Miller.
Right.
There's a doctor out on the tracks.
Well, I'm okay, Chief.
There's no one dead or hurt, Chief. This is the only car that went over. The train hit an empty truck on the road.
Oh, good. Miss Miller, where does she...
Well, it's quite a story, Harrington. But first, let's get you and Niles outside. We've got a trip to finish, you know. All right, men, let's go.
Your district attorney will return in just a moment to explain his rescue of Harrington and Niles. But first, here's a young lady who seems to be very happy indeed.
Hallelujah, my guy's come back.
Well, glad to hear he's back, young lady. And you know, in lots of other ways, too, life is getting settled again. For instance, Vitalis is back. Yes, back on drug counters everywhere.
Vitalis? What's Vitalis?
Vitalis is for keeping dry, unruly hair under control.
It is? Well, then I guess that guy of mine must be using Vitalis. His hair is always well-groomed.
Well-groomed in a natural masculine way?
Mm-hmm, that's right.
Well-groomed, yet free from that patent leather shine?
Yes, sir.
That's Vitalis, all right. What's more, Vitalis and the 60-second workout stimulates circulation, prevents scalp dryness, routs embarrassing loose dandruff, helps retard excessive falling hair. And that's why we say to men, to look your best tomorrow, get a bottle of Vitalis tonight. Now, here is your district attorney.
Well, I want to say first, ladies and gentlemen, that Tom Niles went on the stand in my prosecution of Johnny Galena, and because of his testimony, we were able to secure another very important conviction in our war against crime.
Yeah, I still say that was close, Chief. If you hadn't been right behind Ben in that wreckage, he'd have killed Niles, sure.
Chief, I think you'd better explain just how you knew Ben was making his way through the wreck to Harrington and Niles.
But it was your note that did it, Miss Miller. The note the porter delayed delivering until just before the wreck. When you were in the ladies' dressing room with Elsie, that started the whole thing.
When her purse fell, Harrington, I noticed it was heavy. Too heavy for an ordinary lady's handbag.
Oh, she was carrying a gun, huh?
I'll say she was. Fortunately, when I picked up the bag, her compartment receipt fell out. I wrote the note to the chief on the back of it.
Yes, and as soon as I got the note, I went immediately to that compartment. As Miss Miller had written, the occupant seemed suspicious.
That's a mild word for Ben, Chief. After he tied me up, I thought I was done for.
Yeah, so you found Miss Miller in Ben's compartment, huh, Chief?
Yes, Harrington, and Elsie's body. Miss Miller told me Ben had started for you, and so I followed him. Fortunately, neither of us was hurt in the wreck. Ben managed to get out of the car first, but I wasn't far behind him.
Boy, am I glad you stayed on his tail. Oh, hey, Chief, what about next week?
Well, next week, ladies and gentlemen, our story concerns one of the most unusual and interesting criminals in our files. It's the case of the dangerous clown, and I invite you to join us for it. And until then, thank you, and good night.
The names of all characters in tonight's dramatization are fictitious, and any resemblance to names of living persons or actual places is purely coincidental. Our stars were Jay Justin in the title role, Len Doyle as Harrington, and Vicky Vola as Miss Miller. The music was under the direction of Peter Van Steeden, and the authors were Edward Byron and Robert Shaw. And remember, Vitalis for hair that's well groomed. Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Vitalis and Sal Hepatica, two famous Bristol Myers products, which each week bring you Mr. District Attorney.
Up for parole. Here again is another in the exciting series, Up for Parole. Authentic cases as actually presented before the parole boards in your state prison. Reenacted here for the first time. Tonight, the case of Fern Russell. Ladies and gentlemen, you are about to sit in judgment on another human being, to decide whether she shall become your neighbor, your employee, or perhaps your friend, or remain where you, society, have put her, behind prison bars. Therefore, listen carefully and consider seriously the story you are about to hear, told from the official records of Fern Russell, prison case number SP-048, now pleading before the parole board and before you for her freedom.
Please tell the board your name.
Fern Russell.
You're 23, aren't you, Fern?
And I look 28. I know it. You don't have to say it. I've been through enough.
My impression was you looked 23. What sentence were you convicted?
Forgery. Attempted robbery. I got 1 to 10 years.
What kind of work did you do, Fern, before you came to this institution?
I was in the shipping department of a big meat plant, stenciling boxes, 35 cents an hour. You want that, too, the wages?
Yes, if you want to.
And, then I was on the weighing of cans for the processed meat. That paid 50 cents an hour. And then the sliced meat department, the big cutters. And, I waitressed a while.
Supported your family?
If you call 25 a week supporting when you got 2 sisters and a brother, and an old man like mine.
What was the trouble, Fern? What started you on the road to crime?
Men.
Just what do you mean?
I mean men. Men.
That covers a lot of ground.
I met a lot of them. And they all had one thing in common. They were louses.
Suppose we begin at the beginning.
Well, in my house there was me and Marie and Dickie and Ramona and Ma. I was the oldest kid. Ma never complained about anything. She was an ignorant woman. She didn't know any better. Otherwise, why would she have married Pa? Since I can remember, Pa spent most of his life in and out of the state penitentiaries. He went up 3 times for larceny or something. But one thing about my father, if you saw him on the street, you'd think he was kind of an executive of a big company or something, you know? And walking down on his arm, you know, it didn't even matter that it wasn't true. You felt like a lady, you know, like somebody. Maybe he was getting puffy in the middle, and if you look close, you see that his teeth were false, but he was a terrific dancer, you know. Anybody he ever asked for a dance, they always danced with him. And the last time he got out, I don't know, I was only a kid, I guess 16. He took Ma and me over to the Royal Garden. It was a pretty good place to eat and dance. I don't even know where he got the money.
May I have the pleasure of this dance, madam?
Oh, boy. You're an old dog.
Hey, the music's waiting. The man's fickle.
Okay, Pa, let's dance. Hey, how'd you keep up with the steps? Well, they got dancing classes inside?
Oh, no. We're not going to turn our faces backward, are we?
I wish I could figure you out.
Just relax. Let yourself go and... come on. Let's enjoy ourselves. Hey,
What?
You know, Fern, I was thinking...
What?
Your mother. She's been having a tough life. I'd like to give her a present.
So would I. With what?
Fernie, how do you feel about the people who come to a place like this?
What do you mean?
I mean every night. People with money. People with them shiny cars outside and so forth.
You know how I feel about not having things. About Ma not having things. Wait a minute. What are you talking about?
Now, don't stop dancing right here in the middle of the floor.
Come on.
All right, I'll tell you.
Now, that girl over there in the cloakroom, she's kind of interested in that fellow with the drums.
Yeah.
Hey, she's over there with him now.
So?
I happen to notice there's a couple of capes hanging in the cloakroom there. Fur pieces.
You're gonna steal 'em?
Ah, Fernie, would they miss it? Shiny cars, good homes. What's one little fur piece? $250. That's like a nickel to you and me.
But
That's
Pa,
nothing to them. If it was just a walk over there, you could reach in just like that.
But
I'd be walking right behind you. I'd take it, and we could walk out together.
There's a lot of people around, Pa, and
A fur cape for your mother, Fern.
So I went and I did it. And we got just about as far as the bottom steps outside the front door of the Royal Garden.
That's your coat, miss?
Do me the courtesy of removing your hands from my daughter's wrap.
I'll wrap you, Russell. I had my eyes on you all night.
Now, just a second.
Russell, you ain't even got the prison stink off you yet. Come on, now, both of you.
James Russell, I have nothing whatever to say to you or to men of your ilk. Unregenerate criminals who continue on the path of their insane attempts are beyond the sympathy of this court. Perhaps psychologists, psychiatrists, and other medical observers are required. My duty is quite clear. You're sentenced to 20 years in prison.
Well, what about my Fern?
Let the prisoner be removed. His deep and touching concern for his daughter and co-defendant is only one additional evidence of the criminal bent and twist in his mind. Let it be removed, please.
All right. You don't have to.
Fern Russell?
That's right.
I know the facts of your case very well, both from the court testimony and from the social histories placed at my disposal. You pleaded guilty to this crime, and although you were undoubtedly under your father's influence, so far as this court knows, you made no attempt not to participate in this crime. Consequently, it is necessary to sentence you for from 1 to 3 years.
It's just words.
But in recognition of your problems and your years, that sentence is herewith stayed and you're placed on strict probation.
You mean
That's right. Sentenced to 3 years and placed on probation, being advised that that probation will be strict.
Yes, sir.
You're instructed by this court and by the nature of your probation to seek employment and to work diligently at any position you may obtain and any that the parole officers shall in their discretion obtain for you.
Yes.
You live at home and you'll report to the probation officer weekly. Is that clear?
Yes, sir. And thank you. I'm going to be okay. The first month wasn't bad. Even the second. That's when I got the job in the meat factory, see. And they had me weighing cans. You see, a can would come in and be filled with meat, and you had to weigh it. And each can had to weigh a certain amount before it could be labeled and so forth, see. And who should make a play for me? White shirt and sleeves rolled up real neat, you know. Freddie Nolan, the section supervisor.
Hi.
Hi.
Knocking off soon?
Should be any minute. Boy, they're right on the clock, huh? They always are.
That's what I figured. So, what do you say?
What do you mean, what do I say about what?
Don't make a production. Lunch, kiddo. Lunch on me.
He was pretty young for a section supervisor. And pretty good looking. You know, first I thought he was one of them stuck-up kids on account of him making a little money. But I had an eye on him.
You like me, don't you?
Well, in a way.
Why? Tell me why.
Listen to me.
No, why? Come on, why?
Well, you're not bad looking.
What else?
I hear you can dance.
Oh, been talking about me.
Not so much as you think.
Listen, what are you making now?
50 cents an hour.
Well, I'm putting in a word for you with the floor supervisor. Bet you make 60 cents before the week is out.
And that's all there was to it. We started going out. And then he told me he was going west on a job with a big canning company and would I go. He even asked me to marry him. Boy, I jumped at it. And it was great. It was a great honeymoon. No clock to punch. Hanging around in pajamas. Going back to bed after breakfast. And then Freddie, that stupid... No, he was all right. He gets himself thrown in the can.
Freddie?
Yeah, some pal of his gets mixed up in a bigamy case, and Freddie goes and testifies for his pal and winds up with 6 months for lying on the stand.
Perjury.
Yeah, I think that's what it was. So there I was. I was 400 miles from home with him in jail. And a baby coming.
You said, Fern, when you first started talking, your trouble was men, that men were lice. What about Freddie?
Oh, I wasn't talking about Freddie. He was okay.
Then Freddie wasn't one of the causes of your crime.
No.
Marriage, the baby, that was your own doing.
Yes, sir.
All right, now suppose you go on.
Well, when I come back home, there was more trouble waiting for me.
Your Honor, as field officer for this area for the Parole and Probation Office, it's my duty to report this parolee. This defendant has willfully violated parole regulations 1 through 7.
Fern Russell Nolan, before the probation officer continues, is there anything you want this court to know?
I got nothing to say. What's so terrible about getting married to a fellow you love?
Please proceed.
May it please the court. The probationer, Fern Russell Nolan, is charged with violation of probation in that she has failed to maintain contact with the probation office, has moved without advising the probation office, has married without permission, and has been unemployed. And I understand, Your Honor, that she is pregnant.
Thank you, officer. Fern, this court is not a body who sits with a series of rules and regulations before it. This court is mindful of human frailties and concerned with that. This court is distressed because it cannot seriously regard you as really prepared for marriage. That was why the restriction of permission was placed within your probation.
I love Freddie. I love him.
The desire of all human beings for what you call love is fine, desirable, if based upon reality. But such youthful romance alone cannot be the basis for real marriage. Marriage must be based upon mutual respect, upon a desire to grow, and upon an ability to give and to take. Desire to be useful to oneself and one's community. Just what is it you find funny in these remarks?
Words. The words, that's what's so funny.
I was quite serious.
That's what my father used to tell me. Just like that marriage, and then he'd go on for 45 minutes.
I don't quite understand.
Just wanting someone, Fern, that's not enough. You gotta build a marriage, like a building is built with a foundation and all that blah.
What's the laughter for, then?
I'm laughing because my father's in jail and you're a judge.
Stay of sentence against the defendant, Fern Russell Nolan, is vacated and her commitment herewith issued. Fern Russell Nolan, you're sentenced to a period of 18 months in the women's prison.
Send me to jail all you want. But when I get out, I'll still do just what I want. And no one will stop me, you'll see.
We will return to our files in just a moment. World news takes on an excitingly different slant when reported by Lowell Thomas because he's been there. Yes, this famous traveler, explorer, and author is heard giving his views of today's news 5 evenings a week over many of these same CBS stations. Just recently, Lowell Thomas thrilled America with his colorful, authentic accounts of his trip to the forbidden country of Tibet. This year, Lowell Thomas celebrates his 20th year on the air. 20 years of reporting the news to America as he sees it. Don't miss Lowell Thomas 5 evenings a week over many of these same CBS stations. Now back to the true story of Fern Russell, prison case number SP-048, the woman who is up for parole.
So, Fern, because you violated the terms of your probation, you had to face that sentence of 1 to 3 years.
That's That's right.
And again, it was a man, to follow the thread that runs through your story. A man who put you there, in your opinion.
Sure it was a man. That judge and all those fancy words and all that talk. Why couldn't he have just said 3 years and not made those big speeches?
Well, we won't go into that right now.
Well,
But go on with your story now. Tell the board what happened after that.
my baby was born. And right after that, my mother had the marriage annulled.
You didn't object to the annulment?
No. As a matter of fact, I never heard from Freddie again. And the baby was sent to my ma. So now she had her own 3 kids. And my kid to take care of. How she did it, I don't know. And then I did my time, and I got out after 18 months.
On parole?
No, sir, I just did 18 months flat.
And then you started it all over again.
Well, what did you want me to do? Stay away from everybody? My goodness, I got out of prison. I come out of a life where maybe, except for a couple of weeks with Freddie, nothing was ever any good.
Now, please try to control yourself.
But
Then, after Freddie, Henry Langer walked into your life.
yeah, Hank. Call me Hank. Hank Langer.
Baby, maybe I ain't the best-looking guy you ever met, but I got what you want. Big car and everything. Yeah, look at this upholstery. This stuff set me back $65.
Yeah?
Just rub your hand over. Go ahead.
Hey, it's nice.
You're not saying what you're thinking. Hey, look, baby, if you say Lake Placid, that's what it is. You say Florida, Florida. You say 2 weeks in the swankiest hotel in Saratoga Springs.
I said yes. And I kept my eyes shut tight as long as I could for 3.5 weeks. And riding in that car to Saratoga Springs and betting on the horses. And, you know, even getting pushed in a chair on the boardwalk. And then we stopped off one night in a motel. And when I woke up in the morning, there was a note on the pillow.
I left some money for you in the dresser. It'll take you back home. Anybody wants to know what happened? I deserted you.
If 100 guys walked down the street and 10 of them were louses, them 10 would stop and say hello to me. If I opened the telephone book and stuck a pin in the page and called up the guy on the telephone, he'd be a louse. I was like a magnet for him. I found him all.
And that was when you met Nancy Remo.
Well, no, you see, I knew Nancy a long time, but that was when we started to go around together, yeah.
Nancy worked in the factory with you, didn't she, for a while?
Yeah, 4 or 5 years back we worked at the canning machines together. I think maybe she had a yen for Freddie, too. But Nancy got married. She did better than Freddie. She got the floor supervisor. Fella named Harry Tanner. $125 a week. And when I saw her, she was like tearing her hair out.
Boy, was I burned. Oh, am I burned? I've never been burned like this in my life.
What'd he do?
Huh? How'd you know I was talking about him?
I just know, that's all.
I like you, kid. Just on account of I stayed out one night.
Yeah?
Remember that tall guy used to work on the other side of the canning machine? Big blonde like, Bert Lancaster?
Yeah.
So because we went out on a party one night, I had a little too much, you know, and I rode in about 6, 7. He gets up on his high horse and says, "This is the end, ta-ra. He's going to get rid of me."
A louse.
Boy, would I like to get out of this burg. Would I like to get dolled up and let myself go.
Yeah, you and me both.
Hey. What a dope.
What?
Did you ever see one of these?
You sure that's the charge card at Zane's department store?
Right. So tomorrow he's going to publish in the paper. You know, my wife having left my bed and board and so on. And he's not responsible for my debts. Only today's today and tomorrow's tomorrow. So let's you and me go to Zane's and make that louse pay.
You mean buy things on charge?
Why not? You and me. All you gotta do is sign Mrs. Nancy Remo Tanner. They give it to you.
Anything?
Everything.
I'll take a pair of blue ones and a pair of the black ones. Are those net? I want the net ones, too. How much are they?
$1.75 a pair.
Well, I'll take them all. That cardigan, miss, is that wool?
100% wool.
You got it in lavender?
No, ma'am, just these colors.
Oh, I don't like those.
This yellow one is lovely, miss.
Yeah, it's pretty. How much is it?
$8.98.
Okay, wrap it up. We went wild and crazy. Between us, we spent $138. And then we met like we planned on the ground floor with our arms filled up. Till a detective came over.
Mrs. Tenner?
Yeah?
Mrs. Nancy Remo Tenner?
Yeah.
This your signature?
Well, I just signed it. Of course it is.
And I guess this one isn't. And this one, and this one. I think you both better come with me, ladies.
And so, for the crime of impersonation, forgery, and attempted theft...
I got up to 10 years on account of being a second offender.
And a probation violator.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know how you feel about it, Fern, but it wasn't very smart, was it? It wasn't even very much that you tried to steal.
$138 is a lot of money.
I guess it is. It's enough to make it larcenous. So now you get out in 1954, unless this board sees fit to act to terminate your sentence at, say, 3.5 years, the amount of time that you've served.
Yeah, that's right.
What do you think we ought to do?
I think you ought to let me act. What do you think I'm here for? My health?
Fern, on your record, I note good time lost 61 days.
That's right.
Attempted escape on 3 occasions. What's that about?
I tried to get out. Isn't that clear?
Well, yes and no. Your first escape, 6 months after you entered, you were out for 10 minutes and got caught. Second escape for 5 minutes and you were apprehended. Your third escape, you hid in the barn and missed bed check. Why was that?
Because I wanted to get out.
That's all? No other reason?
What other reason is there?
I know that prior to each attempted escape, you'd been called into the director's office and he'd spoken to you.
Yeah, he spoke to me, that great big father.
You resented him, didn't you, as you resented all men? And after his fatherly speech, as you put it, you decided that you would show him, and so you tried to escape.
Maybe I did.
Well, Fern, you know, this is a very difficult case. It really is. Oh, it's clear that you did all the things that you were accused of doing, and it's also clear why you did it. The breaks you got about every awful thing there is. Your husband, second husband, your father.
Judge and the director.
And these men, not the judge, no, the director of the prison. We'll talk about that later. These men were partially the cause of your actions, but only partially. The rest was you, Fern. You, a woman, a person, an individual. And it's to that individual, to that person, and to no one else, and to no other factors that this board must address itself. And so that being the full history, and a very tragic history it is, I think we're about ready to make our decision. So while we do that, will you please step outside into the next room?
Yes, sir.
We'll call you back when we've reached our decision.
While Fern Russell waits and the parole board reviews her case, you too have a decision to make. In a moment, you can compare your decision with that of the actual parole board before which she appeared. On the Jack Smith, Dinah Shore, Margaret Whiting show every Monday through Friday evening over most of these same CBS stations, top tunes are sung by 3 of America's most popular vocal artists. Smiling Jack Smith, the boy with a bounce in his voice, gracious Dinah Shore, who dreams her way through a ballad with the greatest of ease, and Margaret Whiting, Maggie the Magnificent. You hear Jack with Margaret Whiting on Monday and Friday, Dinah Shore Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Tune to CBS for the Jack Smith, Dinah Shore, Margaret Whiting show. Now the decision of the parole board in the case of Fern Russell, prison number SP-048, the woman who is up for parole.
Fern Russell, do you know what paranoia is?
No, sir.
Paranoia is a condition of the mind in which a person feels that everything, the whole world, is conspiring against him.
That's paranoia? I suppose that's what I got.
People who have tendencies in this direction have a very serious problem. Let me explain that as far as it concerns you. A lot of men have done a lot of things to you, Fern. Horrible things, brutal things, vicious things. And so whenever a man comes into your life now, myself included, he's an enemy. He's a louse. That's right, isn't it?
I'm not saying.
Just like when the director of the prison tried to talk to you on those 3 occasions. I know him very well. He's not an ogre. He's not a monster. He's a pretty decent sort of fella. He told me that he could get nowhere with you. He told me that he saw you, and you're doing it right now. He saw you freeze up, close your ears, reject everything that he had to say. Now, Fern, let me show you here what the officers of this board, what this board itself, in fact, feels toward you. A field parole officer was assigned to your case. We asked this man, Officer Horton, to see your mother, your former employers, and other people in the community who might know you. And this is the report that we have. I want to read it to you. I quote, "Having interviewed Russell, father of the subject, several times in the state penitentiary, find him to be a man able to get away with a lot. Comparative ease and sympathetic manner, but know him to be an absolute hypocritical, smooth-talking, vicious type of criminal. Not a gun-toter, not physically dangerous, and therefore even worse. His entire life reveals not one single instance where he ever showed any gratitude for anything done in his behalf. He lied to and he stole from his own people, his own family, anyone who gave him half an opportunity." That's talking about your father, Fern. It continues, "In my opinion, if the defendant had been brought up in a different atmosphere, she would have been, in all probability, an extremely fine person. I don't know what to recommend, but those are the facts." That's the gist of his report.
He sounds like a pretty decent sort of fella.
Yes, he is. Actually, his report runs on for nearly 13 pages.
Oh.
He spent a lot of time on this case, and so have I. And so has this board. And I'm spending time now because when I finish speaking, I hope there'll be some understanding.
Go ahead and say it.
You must learn, Fern Russell, to distinguish between reality and fantasy. Between those who have, in fact, persecuted you, those men, and the ones who have, in fact, attempted to help you. You know, people talk about neurosis a great deal these days. It's very popular. But as far as I'm concerned, neurosis is simply an inability to understand that which is true. And I think that same thing of your problem. So while this board cannot grant parole, I also feel it cannot simply deny parole. In view of the factors outside yourself and within yourself. Your case is herewith continued for 1 year. By that I mean, Fern, think over what has been said here. Act on it. And on the basis of your behavior in 1 year, this board will be pleased again to review your case. Therefore, for the present, parole denied. Next case.
The 1-year continued sentence of Fern Russell has still not been completed. And as of tonight, we have no way of knowing what will be the final decision of the parole board in her case. But we are confident that if she has fulfilled the difficult assignment given to her by the board's chairman, she will take her place again in her community. Her story was told in order to explain some of the difficult problems that come before field parole officers and before your parole boards. And we told her story on behalf of other prisoners who may someday be up for parole.